And welcome back, one and all, to Sochi. We are, of course, here for the Millions Super High Roller Series. And today, we have the final table of event number 2, that 25k no limit hold'em event. And it is the mysterious, tricky Ivan Leao leading the way, 85 bigs, a massive chip lead over the second place player, of course. In there with 38 bigs, Sam Trickett, and then again a big drop off to perhaps one of the best in the world in Adrian Mateos. We see Arthur with 24 bigs, fairly comfortable given that we're now 9-handed, but the rest of them all pretty short. Guaranteed $43,500 for this cash, but everyone will have eyes on 10 times that amount. That is what our winner will walk away with, as well as, of course, that's the title of the 25k Super High Roller Champion.
You told me yesterday. You said I'm gonna be the button anyway.
Yeah.
So the bubble took a fair while to burst last night after we went on air.
Is that my water?
And it was a few hours. But we have finally reached our final 9, and that is why the chip stacks are fairly shallow considering the structure we had in play from the start. As the final does get underway, the first hand, I'm happy to once again welcome into the booth my man Jeff Gross. How are we doing, Jeff?
It's good. This is fun. What a lineup. This is going to be a really fun final table.
It's a mix. I think is a fair way to say it, right? You've got some of the best in the world, and you've got some real characters from this high stakes world. That man, one of them, Ivan Leao, just put and pull to the test straight away. Runaway chip leader. And it's no surprise to see him there, Jeff. That's just his style of play, to get a lot of chips.
Yeah, we see him on the banner outside. He's won a major event here, and home casino feels good. He's done well here.
Chip leader.
Not 2 months folding.
No tie. Also, you see here. There's no more tie. If you see here, okay, I have very tight. Bro, I have very tight.
Jeff, I don't know if you had a chance to walk through the poker room on the way here, but obviously also going on is the first of the 50Ks. Things are ratcheting up. That 50K short deck underway. Has about 20 players in it. About half an hour into the day, I guess.
Yeah, I saw Sam was out snowboarding this morning, ready to. Was he there?
No, I don't think he made it. There was obviously planning.
I think I saw he posted something that he was out there.
Oh, really? Maybe he popped up a little bit later than he
he
didn't make it out with us, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is. I mean, if you look, I'm not familiar with this player. Artur seemed, from what we saw, played really well, and obviously, it's a very strong final table. So it's gonna be fun to watch. I think that's what's so unique about poker. It's just, again, always different, right? It's like sports. Even you get matched up, teams play, they play again later in the season. It's always different situation. You know, who's got more chips? What position are you in? It's just really, really fun. We see 2 premium hands here with Matthias committing himself.
Yeah, obviously a bit of an odd dynamic in the chip stacks at the table at the start of the final, with 4 players pretty short. Obviously now in the money, so expect the play to be a little more liberal, but you see Arthur raising it up. Ace Queen suited to Matthias. Not loving life with 9s +2 on a 9-handed table at the start of a final, but deciding it's just a little too strong not to go with. And for 14 big blinds, Jeff, it's hard to see Arthur having a chance to get away from this. I don't think he's going to loving it, but
yeah, he realizes that it's probably not ace-jack, but likely a pair, and you know, he just doesn't want to see ace-king there, really.
Yeah, this one. I mean, he just doesn't want to be all in the flip at this stage, does he? Neither.
Yeah.
It's just bad for these 2 players and great for the rest of the short stacks to see this happen.
Yeah, Artur does have him covered, but he realizes that this is the majority of his chips, and there's our ace-queen. Let's see.
Yeah, there we go.
Test it out. It is suited, though. That's a little bit so hard.
It's going to need some help. Deuce 4 running spades will do the trick.
Ty's thinking of a card. He knows there's some extra. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, pair in the board. Here we go. We're getting ready to pay it out. The prepay, Jeff.
The prepay?
It's like the reverse of putting the coat on in the bag, right?
Oh.
Prepay didn't work this time.
big double there for Matthias. Back almost to 1 million chips. Pretty fast start, just how he drew it up.
Yeah, and up to a comfortable stack really with 30 bigs, with now a whole host of players around the 15 big blind mark. He gets to chill out a little bit. This 9-handed table.
Yeah, Artur's saying, come on, man, this is Russia. It's
Yeah.
final table. I'm
What's
supposed
going
to
on?
win those flips.
I mean, yeah, it's big. Well, they're guaranteed 43.5 now. If you somehow just sort of get up to fourth, you're guaranteed 145. So
Yeah, big difference. See this super talented final table. Webster kind of hung around, never really got it going, but just finds his way again to a final table. Paul, fresh off the Industry Person of the Year award, he's having a good week.
one thing he doesn't look to me as fresh. I think maybe he was playing a little bit of
yeah,
cash
could
slots now or
have
something.
been some cash games. It's also bright lights, you know, down there. It's just taking it in. You got Matthias has got the glasses. I think that's a good rule. I don't like to wear glasses, but if one guy does, then you know it's fair game. I don't like to be the guy to
You don't
break
wanna be
out
the
the
one to start it
glasses. Yeah. And, so now he's got some chips. He's still gonna fold the Queen Jack final table, realizing there's a lot of shove stacks and just not quite time to get involved.
And here's one of those shove stacks and a hand worthy of shoving with. Webster ace-10.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess just a little too good, but it's probably literally his stone bottom. Ace
Right.
9, he's folding. Ace 9 suited. I don't even know. And Ace 10, he just says, you know what, it's enough.
10 bigs.
Yeah, gotta go for it. Also, something when you're short at a final table, it's called the risk premium. When you're the shortest, not really much to lose. If you're, the fifth stack, fourth stack, and you're short and you push it all in, you are putting yourself at risk for some pretty, payout problems. But
Yeah, and he has come in here as the shortest by a very small margin, but he is, exactly as you say, in that spot where he has the least to worry about.
yeah, but as we know many times, shortest stack ends with the most. It doesn't mean anything really. It's just, it helps. It's nice to be able to have a lot of chips. Doesn't guarantee anything. And we got a couple glasses here. 3 players wearing glasses.
Yeah, I think I saw Paul rocking the sunglasses over the top of the regular glasses.
Okay.
It's a strong look.
He's going double, yeah. Yeah, this is
Maybe quite bright on that. They can be quite bright, Jeff, TV tables, can't they?
yeah, no, for sure. There's something to that.
Yeah, see, look, double glasses for Paul. See.
Whatever works. He's got the ace deuce in the cutoff. These are one of those spots where, like, you kind of probably should, but you don't need to, and you just,
There we go. And that's, yeah, so Jeff, you're saying obviously a deviation from, obviously it's positive chip EV to shove there.
Yeah.
There's no denying that, but you're saying ICM-wise, he doesn't have to shove the spot.
yeah,
Decides to let it go. Phil, 1 seat over, and albeit a slightly weaker hand in King Jack, it does play better when called. He decides to jam. And he's asking the governor. He's asking Phil, did I do the right thing?
Maybe.
But Phil doesn't really care. Phil won the pot. He's happy.
Helps a lot. So maybe right. Maybe. Yeah. The best answer, right? Maybe. At least it's not a snap call.
ICMR?
Sure.
Moment.
Yeah, first in so powerful. I mean, if Paul shoves, he's going to win, though. Phil's not going to call it off with King Jack in that spot. King Jack off.
I had a good feeling.
Our chip leader,
Good feeling, I call it. That's it.
mysterious Ivan Liao,
That's what I do.
popping up ace deuce.
Very sunglass, even nothing to look at.
Arthur, of course, now very short, having lost that flip.
No one can see through the blue sharks.
Facing and open. Not much you can do with Jack 10 suited.
Blue shark. Some serious sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean, this is, Ivan Liao, who, as we know, plays an aggressive
I had
style.
him on yesterday for a little bit. Yeah.
He's a fun chip leader to watch at a final
Yeah.
table.
Might
Like,
pull
this
it off
is...
He's going to
even
use the
here-
chip, isn't he, Jeff?
Yeah.
He's not one of those who's
This
going to
is-
sit there and...
This is one where you can just see any spot that he's looking that he might be able to open. He's opening like ace deuce off. This is definitely a aggressive open, but with his stack, you can't really blame him. He knows what he's doing, and he knows he's not going to get shoved on too light. And as it turns out, he is ahead. And look at that, nice flop.
Huge flop for Ivan. Ace 10, giving him trips. Unfortunately for him, Matthias has 5 high.
Yep. Ivan going to be having all the 6-7 suiteds, 8-9s, broadways. He's going to miss a lot, and he's just hoping his opponent has a 10. Kind of has to stick on, but just, you know, nice pot chipping up. Yeah, I want to say I believe Ivan's won a Triton event. I know he's won. We saw that he won the Sochi, I think the 100K a few years ago here. So, you know, he's a guy. He's not going to min cash a lot. He's gonna be table captain or move out.
He won that 100K back here in the millions, the regular millions, back in August 2018. I remember doing that one. It was a
$1 million score, over $1 million.
Yeah, over $1 million. It was
was that Webster there with them? No.
No, it wasn't. Maneglodo on that final as well.
Yeah.
That was he'd gone. I think I'm right in saying he was very, very much the big stack in the 50K, with very near the money. I remember this quite vividly. He's very near the money, chip leader, and he just blew up, dusted all the chips off, didn't even cash the 50K. Comes back the next day, plays the 100K, wins it.
Wow, it's pretty. Didn't have to stew long.
That's the thing with this guy. It'll happen sometimes. He's gonna blast off chip stacks and you know, to quote the saying, you know, look a fool. But other times he gets the final table with massive chip stacks.
Yep.
He knows these guys just have to fold. So Sam in the mixer. So he did go out on the mountain. Huh? He just big timed us. He just decided I wasn't going out with those guys. And
you know, I was chatting with him last night, and then he was on the fence, and I think he just probably slept in a bit. And then
probably went up a little bit later. Yeah.
It's a tough call. Do you go for sleep, or do you get out some fresh air, get some exercise?
I think I'd go for a little sleep before a 25K final.
Yeah.
They did finish quite late last night. I think about 12:30. So.
Phil Ivey, deep stack cash, plays tournaments. Obviously, has won some tournaments. Certainly comfortable on various stack sizes, but I think you know, he's generally probably not used to playing a lot of short 10 blind, 15 blind poker. I mean, he knows what to do. It's just it's not his.
It's not his wheelhouse, is it?
Yeah.
He wants to be in there betting like hundreds of thousands of dollars in deep stack cash games.
It's interesting here. It looks like he raised King Queen suited to 70.
Yeah,
off a pretty short stack. And if you're Webster here,
again, it's like bottom of where you want to be at, right?
Yeah, you're kind of thinking, what is Phil? Is Phil shoving? You would think he might shove a hand like this, right? Like he's going to be min raising a lot of king, you know, his top premiums, but it does show if a player of Phil's caliber has some raises, not just shoves, even with good hands. And this is what he didn't want to see.
Yeah, and it's 10 blinds. I just don't see Jeff with King Queen suited how you can fold the 10 blinds, but who knows? Maybe he decides with the ICM in play. But something tells me Phil's probably someone who's I'm going to go out and say he's probably a little bit less knowledgeable about ICM than some of the newer pros, but also probably someone who cares a little bit less about it as well.
Yeah.
Phil loves to win. He's trying everything, isn't he?
He doesn't have his Russia hat on today, which I'm worried about. That's that's working well.
Here.
I don't know what that one is. Maybe that's. He's doing some math, thinking about it. I mean, again, he's just going to have jacks, 10s, 9s, ace 10, ace jack like he has. Doesn't want to see ace queen,
Phil
ace
says
king.
whatever. We'll take that.
Yeah, it's a
40% chance to knock out a player, and well, got a pretty decent stack himself.
Whatever, Sam.
Whatever, you had a good feeling.
Well, that is a horrendous flop for Phil. Reduced to just 4 outs. He can be killed by any heart.
Jack is good card.
Hello.
Good card for Phil.
Back in the game.
Very good card.
Another 6 outs popping out. Ace, King, Queen, or 9 that isn't a heart will send Webster to the rail. And that's exactly what it is.
Good feeling.
Whoa.
Yeah, good feeling.
It feels like a pretty bad beat once you've seen that flop.
Yeah. Wow.
Phil Ivey, ladies and gentlemen. 850K.
Man.
Webster, well, had a ninth, $43,500. He'll throw another $6,500 on top and pop on over to that 50K you see in the background.
Yeah, that.
So I can call. Yeah, so I don't want, if I make it 60, I might, if I make it 60, I might
Surprise
call.
himself in.
Yeah.
Adjust the structure to lower the levels to 40 minutes to accommodate you guys to get into that.
What is the level now?
It's
Yeah.
45 minutes and we play 2 levels and a break of 10 minutes. So we're going to do 40 minutes and 3 levels of 40 minutes and a break of 15 minutes.
So make it faster so we can play this tournament?
Yeah.
I don't care. Anyone object can object.
If you want to object, if anyone objects.
5 minutes, not much difference. 5 minutes.
It's okay, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't think it changes much. It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Jeff, you gotta love the high roller
Next time
world.
start this one earlier.
That
one later.
Skill players like Sam.
Yeah.
Things are a little different. They're like,
Start
most
at one, there was
poker
like
tournaments around the world, the players want longer levels. These guys are like, yeah, shorten them a little bit. We can go jump in that 50K.
Yeah.
Yes.
Start at 1.
Real big disadvantage.
Start at 1 is okay for us. We
For
finish
everyone,
at
for
12
everyone all that
last
skill.
time. 7 hours.
You better win the tournament fast.
I got more than you.
Yeah, I think that's one adjustment. You know, Sam's one of the big stacks there, and he does fold the ace-4 off, which is interesting. I think that's something in the you know, numerously used to be. I think people would open spots like that. It would be a little too wide, and they make some adjustments on those weak ace opens in late positions because you just get shoved on so much. The hand you don't want to call, and I think that's a nice adjustment that it's been seen.
Especially with Alta behind with what 6.5 blinds to be shoved just to call, and Tim had about 15,
Right.
and Adrian with just over 20. It's
Yeah.
it's quite likely you're gonna get shoved on when you open up, right?
Yep. No, Ivan's got even a much bigger stack. Also, just kind of going for every single spot.
That's the thing, right?
He's
Ivan's
gonna
doing a job
open.
for you, right? So he's gonna put the
Right.
he's gonna put the short stacks under a lot of pressure. So maybe for medium stack, you can just kind of chill out and
Yeah.
let Ivan do his thing.
Yeah, it's true because different players play differently. Like certain players have that stack, like Ivan. They're not necessarily gonna go for it as much, but he's gonna do some hard, dirty work for you, put people to all in, and make them risk their stacks. So
The chip lead is someone who's not that familiar with it, and they play a little overly tight, and the short stacks can get away with more. It's bad for the medium stacks, but
Yep.
right now they're loving that Ivan's got the chip lead.
You're telling yourself?
Ivan reminding Adrian of the situation.
Yeah, this is brilliant. I love this guy. It's just limp. Oh. There we go. Exactly that.
We know he had an ace. It looks like.
He's not passing up on spots.
You are 細你兩格，我應該係推我唔知喎。10個大網喎，紅花推啊，紅花唔使講啊，同埋鋪啊，我唔識。call 到你都熟咗啦，得唔得？call 到你冇嘢贏。
Right, we see Matthias there now. A little different. He's got some chips. King Jack taking a look around. One of those hands again, sort of in this position. You know, he's gonna want to open, but he knows that it's a little dicey.
Right, and Ivan's still in the hand, but at least he's in the small blind. All right, Timothy, 13.5 in the same hand. You think, Jeff, perhaps just the open's a little bit too early and the cutoff's a little too early for the rejam there?
Yeah, it's close. I mean, King Queen, King Jack suited. I don't even know if he would shove King Jack suited. It's an awkward it's an awkward open. He knows though his stack, like Matthias doesn't want to call it off either. It's a lot
Right.
of his chips, so yeah, it's close.
Ivan is going to call and play as many hands as he can with that big stack from the small blind queen 10 off. Paul in the big.
Yeah, he is suited. He's short enough where he's getting such a good price that to get back into. The problem is that, as we see, he's dominated in this spot, so it's tricky, right? These are very difficult hands to play because your offense just dominated.
This is a bit of a flop.
Yeah.
We've got Ivan.
No, this is
open ender and overcard. Paul's flop top pair. Matthias's flop top pair with a better kick. This could all go in.
Yeah, Paul's got to just rip it here.
And this is House of Paul's ripping at Matthias. We assume going to rip it as well, and then you got to try and make Ivan fold an open ender and an overcard.
Stop the clock first.
Yeah, man.
Hey, move time bang.
Oh, you have to stop the clock.
Stop the clock.
Yeah, before you count.
Give it another 20 seconds.
Yeah, Paul's got to like that. I mean, he's so short,
30 a day.
gets in, flops top pair, but he actually he's running diamonds. He's got three. He's got some stuff happening. Ivan's got a big chunk of this board. No flush draw out there, so queen 10, the best draw possible. Blocks actually the nuts, but I mean, this is Matthias. I mean, there's only one move here, right? What's he gonna do?
I mean, I feel like you just got to commit, haven't you? You don't want Ivan to overcall with like a pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, or this particular exact hand, but I mean, whoa.
Okay, he doesn't like to call. He's going to have some hands that he doesn't want to shove with, right? 9s, 8s. If he's open with a 9. And now Ivan, I guess it just makes sense just to call, right? Either makes his hand or he makes his hand, he makes the nuts.
Yeah,
I think the jamming doesn't achieve a whole lot, does it, making Matthias fold?
Wait,
He does fold.
he folded? Wait, he called, or did? No, Matthias called. Okay, he folded. Wow.
I'm surprised he folded that one.
Yeah,
Jeff.
me too.
I mean, it's just a nut draw. I guess there's not a lot of. Well, let's talk about it in a second. As Paul misses the turn, just needs a 3 or an 8 for the chop. Deuce on the end.
Ivan's dialed in today. Saved
Yeah.
some chips and.
It's an interesting one. I know there's not a lot back to win. He's getting a pretty good price there. You figure you got an overcard.
I'm also. I'm just trying to think if I like Matthias calling there or just jamming. I guess. I mean.
Well, if you can call it, I mean, I like the call in the sense that you're going to have some weak hands that you can protect that just by calling. But at the same time, does anyone think you're ever folding for the other 2/3 of your stack? I'm not sure.
Right. Interesting hand there. And Matthias maneuvering well, getting up over
You had the winning
$1
hand.
million now, and
You win.
We can't take unofficial final tabletop, okay?
Matthias asking, "Did you win?" Which is kind of funny. Like, oh, would you like wants to know, are you steaming? Are you?
Yeah. Am I lucky that I'm still in?
Yeah. All right, so a couple pay jumps down to 7.
Yeah, that was worth $58,000 coming 8th.
Did you have Fury?
Everyone now guaranteed
Bet Fury?
72.5.
I was betting him all week as well. I kept saying I was going to bet him. And last minute I got a text from Carl Frupp, Carl Frupp, Xboxer, who's a commentator on the fight. He was at World Champion.
Well, as if we took a quick look at that and how it's affected our final table, Otto the shortest with 9 bigs. Middle of the pack situation going on. Just Ivan Liao way out in front with that 2.7 million chips. And Jeff, I do understand these guys are taking the final table photo now. So we're going to have a very short break, no more than 5 minutes, and then play will resume here at Casino Sochi on this 25k high roller final table.
Life don't change until you change. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself.
He decides to check back on this board. Oh my word.
And it's an ace on the turn, that's it. Oh mama indeed. Makes the call with the ace high. And what a call it is.
7 of diamonds, Mike. It's over. He has done it.
Wow! Straight flush versus nut flush. Have you seen a sicker hand?
Wow! What a goal! That's phenomenal!
Oh my God.
That is the greatest goal I've seen live. You saw it.
Champagne for the casino. You play, you win. Next time play, you win, right?
Thank you for your advice.
I don't think he made it in. It was
Did he
obviously
not get
planning.
it? I think I saw he posted something that he was out there.
Oh really? Maybe he popped
Yeah.
up a little bit later than he didn't make it out with us, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is. I mean, if you look, I'm not familiar with this player. Artur seemed, from what we saw, played really well, and obviously, it's a very strong final table. So it's gonna be fun to watch. I think that's what's so unique about poker. It's just, again, always different, right? It's like sports. Even you get matched up, teams play, they play again later in the season. It's always different situation. You know, who's got more chips? What position are you in? It's just really, really fun. We see two premium hands here with Matthias committing himself.
Yeah, obviously a bit of an odd dynamic in the chip stacks at the table at the start of the final with 4 players pretty short. Obviously now in the money, so expect the play to be a little more liberal, but you see Artur raising it up. Ace Queen suited Matthias. Not loving life with 9s +2 on a 9-handed table at the start of a final, but deciding it's just a little too strong not to go with. And for 14 big blinds, Jeff, it's hard to see Artur having a chance to get away from this. I don't think he's going to loving it, but
Yeah, he realizes that it's probably not ace-jack, but likely a pair, and, you know, he just doesn't want to see ace-king there, really.
yeah, this one. I mean, he just doesn't want to be all in the flip at this stage, does he? Neither.
Yeah.
It's just bad for these 2 players and great for the rest of the short stacks to see this happen.
Yeah, Artur does have him covered, but he realizes that this is the majority of his chips, and there's our ace-queen. Let's see.
Yeah, there we
Let's
go.
test it out. It is suited, though. It adds a little bit. So hard.
It's going to need some help. Deuce 4 running spades will do the trick.
Ty's thinking of a card. He knows there's some extra It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, pairing the board. Here we go. We're getting ready to pay it out. The prepay, Jeff.
The prepay?
It's like the reverse of putting the coat on in the bag, right?
Oh.
Prepay didn't work this time.
The big double there for Matthias. Back almost to 1 million chips. Pretty fast start, just how he drew it up.
Yeah, and up to a comfortable stack really with 30 big.
Just taking it in. Matthias has got the glasses. I think that's a good rule. I don't like to wear glasses, but if one guy does, then it's fair game. I don't like to be the guy to break out the glasses. Yeah. And, so now he's got some chips. He's still going to fold the queen jack final table, realizing there's a lot of shove stacks and just not quite time to get involved.
And here's one of those shove stacks and a hand worthy of shoving with. Webster ace 10.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess just a little too good, but it's probably literally his stone bottom. Ace 9, he's folding. Ace 9 suited, I don't even know. And Ace 10, he just says, you know what, it's enough.
10 bigs.
Yeah, gotta go for it. Also, something when you're short at a final table, it's called the risk premium. When you're the shortest, not really much to lose. If you're, the fifth stack, fourth stack, and you're short and you push it all in, but Phil's not going to call it off with king jack in that spot. King jack off.
I had a good feeling.
Our chip leader.
Good feeling, I call it. That's it.
Mysterious Ivan Liao.
That's what I do.
Popping up ace deuce.
Wearing sunglasses, even nothing to look at.
Alto, of course, now very short, having lost that flip.
No one can see through the blue sharks.
Facing and open. Not much you can do with jack 10 suited.
Blue shark. Some serious sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean, this is, Ivan Liao, who, as we know, plays an aggressive style.
I had him on yesterday for a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a fun chip leader to watch at a final table. Like, this is...
He's going to use the chip lead, isn't he, Jeff?
Yeah,
he's not one of those who's going to sit there and...
This is one where you can just see any spot that he's looking that he might be able to open, he's opening. Like ace deuce off, this is definitely a, aggressive open, but with his stack, you can't really blame him. He knows what he's doing, and he knows he's not going to get shoved on too light. And as it turns out, he is ahead, and look at that. Nice flop.
Huge flop for Ivan. Ace 10, giving him trips. Unfortunately for him, Matthias has 5 high.
Yeah. Ivan going to be having all the 6, 7 suiteds, 8, 9s, broadways. He's going to miss a lot, and he's just hoping his opponent deep stack cash, plays tournaments, obviously has won some tournaments, certainly comfortable on various stack sizes, but I think he's generally probably not used to playing a lot of shorts. 10 blind, 15 blind poker. I mean, he knows what to do. It's not his.
It's not his wheelhouse, is it?
Yeah.
He wants to be in there betting and it's 10 blinds. I just don't see Jeff with king queen suited how you can fold the 10 blinds. But who knows? Maybe he decides with the ICM in play. But something tells me Phil's probably someone who's not. I'm going to go out and say he's probably a little bit less knowledgeable about ICM than some of the newer pros, but also probably someone who cares a little bit less about it as well.
Yeah.
Phil loves to win. He's trying everything, isn't he?
He doesn't have his Russia hat on today, which I'm worried about. That's that's working
got him
well.
here.
I don't know what that one is. Maybe that's... He's doing some math, thinking about it. I mean, again, he's just going to have jacks, 10s, 9s, ace 10, ace jack like he has. Doesn't want to see ace queen,
Phil
ace king.
says whatever. We'll take that.
Yeah, it's a
40% chance to knock out a player, and well, got a pretty decent stack himself.
Whatever, Sam.
Whatever, you had a good feeling.
Well, that is a horrendous flop for Phil. Reduced to just 4 outs. He can be killed by any heart.
Jack is good card.
Hello.
Good card for Phil.
Back in the game.
Very good card.
Another 6 outs popping out. Ace, king, queen, or 9 that isn't a heart will send Webster to the rail. And that's exactly.
Oh my goodness.
And welcome back to the Million Super High Roller here in Sochi. This is, of course, event number 2, the 25K. And Ivan Lau leading the way with 7 remaining, 90 big blinds. 10 times the amount of our shortest stack. Arthur, he and Timothy Adams going to feel the pressure here, playing 7-handed with that full ante. Mateus, Ivy, Trickhead and Ibinger a little bit more comfortable in the middle, but things do move fast playing 7-handed. It's Matthias's, pardon me, it's Liao's tournament at the moment. There's still a lot of cards to be dealt, Jeff.
It's all on the line.
Yeah, still wide open. Yeah, this is as chip leader, it's a fine line, right? You wanna push the action, you wanna put pressure, but you don't wanna. You know, he knows he doubles up Mateos or one of these guys with $1 million. You know, he's it's not just gonna be a cakewalk. So he wants to not just give it away. Saw that with the Queen 10 that he. Whoa, well,
Here
look
we
at this.
go.
Speaking of this, this is gonna be a big pot.
Mateus in the cutter, finding 10s, opening it up. Ivan 3-bets the button.
There's just no way out of a flip here.
Mateus is loving life.
Yeah.
He's sick when he sees ace king.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, it's Ivan. He can't have a hand.
Yeah.
Play 2040, raise 65.
Yeah. It's 80k.
All in.
No, doesn't matter. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Well,
40K.
I can tell you who everyone is rooting for
was
several
40K
reasons.
Yeah.
Teos, definitely known as one of the best tournament
Is
players in the
there-
world.
I didn't
Also
know
pay
that.
jumps.
Yeah.
Also just
Yeah.
chip disparity, right?
Is there
It's
enough for one, or-
Did you put 40 in all?
evens
Yeah.
things up a bit
I
versus.
put 30 in each. It's 40.
All right, well, the blind's going up mid-hand.
Take the
See a
pool
little
out of
mistake
the
there.
guy.
That's right. Almost.
Well, 10, 5, 3, all but seals it. Backdoor spades and a couple of running straight chances for Ivan.
Oh,
Not
no.
to be. 10's full, easy.
How much? 660.
That's what it is,
Li-
Jeff. If you're
the
one of the
life
best in the world, you
Mateos.
just you flop
I
sets
was
in these
watching
spots.
his all-in, you know, his demeanor, and just seeing maybe pick up on some energetic stuff there. He just does it, you know. Those huge. Those are big flips, man. Final
Massive.
tables, ICM, gets a min cash. He's in the 50K. All of a sudden now he's actually I don't know if he played short deck. Maybe he's got the day off, but either way, it's a big swing. 20% of chips in play all of a sudden.
Yeah, and 1 point, having second place. More importantly, although Ivan's still on his left, still with the chip lead.
Yeah, now for Ivan, very frustrating. You build up a big chip lead. You get in versus, you know, an elite opponent, one of the best in the world, and you have ace king. You know, you're playing great. You're picking up pots. Then you get in a basically tier 1 ace king offsuit. You know, big hand and don't win the flip. But that's why having a chip lead's nice. You can withstand
Yeah,
some
okay.
adversity. Still got plenty of chips and lost a fair fight there.
Another one of the players who's had a decent start to the day. Matthias 6s, +1. This just feels like a grim hand, Jeff. Like, not a lot good happens. +1 in a 7-handed game. You got 6s. You got the 2 chip leaders behind you.
Yeah, his stack a little more solid now. I mean, the blinds did go up though, so
Right, 20-40, so he's 31
still
bigs.
in that vulnerable spot, but
Yeah, I
interesting.
like it.
You know, so yeah, I think makes sense, but it's nice to see the best in the world and see some of the spots where you're like
Right.
not sure, or you're like, oh, I might
took
have
a while,
probably
yeah, he
open,
was-
but you can see making some tight folds and spots is the right move.
I love it. Phil limping and Sam deciding to pop it up with 4 high.
Yeah,
It's-
Phil and Sam are definitely, you know, they're friendly, and this just shows you it's like this. Sam just knows that's the right move, like in this spot with his stack and what's going on, and you know, it's not we're kind of buddies. Like it's a spot that Sam, it's not a mandatory raise. I mean, if you plug in small blind, big blind, and in this situation, it's a good hand with one of your worst hands to put pressure on.
Right.
But I could easily see him just check back. And Sam going for it today.
Well, there we go. Confirmation blinds 20k, 40k, and that's what it does to the stacks. Mateus up to 35 big blinds, courtesy of that flip. Liao still with 50, and certainly a little divide forming, Jeff. The 3 shorter stacks, especially Timothy and Arthur.
Yeah.
10 bigs and below. That's this danger zone in tournament poker.
For sure. Yeah, there's still Ivan, still 50, still very healthy.
Yeah, and Sam's got not a bad seat there, does he? He's got Ivan and Adrian on his right.
Yeah.
With a little Ivy in the sandwich.
Oh, and also, Ivan going to be the most active. Also got good seat against him. It's definitely nice.
Speaking of, I'm going to raise the minimum on the button, King 10 of diamonds. Sam with an ace in the small.
Sam kind of going at. I mean, this one is off Phil stack, his min race. Wow, this is.
Yeah, I'm surprised because Arthur's so short in the big blind. He's going to get a lot of hands in. Phil's not opening quite as wide as maybe usual.
You know, I think though, here's the thing. When Phil min raises here and Sam has an ace in this situation, you got to believe if Phil has like King Jack, you know, or if he has the King Queens, pocket sevens, pocket eights, he's shoving, right? I don't think he's going to min raise most likely. So Sam basically says, I know you know, and kind of realizes he probably has a hand like this.
Right, these slightly more mediocre, or his nutted hands as well. Of
Right.
course. Phil's gonna have
So
a bit of balance
you know,
in there.
for that reason, I think this is Phil partially. You know, this is I think I don't know how I see this situation. Phil really prides himself on his post-flop ability, likes to, you know, not be all in. But in this particular scenario in tournaments, I would like to see him shove for this reason, just because, like, if let's say Sam even has ace-jack, ace-9 suited, you know, these type of hands, like, you want to be first in, take your equity. Say Sam has eights here. You know, you're going to get the equity in, and then a spot like you're opening up Sam, a player who goes for spots like this isn't going to happen. You're just going to win the pot. You take it down. Arthur short. I think it's this is the exact reason why you'd want to shove a hand like this. And Sam's taking advantage of this spot.
Yeah, and Phil said, this is stupid. I think maybe regretting not having just jammed it in.
Yeah, Phil's going to fold here. He's going to fold. I mean, the guy's got 200K in the big blind.
Right.
He's got still enough to play with. There's other short stack. Like, it's just a great spot for Sam to shove. And this is I think he knows he should have shoved that one. And Sam.
2 players shorter, considerably so.
There's no friends at the poker table, but that one, you know, when Ivy watches the replay, he's going to see Sam going, taking every spot, the 3-4.
Just because you don't mind losing to me. Huh? You don't mind losing to me, is that why?
Just because.
It's Phil definitely a little irritated about that spot.
Diamond. I was going to call. Swear to God, I was going to. I mean, just
I understand.
Just felt like calling.
You're not winning.
Huh?
Yeah, that's all you got to say for Sam in that spot. You were not winning.
Make you feel better. Nice friend like that.
Yeah,
I'm a nice friend like that.
Yeah, but make me feel better. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah.
Nice friend like that until he sees the ace-4 offsuit later on.
Right. And now you got queens, Phil. Yeah, see, this is a hand I would expect. These are the hands to raise off this kind of stack. Queens, kings, ace-king. To be fair, though, so here's how I would approach that. I actually was just going over some of these spots, and it makes sense because you do want to have some raise folds. So if you're only min-raising queens, kings, aces, ace-king suited, not that, you know, in a vacuum, not like everyone's going to know that, though, anyway, but you'd want to maybe have like a king-8 suited, you know, an ace, ace-4, or some hands where you might want to raise fold, plug those in, but then the hands like king-10 suited, king-jack suited, your pairs you want to shove. That's just like your smaller pairs. But you can't just have min raises with aces and
Right.
kings, or else then everyone's gonna be like, oh, that's the guy that just always has it.
Matthias, king 10 suited in the big. Is he thinking about doing something here?
Yeah,
I mean,
seriously.
call seems the
Call seems for sure the right play.
play,
Like,
but he's
seen
tank.
Phil's min raise.
He is.
And look at Phil's gonna
Just
get a
put it
bite on
him.
this one.
Yeah.
There you
Feels
go.
like not folding this time, pal.
We'll have some time to train.
I'm a little bit interested about that, I guess.
What'd you have, sevens? Did you really? You did, right?
Not just then. No, no.
No, before that.
Same.
What's the difference? I want to see it in a second. So sick.
You're not going to see shit.
What is wrong with you? I'm going to see it.
I told you enough. I could tell you shit.
10, 6, deuce, Matthias. Some extra outs. Phil, though, looking pretty good for the double up here.
Something's really wrong with you. I'm going to see it.
There is something wrong with me,
10
obviously.
minutes.
Oh,
There it
goodness.
is.
Good luck.
2 outs, 1 card to come. Otherwise, Phil Ivey's off to play short deck.
Unlucky, mate.
Here it is, Matthias. What a great start he's had, Jeff.
That's a tough spot when Ivy's sitting there asking you, and I'm going to see it soon, because in Sam's mind, you know, like, you don't want to be, I had ace-4 out. Like, it's like you don't want to, like, kind of rattle him or, like, upset him, and then the next thing you know, the card hits. And
But it's also quite funny. I almost feel like it's beneath Phil Ivey to be asking a player what he had in hand. The Phil Ivey I know is a massive enigma who doesn't care what you think or what you did. You know,
True.
he's already worked it all out. Come on, Phil.
I think maybe he's got the turning bug. He's
Yeah,
curious.
like-
He's looking to get back into the tournament scene, and he's a student of the game, though. I mean, there's no question he's going to go look and check it out.
Yeah,
you know,
of course.
but
But I like. But we all know he's gonna do that. But you
Yeah.
don't see him do that. Like, he's
yeah,
just,
I hear you.
You know,
I'm
you hear
with
all
you.
the stories about him not having heard of like certain players, didn't know he'd backed certain players. You know?
Right.
I don't want him asking Sam what he had. Phil leaves with 72.5.
Pays
So
for
a short tech
50K.
this afternoon, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone now guaranteed 87. We play our final 6. There's your chip leader. Still just about. Matthias, only a shade behind him now. I'll tell you what, Jeff, this man, Tim Adams, doing a pretty good job here. It's come in very short. It's gone from 43.5 guaranteed to double that now, 87.
Yeah, Tim certainly knows how to navigate a short stack. I mean, he just plays so many tournaments, so many of these high roller 20-person to 60-person fields, and I've seen him, like I said, this year he's had a lot of success in the just getting some huge scores, getting some wins, some seconds, but sometimes it's just not, the tournament doesn't shake out where you get to be the chip leader, you get to be in control. Sometimes you got to come from the back, you got to just lay low, and then all of a sudden you catch a double, get back in the game, it gets down to 4 or 5 handed, and you know, anything could happen.
All right. Kings.
Trick, it's like, man, I've been driving some trash hands. This is what can I do with this one? Tier 1.
Tier 1 indeed. Arthur just folding and enjoying watching some action. Not going to be an action this hand.
Sam rocking the buttons down again, just letting it air out. It's hot.
Got his look.
Yeah.
You know, it's worked so far in this tournament.
Yeah. So I mean, do you agree that King 10 suit? I think it's just pretty easy shove.
It's an interesting one, right? Because I don't think he can't really be light opening there with Arthur in the big blind, which is 5 bigs. So I don't know what Sam thinks, like how wide his opening. So maybe you have a little bit more protection by opening small. But I'm with you. I think I'd personally just jam.
Yeah.
But
because you're inviting that play from Sam. That's really, you're not
Right.
folding Arthur. So like, if somehow Sam has ace queen or 8s or 9s, you know,
yeah,
you're gonna get fold out your equity, and a hand like that, you deny him to jam some of those weak aces. And
Yes, thing. If Sam's going to jam ace-4, then I definitely would rather just be jamming.
And also, what does he do with king jack off? Do you think Sam calls if he jams? I don't know how many blinds he had, so it's like that, and there's that merit too.
Yeah.
It's 85, right?
Yeah, no, I suppose there's not so much upside playing a pot against Arthur as well. So you don't lose too much of the value of king 10 suited, as we see this hand. Matthias opening 9-7 of hearts. Battle of the big stacks. Ivan defending ace-5, and Matthias. Well, he's flipped nothing so far, Jeff, but open-ender. And his pairs are live.
Interesting. Decides not to c-bet with that draw. I guess just doesn't want to get blown off by Ivan.
And look at this. Turns a pair, and now Ivan comes out betting with his ace-high.
So when Ivan leads here, I'm not in love with this because I think for that reason that Matthias checks, it means he has some kind of equity, right? If Matthias did have like queen king, I think he's going to bet here on the flop. So when he checks back, means in my mind he has some showdown value. So this ace-5 stab is pretty.
There's maybe a few hands you can make him fold, but none of them are that likely.
Yeah, and this is a pretty strong run out for Ivan.
Check, check. Ace wins. It's a little unfortunate Matthias had his hand as strong as a 9, because he may have well have stabbed at that one himself.
Yeah. Yeah, as played, it worked out very well.
How much you play, Matthias?
1-8.
1-8. No tight anymore?
Very tight.
Yeah, Ivan Lialdo, type of player that's just, you know, blast to watch. Like, it's what I remember about kind of poker in the old days. Like, just, you know, the character, he's talking, he's having fun, he's doing it all. Yeah, you can even loosen it up. Some of these guys like Adrian, Mateos, and these guys who, you know, you're not used to probably seeing chatting.
Yeah, I hope I can do one.
Oh, Sam is going to call. He has an ace. Artur flipping with jack 10 suited.
I mean, what's he waiting for? What's that, 1, 2 blinds? Yeah. 3 blinds?
Just over 4 blinds, so 3 more.
Yeah.
Sam does cool, and as I say, this is a flip.
And Artur got, no one has a spade.
All spades, as you say, none there. Queen, jack or 10. See Artur take the lead in this one.
Spade makes it even more interesting. No.
5 gives Sam a wheel draw. Not that he needs it, just needs to fade those 10 cards. And another bust out. Artur out in 6th. Going fast, Jeff. These guys are getting it in.
Yeah. Also, the short stacks are getting knocked out. You know, the runouts. The hand with Matthias, where if he defended king 10 suited, he's going to get it in there anyway. Not that it really matters, but you can see that was, you know, that was one
deviation, should we say?
Yeah. And I was a bit surprised he shoved that particular hand because he's likely behind. Maybe could get some ace highs to fold on the flop.
Right, I guess he just thought maybe it's kind of a flow hand where he thinks Phil's just going to try and get one through, having raised folded the other one, the hand before after a long time.
Yeah, it's true. And I guess the other side of that is if it comes like deuce, deuce, 6 and Ivy has queen jack suited, you know, he could get blown off it. Timothy Adams just
going up the pay ladder. Just climbing on up there. Everyone now guaranteed 116. Mateos, thoughts of more than that.
Now here's a guy that I think can win with ace queen. Let's see. I like his hand here. I think he's gonna. It's in the cutoff. He's got position now.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, we kind of alluded, Jeff, that this might happen. The final started short stacked with that long bubble, but quite quickly we got to the stage where now we got all these guys with like 30 or 40 bigs, some with more. Only Tim short. Adrian limping in the cutoff. Interesting
I like it. He's just
Just
it's
mixing
like
up, right?
also just
Ivan's going to 3-bet him quite wide, so he wants to limp in. He wants to have some strong hands when he limps. Sam completed the small with King 10 and flops best on King Jack Deuce. But it is Mateos who's going to fire one out here from the cutoff with his nut gut shot and, of course, backdoor diamonds.
Also, maybe Mateos just knows that ace queen, so not a great hand.
To win
Try
with,
not
right?
to put you can't fold it, so you either raise or call and minimize the amount you put in.
I'm surprised though, like ace queen's in that limp range. I mean, we just learn when you watch Mateos every time. I mean, Sam, if he were to hit his gin card, would be in a lot of trouble.
Yep. And now Adrian decides, do I want to put pressure on a jack?
And that's exactly what it looks like he's going to do.
And how strong can Sam's king be? It's like not king jack. He blocks king queen. It's not ace king. So all of a sudden he can kind of say it's likely king X if he has a king or a jack. Like even jack queen, jack 10 can't really hold on here.
And there we go. He's bet big, going for pot. And on the flip of this, right, we know Mateos is going to be balanced and he's going to limp some strong hands, but we don't expect it to be. I mean, there aren't too many hands we expect to limp in and be strong on this flop, right? We assume ace king he's raising. We'd assume ace queen is raising probably as well, but it gives up.
Yeah.
Interesting, very interesting.
I wonder if on a spade he would, like a 8 of spades, if he would rip it in there, which.
Right, Sam can't have jack X of spades. He could have king X of spades, but makes it quite an attractive proposition. Just learn every time I watch Adrian play. I learn, but I'm surprised that ace queen suited fits into that limp strategy from the cutoff. I know you've got to have some strong hands, but if you're going to limp off 30,
it's interesting to note ace queen again doesn't come through. Just saying. Just keep an eye on that.
Just lesson for the week. Get the ace queen in the market.
I just say
don't go chasing flushes and short deck.
I remember Daniel Negreanu back in like 03 or 4 or 5. It was like one of those side events, and he did like the ESPN would do the cut and do an interview, and Daniel's like, ace queen I call it 2.7 hand because he said he's down 2.7 because he's down $2.7 million with that hand. Like, and it made me realize, start thinking about it. I was like, man, that hand just seems to cause trouble. It is tricky, right? It's hard to really get big value when you hit an ace,
right?
Or a queen to. So it's like makes sense. It's just not that. Yeah, sure, in an all-in spot, like you're going to dominate some hands, and you're going to be flipping a lot too.
Ivan. Pop it up. Now how even this is getting between him, Sam, and Matthias.
Shaking on his big blind now because she's so tight, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It is, of course, Tim in the big on that very short stack. And he finds 2 10s, Jeff. Here we go. In they go.
So tight.
Very
so tight, eh? Just waits for hands.
Wait for pocket
waits for hands.
Ivan with 1 over.
Yeah, no. It's
not so tight.
Very tight.
No.
Yeah.
It's a good hand. It qualifies.
Yeah.
For sure.
Ooh.
Wow. He finds the king, but a 10
wow.
rolls out behind it.
Man, 10s are hot. That's the best card in the deck for basically
Queen or heart.
best. Yeah.
Or pardon me, even the 8, of course, would give him the low straight.
Oof.
Ooh, the red card. Tim, back to 15 blinds. Ivan still over 2 million in chips.
Literally the best card in the deck. The heart.
No tight anymore.
Yeah, Sam late registered. He hasn't been playing a ton of tournaments, but just gets right back in the swing of things.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is Sam a short deck guy now as well? Or
I don't think so.
I've never seen him play one, but you never know. So maybe he's just got that nice little schedule we're talking about, a little Hold'em event, day off, Hold'em event, day off. It's nice.
He wins this one, he may just find his way over, try it out.
If you are just joining us, this is the 25k Super High Roller Series. Event number 2. 5 remain. We lost Webster in 9th, Pulper in 8th, Phil Ivey in 7th. Arthur in 6th. Our winner will be one of these 5. Tim Adams just doubled. Nursed this short stack nicely up to the final 5.
I did have a king. Definitely had a hand that qualified. You play Shortdeck?
Nah,
Oh,
too lazy.
He's the only one that plays. We can make this structure hour-and-a-half levels.
Well, there we go, Jeff. There was the answer.
The answer, we even got to find out the other guys aren't either.
Yeah,
so
it's funny because I saw when they discussed shortening the clock from 45 minutes to 40, Tim was like, whatever. I could tell he didn't want to do it, but he's like, whatever you guys want.
Right.
It's tough in these events. You don't want to, but you know you kind of have to say yes to that question. Like, it's a brave man who tells Paul, no, we're keeping the structure as it is, and you miss that event, you're missing it.
Yeah. Yeah, 5 minutes a level, not much, but does add up. It gets you, you know, half hour extra time to play short deck. You know, guys are gambling at the early stages.
I always think, Jeff, in these kind of situations, you know, registration closes and that short deck at the time it closes, but there can be caveats. There can be, if you're on the final table of the tournament from the day before, then we'll allow you to come in a little bit later. So I'd like to see the situation dealt with, because say Ivan goes on to win this and misses out on playing that event. It's not great.
Yeah, I agree.
Is this the one excuse for being late?
This time, Matthias goes with the delayed C-bet.
And perfect hand Jeff against Ivan with an ace is going to call.
Wow, he's going to raise.
Oh, hang on a second, yeah. Wow.
Wow. You know, and this is, he might see this one through, honestly, with him. He's just on a pure heart bluff, right? Like, just no equity bluff, really. Well, what, three out bluff. But the thing is, I think he knows that, too, that Matthias is going to check back. He's repping a 7, right? He's saying, look, I would check a flop with a 7, and then on the turn, I would check raise you. And this is a tough spot. It's just so crazy. You know, Ivan's like the guy that you know could really go for like a crazy play, but it's still difficult. It shows you how strong a play this is. So his hand's too good to fold.
On the flip, obviously, it's not ideal having ace high, right? We want Matthias to have a delayed C-bet with some ace highs. So
yeah.
Let's see what happens. Matthias, obviously, with a very strong hand, the way he's played this one, raising up, checking back Jack 7-7.
Ivan got bailed out with an ace last time. This time it is the fake ace, and just decide what he wants to do here. Ivan's going to go for it. Adrian's very interested in this, too. He knows, like, he's repping a 7.
It seems to me if you're doing this with ace high, you've got to follow up, right? Because ace high is good enough just to call the turn with.
Yeah, and I think Matthias is going to be happy to check down here. Yeah.
Oh, Ivan's slipping in a little bit, Jeff.
Yeah.
Into 1.6. Matthias up over the 2 million chip mark. And there we go, Jeff. That is that 50k short deck going on. Baskiakowski, he's the one they say may be the best at that game, right?
Yep, he's in that conversation.
No rest for the wicked. Straight in there.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a tough decision. Mr. Jason Kuhn, also regarded one of the best. He's had some big results at some of the Triton stops, winning some short deck events. Big 2 in 1 week one time, and There's Chidwick.
There's Chidwick with a bunch of chips. What a surprise.
Yeah. There's Paul over there in action too. See behind. Carry Cats, Mr. Poker Go.
El Jefe.
He's
Seemed to be having a lot of fun on the short deck final yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You could tell he's very much new to the game, but quite informed about the game. He was talking. I was quite impressed. He kind of knew all the equities when they came up on the table. He was kind of mentioning that someone was narrowly ahead, someone was narrowly behind, but was obviously still really enjoying the process of learning the game.
Yeah.
What's going on here? We've got Greenwood on Greenwood action. Are they sat next to each other?
And they got a big stack. That's a lot of
Look
chips.
at this. They are indeed sat next to each other. That's a lot of fun.
Paul, Mr. Triton, right there, rocking the badges. They are, unfortunately, looks like the South Korea event fully canceled. The Montenegro one, I know, being talked about. That's the next one up, coming up pretty soon.
It's, I mean,
likely to.
Obviously, no confirmed news yet about Montenegro, but it's not too far away, and the trend going the way it is. I guess the one advantage you have with these kind of fields, the Triton fields, you can probably get away with it a little bit more because the fields are smaller, less people are traveling. But it's hard to predict where things will be in 2 months' time for Montenegro. Let's just have to hope it goes ahead. And that's the other advantage. They can kind of call it late. It's not like you're running an event with 1,000 players and they need to know if they need to not book flights.
Yeah, in hotel, you have to block off all the rooms. And
right. High rollers, they can come in with not much notice.
So Sam just called out of the big blind here with ace-queen, which I like. You know, it's generally, you look at the big blind, you think, oh, they're going to have kind of weak cards that can play to your advantage. And here he's got the best hand and wins a decent pot.
Yeah, Sam, with that still one short stack in there, doesn't want to get too many hands in pre-flop. And as you say, lovely to have such strong hands in the big blind when you call, right? They're expecting you to have the 5-7 suited. You're in there with ace queen, and they go barreling off on ace high boards. You just get them.
Yeah. Timothy, no decision. It's been pretty smooth for him. I mean, he's basically not really had to get involved much, and then he just had 10s in a clean spot. And
it's the one hand he's played.
Yeah.
He's sort of made 80k by sitting there and watching. And now he's in it with a chance.
Okay, so
and you always know with Ivan in the field, like you never know, a big pot can come out of nowhere.
Yeah, so we see pretty reasonable spot here, and everyone's going to have a little something. Pretty good flop for both players.
Yeah, Ivan's second pair.
Backdoor
nut clubs.
Like to bet here. You know, again, similar having middle pair, but it's a very vulnerable board.
Green tea and a water, please.
Against Jack 10, I mean, certainly with that, it's not going away. He's got drawn to the nuts, the 9. He's got 2 go-overs, probably clean. He's got a decent flop for this hand. Ivan's got to feel pretty confident, but it's not a ton of great cards.
That's not one of them. Matthias taking the lead with top pair. Expect this one, Jeff, to go check, check. And a 4th spade running off.
Yeah,
hard for Ivan to have a spade the way he plays, isn't it? We expect him to just go barreling.
Yeah.
I think Matthias is going to feel pretty confident about just getting the showdown and winning this one. And that's what he's done.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. I mean, good flop for Ivan, and a little frustration probably. He was chip leader. He lost a couple big pots to Matthias, and now Ivan's finding himself sort of middle stacked.
Ivan, 5-6 of clubs in the cutoff. Raising up. He's going to continue to try and put pressure on these guys, even though now he is a shorter stack. And well, Sam on the button. No, he's going to let him get away with it. For a second there, Sam with the King 7 suited was going to try and see what happens if you go after Ivan. King 7 in the big.
Yeah, you know, looking at that hand that Ivan went for, trying to rep a 7, which, you know, it's ambitious. I like it, but to your point, I think a hand like 8-9 or 8-10 or some sort of gut shot turn with not blocking an ace,
right,
that would probably be a better hand selection. But you know, again, you got to give it to him. He's not afraid. If he had shelled off there, I mean, I don't know. Like, I just don't know what Matthias would do in that spot.
I think it'll have to be a really big shell in the end.
Yeah.
He had 2x pot. Oh, look at this. Ivan went for his chips, checks back, makes 2 pair. Tim with top pair and the open ender.
Wow. Massive boards for both players here.
Yeah, I mean, Tim's got such a lovely hand that he may elect still to check.
Wow,
it.
so interesting. Yeah, if Ivan bets, he's going to get he's going to get shoved on. Now he does hit in the 2 pair, and that board's so wet. Tim might just have to.
Yeah, I thought Tim's going to lead here, but I'm saying that it's a pretty good hand for him to check call if he wanted to have some kings that still check this turn, given he has the straight draw and he blocks both diamonds and spades. He bets, gets shoved on, and he's just going to have to call, isn't he? It's just such a wet board. Again, now working against him having the 7 of spades, but does give him those additional outs.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got a fair amount of stuff going on here. He's open-ended. He can, an 8 wins it for him, a 7, a 9, a 4, a king. That's a lot of cards. And huge pot for Ivan. This is a big moment for.
I mean, it would see him basically short his stack if he were to lose this. That'd be a big change. Lose it, he doesn't. Oh.
Ivan Liao with the knockout. Back over 2 million.
Yeah, and Tim did a good job. As you say, only won 1 hand on this final, but walks away with over 100k. And as we heard him mention there, he does not play short deck. And the rest of the day off. Chance to come back tomorrow in the 50k no limit hold'em event.
Yep.
There you go, Ivan back over the 2 million chip mark. 54 bigs, and now this is all suddenly very even. Sam, ace king.
To give more than 2 million?
Yeah.
Matthias doesn't quite cover. Does have queen jack on the button. Maybe a hand, Jeff, that he wants to 3-bet him with. You know, playing a full ante, playing full hand all of a sudden.
Queen jack off for sure. In that.
It's one of the better hands, isn't it?
Yeah. Three bet. Yeah, it looks like that's what's going on here. I think he's thinking of his sizing. But he does call, okay.
Happy to call. Again, I suppose, yeah, Mateus there is, again, of course, he lost that pot down to just 700k, right? So I think Mateus plays all his hands a lot more conservatively given that. Ace deuce 3, as good as it gets for Sam, even has the king of spades.
Thank you. I don't have any change. I'll have to get you later. Unless you can. Can you change this? Can you change that? Yeah. Thank you.
What do you reckon that chip's worth, Jeff? He's just tipping there. Come on.
Was that a 500?
He's like, I don't have any change, but I've got this chip. What's it worth? It's a little white chip, you know. If we were in the US, what's that, $1?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's a little bit more if he's asking him to chop that one up.
Yeah, not $1. Not a pound.
There is the short stack.
Yeah, really that hand that went awry for him was the ace-queen suited that he took a big stab, which I guess, again, he's going to put pressure on all the jacks. And
Yeah, that was the objective there, wasn't it? Try and make Sam fold a jack. He wasn't trying to make him fold a king. And once he didn't make him fold the turn, he wisely gave up. And, of course, still had chances, right, Jeff? He can still hit a 10. He can still hit an ace.
yeah.
Blind's gone up 30K, 60K.
Yes.
I'm curious if the spade he bluffs. Maybe not. He didn't have a spade in his hand. I just wonder if that was like if he has some bluff. You know, generally when it's thin to make your hand, these guys have plans, right? They're not just like, oh, I'm gonna hit it or not.
All in.
11 bigs. Moving in.
Ivan gonna give him a little treatment. Just
Ivan just loves the situation, doesn't he?
yeah.
He's having a great time.
No bluff. No bluff. Never bluff.
Repeat. Okay.
That's gotta be cool. Ivan seeing his those hologram or whatever those poster. I mean, they're the nicest winners posters I've seen. I mean, I don't even know what they are. In the hallway out here.
No, 25.50. That sucks. Yeah. That big increase.
Yeah, I mean, these are, you know, what might in other parts of the world kind of be called turbo-y. You know, they're saying goes 20-40 to 30-60, 40-minute levels, but that's what the guys want in the high rollers. So some people are kind of obsessed with these multi-day tournaments, but these guys mostly, they want to play a big blind event, they want to gamble it up, they want to try and win one, and then they want to be able to play another one the next day.
Yeah, to be fair, it seems almost like from just like a couple years ago, some of these tournaments are a lot of tanking, no talking. It seems in general they've kind of, here for sure, but just it seems like they're getting a little more chatty, a little more speed, a little more, you know.
Yeah.
This is we haven't seen any tanking at all.
Yeah, and I think it's catering for what they've done a good job of catering for what the non-professional poker players want, which is what you got to do. The professional poker players are going to play. Look after the non-pros. They want it to be a bit quicker. Let them. And also, you know, it gives the, you know, Rob Young always says this. You got to give. If we make the structures too good, the pros are going to win too much. You've got to throw a little bit more gamble back in there. Yeah, I see a few people just joining us. You have missed out on Phil Ivey. It's been and gone.
First hand. No.
1-9.
You've also missed Paul Pert, Webster, Tim Adams just busted, and Artur, the lone Russian on the final. And it's worth noting, guys, if you are watching, and you are perhaps Russian, there is, of course, Russian commentary available as well. Not that we want you to leave, myself and Jeff, but maybe you just clicked on here, you're like, hang on a second, I want to hear some Russian opinion. And I do gather, actually, interesting that if you are that way, Artur is going to join the Russian guys in the booth shortly.
Very cool. Yeah.
Nice, he busted out, he wants to come in and say a few words.
Yeah, thought he played well, and, you know, he really lost that flip. That was it, ace-queen suited to nines, and got to win those flips.
The payouts, Jeff. It's getting beefy.
Getting juicy right here, yeah.
1, 4, 5 locked up. And yeah, for these guys who only play the no hold'em, you're getting, as we keep saying, close to the numbers where you start to think, okay, I'm gonna leap her up, whatever happens. If I play the 250, the 100, the 50, you can.
Yeah, satellite in. Just 25,
yeah,
get to second place. You know, Sam said he came out here on the way in. I remember he was saying, I'm not sure if I'm gonna play really any tournaments. There's some cash games around, just kind of be here on the scene, and then all of a sudden, yeah, maybe he's going for he'll be in the 250 now, potentially.
Yeah, did mention something about perhaps some Omaha games, which, you know, most of the Triton guys, they create this short deck and it's kind of spiraled, but there's still a market out there for Omaha, and I think Russia's a good place to come play it. The Russians, they've always loved the variety of games. Easy walk for Mateus.
Might be the first walk of the day. Carry Cats looks like an all-in outer table.
I'm an optimist. It's someone who's got it in bad, isn't it? Matthias, third in chips, but all very close to top 3.
Yeah. I'll say doing the short deck, especially now, I think back in July, Triton, they had some huge events here. It's going to be fun to watch the 50, the 100K, these, watch some of the style of plays because just being immersed into it, you kind of, it's dangerous. I wonder, I walk out of here feeling like, oh, maybe I could try some of these, but there were some plays. Yeah, there is a lot going on. You're right.
Some people look at it and think, oh, they just gamble. And early on in the tournaments, I think that's true. Like, these guys just put it in pretty willingly. But we saw the hand Stevie Chibwick played yesterday on the final with the Kings. It limp rammed him on the button, and he just checked back, and we were like mind blown. But then
really interesting.
We went into it a little bit later, and it became kind of apparent what he would have been thinking. Very interesting game. It looks very similar to Hold'em, but it's a lot different. Sam raising the cutoff. Matthias with an easy jam from the big.
Yeah, fist pump jam. Ace-King realizing their hands are going to get called. He's dominating, especially short-handed. As we mentioned, the hand rankings really drastically change as you get short-handed. Sam just giving it a little posture, not a tank, but just want to let him know, hey, like, know what's going on.
No bluff, no bluff. Good catch.
Again, I see some of you questioning what CSU was on the payouts. It is the Casino Sochi units, but they are, for all intents and purposes, equivalent to a US dollar.
No, I don't think so. Just for fun.
Trying real hard, huh? He's just a gentleman who keeps showing his cards.
Thibaut.
I've been saying, look, I got it. Don't worry. These 3 super pros, I'm holding it down. I've been known to mix up in the cash games. Loves poker, but it's fair to say these. Sam got the second place for 10 million, one drop 2012. Matthias, him and Fedor have their poker code. Of course, they're playing every high roller. Also, Adrian Mateos needs no introduction. I mean, these guys are hitting every stop, every big buy-in, and Ivan is. He's on the tour too. He plays the Triton events and he plays short deck. He plays cash games. But, really impressive to see him just kind of hold his own, stay right in that chip lead, wire to wire for the most part. I mean, we saw him yesterday towards the bubble. He had 2.8, with 15 left.
1.9.
Matthias raising. Matthias calling with, an unknown hand. Sam with 9s in the big. I mean, he's got to be a little bit wary of Matthias calling button, but
he's got to make it like
this
5.
This is just too big, right?
Five.
It's just too big a hand not to.
He's going to pop it up 560.
Do you think does he have to go that big with Matthias off a short stack? I mean, he really
he's got 980.
Splitting,
yeah, like 4.
Oh, he could just do
that as well. That makes it easy. Yeah. It really comes down to what you think. What is Matthias? Is Adrian going to flat like a big kings or aces there?
I think for sure he's going to have some strong hands with flats, right? If anyone's aware of balancing, I don't think there's anyone better than Matthias. If you saw that limp with the ace-queen suited earlier, he's definitely balanced.
Yeah, but again, sometimes it just comes down to your hand. Sam's got such a good hand. He's got such a perfect. Yeah, come get out, take my 20%.
Yeah.
Gonna be flipping a lot and just gonna get folds there a lot. 9's four-handed so strong. These guys aren't 60 blinds, 70 blinds deep either. It's
a big popper then as well. It's like 7 or 8 blinds in there.
Yeah. We didn't get to see what he had, right? I guess.
We'll take that one to the grave.
Yeah, gotta have some things to guess. If you ever want to find Matthias, just look for the orange hoodie. Hope he's got multiple of those because I've seen him in many stops now with that on. I could always just wash it.
Little laundry service here at Casino Sochi. These guys can afford it. Matthias limping in 6 of hearts. Another day I'm checking back queen turn diamonds and well, Lim and say Matthias may well have something here. 5 and an 8 out there, Jeff. Gut shot definitely possible.
Yep, open-ended even. His limp game. This could have ace-6 too. Could have ace-6 really. 6.
Check.
Chair is happy to check back his queen high with backdoor diamonds that have started to turn up. So I'm spending 120 into 180. All right. Adrian, with queen high, still easily be the best hand here, especially with those diamonds, is going to call. 3 on the end. Complete brick on this board.
Interesting. What does Matthias have? Is he turn somehow betting ace high on the turn? Does he have open-ended that he didn't bet the flop with? Could he have 6-5? Of course. Just have the king. I mean, check the flop with the weak king. Bet the turn. And he can. I think he knows that Adrian. If Adrian had most 5s, he would probably bet the flop, right? You would think Adrian with like a 5x would bet probably.
Adrian's 5s. I mean, I think he's going to check them back a decent percentage, right?
I would think he would bet. But
I think we certainly can't rule it out. Obviously, Matthias has a 6. It blocks some of those straight draws. Doesn't, well, as far as we can see, it doesn't have a diamond. So you can certainly be up against some diamond draws. But again, some of those diamond draws, Jeff may well have bet the flop. You got backdoor flush draw if he's in there with
200.
7-10 of diamonds. I think he'd be betting.
How much is it?
280. Really trying to put pressure on an 8 here.
So, yeah, the fact that Adrian has 2 diamonds, right? Obviously, as a draw, that's less likely he's barreling like a missed diamonds. Queen high could be good. There are hands he beats. Queen high, 6-7, 6-9.
Yeah, the queen's not a bad card, but the 10 of diamonds is working against him here, isn't it? He really would like Matthias to have some flush draws on the turn, but then those flush draws may have bet the flop.
Yeah, small blind, big blind in poker is one of the more interesting spots. A lot of thought into it, a lot of matchups, a lot of reading. Gonna be a lot of post flop situations, out of position. It's really interesting part of poker, tournament poker in particular. I think, again, and to talk about tournaments where it's won and lost, you know, the 10s to ace kings, those hands, they take place. This is where the game's won and lost. These spots, battling, making big folds, big calls. You know, at the end of the day, when you get your premiums in versus your premiums, that's just gonna happen for everyone. But you know, as you can see,
I mean, he doesn't block any of the gut shots, does he? That's what he's thinking. He doesn't block all the open, the 6-7, the 4-6, 6-9, the 7-4s, the 7-9.
I mean, as
all these hands probably bet the turn.
As it appears, with us seeing the 6, it is more likely that it's
right.
That it is a bluff, I think. But
right, yeah, a hand like the 4-6.
There's
6,
just
7,
all those
6,
6-4,
9.
6-7, 6-9. So. That one I would have liked to see.
Yeah.
We'll ask him when we see him. He'll tell us. We don't have to say we don't know. We'll say that was a nice hand with the
6 of hearts.
6 of heart, yeah, and you bet 280.
Well, yeah, on the
He's like, yeah,
the king 8-5-5
yeah.
3 board. Like, what did?
Yeah, how did you choose that size?
Yeah, why'd you go 280?
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Like, yeah. Let's see if he gets wise to us.
I like Sam's game today. The 3-4, those little pots. He won a nice one versus Ivy. The ace-4. Yeah. Yeah, Phil may not give him a Christmas card this year. I don't know.
Got 2.3, I think. Maybe about 2.3.
Oh, good fold.
I want to call so bad, but I have really bad hand to call.
Good
Ivan
fold.
It's a lot, right?
ripping it in.
Maybe.
Nice hand to see with the ace king.
I wasn't sure if my value bet was too loud.
There we go.
Have an 8. Team value.
Matthias claiming thin value.
All right, couple walks going now.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I expect Ivan to be the man to give walks. Sam with a small jack ten of diamonds. Certainly hand he's going to play. Love to see a flop with this one, always. Need limps in Matthias. King 8 of hearts in the big. Certainly a hand he can consider a raise with. Does decide to check it back. Ace, 6, 7, both for the backdoor flush draw, Matthias. Slightly ahead with his king high. Sam elected to lead out for 75.
Yeah, I think Matthias going to likely stick on here. He's got the nut backdoor hearts, king high likely ahead.
And the 8.
A lot of good turns with the 9, the 5. And just going to have the best hand, fair amount.
Not so much anymore. Sam takes the lead, finding the jack on the turn.
Yeah, this is a great card for Sam, and Matthias probably knows this is literally one of the worst cards in the deck. Any heart, 5, 9, 8, king, all good. And this is like one of those ones where
Right.
if Sam is
Nothing
firing with like
materialized.
jack, queen, jack 10, jack 9, jack 8, or jack 7, whatever, just literally the worst card he could see. It's always funny commentating and seeing cards face up, right? It's kind of funny. It's kind of like you just like, but just from a perspective here on board texture, I think Sam, I like his bet. I like the check, and I think Matthias. These guys are just so dialed into these spots.
Sam just trying to get him for a little bit on the way out. 100K. Bleed a 7 or a 6. It's a weird line though from Sam, right? You don't expect them to be too bluffy, do you? If you bet the flop, check turn, bet river. I mean, I don't know what bluff Sam can have here, really.
Right. Like he does this with jack 10 with air on the flop. If he had queen 10 or 9-10, would he continue with 9-10? Would he fire again with 9-10? So there's really just not a lot of hands here that you can think of that you beat with king high now. 8-9 probably take another stab at it.
Right. I mean, he has an 8. He blocks a lot of the flop bluffs.
Yep. Like that's some serious run good too, though. I mean, like how he played it, but it's like he just finds a jack or 10. A lot of boards he's gonna give up on, or he might shell and Matthias sticks on there with king high. You could tell he's annoyed by that one.
Matthias with a very bad hand in the small.
Nice.
Gives another walk.
Yeah, and small blind, big blind, such an interesting spot to look at if you're a tournament player and you're looking at ways to improve your game. It really matters, right? If they're deeper, he knows Mateos on a short stack there, not a lot of hands he wants to be limping in with, especially his worst hands. He just doesn't want to, it's not really worth battling in that spot. You know, if they're even stacked, you're going to see a different strategy. But also Mateos, one that you know is going to play pretty much perfect that spot. See a limp here. Oh, how many blinds is it? What's he have?
Tough, I think. Does limp in.
What is...
playing 30-60.
Too much. You win.
And nice recognition with a hand like King 7. I like it. Really like the shove there.
No, not so good.
You know, part of limping with a hand is bad, like the 10-7 there. He is probably he's also setting up with, you know, he's gonna, if he gets a spot again, he gets a really good premium. You know, he's balanced. I'm sure he would limp aces there. He'd limp kings.
What's that?
I said no post what we hate.
No.
Okay, Matthias raising cutoff. Ivan quickly 3-bets out of the small. The ace-8 offsuit. Just have some of that. There's a short stack about. I know you don't want to go bust anytime soon.
What's up with this card? We're getting mystery 1 card from...
Yeah, Matthias isn't sharing. He's thinking hard, Jeff. You can only assume the other one's a 7.
Right. Well, it's not ace-7's offsuit, probably. So, because it can't be the ace of hearts since Ivan has the ace of hearts. So, could it be? Well, it's also.
It's just got to be 7s. It's the only hand I think you have a decision with here. If you've got the suited connectors, we're not shallow. We're not deep enough, pardon me, to be peeling. So, I'm going to go on a limb and set 7s, and he's just deciding whether to put Ivan. Put it back on Ivan. I've got a pair. We know Ivan
happens to have one of those, the 3-bet folds, but I don't know.
You never know, right? That's the thing, Ivan. Sometimes he seems that he's in a mood. He's going to 3-bet a lot. Sometimes he isn't, and he hasn't 3-bet yet. Bar the premium hands, right?
He seems to be going at Matthias a bit, right? He made the ace-3 twice. He made ace-5 off. He made a play at him, and then ace-3 made a play at him.
He hasn't got that line pre-flop from what we've seen so far, so you can understand why Matthias decided to let one go.
I don't think you think he had 7s there. I don't.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's a little too good, four-handed to get 3-bet and just fold. But then again, you know, maybe.
I just don't know what else you can tank with.
Yeah, the fact that he had the ace of hearts, that means he didn't have ace-7 suited.
That would be the
other logical. Look at this. This is like aces. This is a short deck specialist. 9-10 suited on the button. I mean, this is good luck getting him to fold. Anything but an all-in in this spot. I mean, this is just too pretty. Interesting to see on these stacks if Matthias will defend a hand as bad as 6-4 off. It is dealer button open. It's getting a great price.
Only 70k more. It's getting 4-1. It's up against Ivan. I'm wrong. You got it, Jeff.
I mean, I didn't know. I thought I could see either way on that one.
obviously Mateos is very short behind. That's obviously weighing into the decision
that
making.
too, and it's just like his stack's awkward. It's just such a bad hand, you know. And Ivan's actually a guy that's going to really put pressure on. So it's like you flop the 6 Jack 3, and you're like,
you're not going to realize you're empty against Ivan as much as you would against other people,
he's gonna put it. And Ivan very aware of these stack sizes and how to utilize and leverage stacks. So yeah, Adrian kind of as a piece to his puzzle right now. He's using that to his advantage.
You see Mateos, he's going to be all in soon. Big pay jump coming.
Ace deuce off again, light, but we're four-handed and with the big stack. I mean, this is in the wheelhouse. Look at this, nice pickup.
I mean, his game is perfect for these situations, right? The other guys, he gets the sort of benefit of them knowing that he doesn't really care too much about ICM as well.
Right.
So it's like mutually assured destruction. If you want to go after Ivan, he'll say, "Let's go then.
Yeah.
Come on, let's put them all in."
Let's do it.
Certainly, you know, earlier in tournaments, the over-aggressive players.
Sam's setting up for a massage.
Yeah, he's
getting comfortable. He said, we'll be here a while. It's quite an outfit from the Sochi staff here. They guys are really, today must be
yeah, it's interesting.
Sportwear day. Jack 10, the short decks hands, man. He's getting warmed up. He's ready. He's ready to get in there. He's definitely telling he's aware of when late reg is.
Yeah.
Like, if it's close, he might even, if they made him, he would register probably blind out for a bit just to get in. There's a short deck on Party Poker, the cash games. I wonder if they're gonna. They had it. It was put into the system. I just don't know if. It'd be interesting to spread some short deck like multi-table tournaments. I just don't know if that's enough. If it's worldwide spread enough to have a.
Sure, it's tough to get liquidity.
Yeah.
Right at the gate, but I don't know, you make a small buy on there. People will give it a go.
Yeah.
Ivan limps 10-6. Sam check his option with a king in the big blind. Flops top pair on king 7-5, but Ivan certainly has a piece of this with a 6 and a high spade.
He's got the running straights. He's got a fairly powerful spade.
I'm kind of surprised to see Ivan check this one. I think he's going to have a flop I would have expected him to have bet. He's going to play as 10 high flush draw as a check call.
Hello.
There it is.
There's
what a great one it is to see as well, you know.
100%.
Jack, queen, or ace.
Sam hates this, of course. I mean, it goes from top pair in a decent spot to losing to any spade, and not a guy you're gonna. Oh, makes a pair. He's got all the spades out there. Actually, good card for Ivan. I would like to see him bet this.
I love it. He's checked. He's gonna let Sam. He's gonna give Sam some rope.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, now that I think about it, you're right. Maybe it is a better play.
Yeah,
although Sam may call for a chop, but this is
275. He's never folding.
Man, listen, I'll tell you what. He is not, but he has shown us a couple, the queen 10 and the small.
Very tight, bro, very tight.
I haven't let him know. Listen, trick the trickster there. Very nice hand.
Big pot there. Very significant. It's up to over 3.2 million, and that again has really established a big lead in this final.
I'm actually not sure what I like better there. As it worked out, it worked out. That was a great. It got maybe the max. I just wonder if he had bet if Sam would find a fold or not on the bet board.
It's interesting. I think Sam's just going to bet all his hands. I think he's going to bet when he's got a bigger spade than the board, and I think he's going to bet there as he did. I think
maybe that's
just
best
check
play.
Cool that one. Ivan now up to 54. Big Sam still in second with 31, just ahead of Ibinger. And it is Mateos. Just 9 bigs as things stand, Jeff. He's the one on the hot seat.
Yep, impressive by Ivan, who had the chip lead, lost a couple big hands, lost the flip to Mateos early on, ace king of tens, and then still finds himself back to the chip lead, and that's shown his willingness to go for it.
Yeah, this is the spot he's most comfortable in, leading.
Yeah. Jack 6, a fold, queen 3.
1-5.
Sam limping in the small tires with an ace in the big, but again, these two have to be very careful with Mateus being so short. It's not in either their interest to play big pots.
Yeah, about 30 blinds, a little under here for...
There you go, that's why Mateus is checking such a strong hand. You know, like if Sam just limp jams, you just can never call.
Yep.
9-8 deuce, top pair, top kicker for Mateus.
Yeah, great flop for... Great flop for Mateus.
Feels like you get robbed when you win a pot when you flop top pair, top kicker, Jeff, and the other guy just check folds, right?
Yeah. So you can get short-handed. You see how hard it is to get hands here. I mean, it's just ace-9's a monster four-handed.
Do you have more orange?
No.
It's one of the hands. I think Mateus is just going to have to fold. Mateus will get another walk off a really short stack.
Yeah, Mateus and...
It's all good.
Oh, what does he have? Don't even get to see.
You're a sicko, Jeff.
Keep folding, Matthias.
You want to know, don't you?
I don't. Actually, I don't. Like when I play, I don't look if I get a walk out. Do you check your big?
I do, because I just love when I got a bad hand.
Right. Yeah, I guess there's that side of it. But when you get aces, you're like triggered.
I think so, yeah.
That would be an interesting stat to have at final tables. Walks. Like who gets? Like what player gets the most walks? You know. A little extra respect, maybe. A lot of it just card distribution, but Tails has got his fair share of walks, especially as a short stack.
Yeah, he's bad hands have been dealt to the small blind.
Floor. I'm not showing these cards.
Yeah, I'm showing.
Showing them in real life. Yeah, just turn them over on the table.
Type player. Oh la la.
There's the look.
Ready to go.
Ivan accumulating slowly, building to his lead.
Yeah, it's a great spot for him. Put the pressure on the other two with Mateus hanging around. Mateus is his little assistant at this moment in time.
Yep.
Mateus not going to play an ace from the cutoff with Mateus so short behind. Yeah, and Ivan's just going to keep up the pressure here. Well, he's gone very small, Jeff. 125, just barely a min raise. But
interesting, and
I mean, it
gets
works
the
out
job
here
done.
because Sam's got deuce 4 off. But obviously, much rather see a bigger raise there. You don't have to go huge, Jeff, because Sam doesn't want to pill too many hands, but you got to go a little bit bigger than min.
Yeah.
Unless Sam's got deuce 4 offsuit, in which case, min away.
Work. quiet. Not a lot of action the last couple orbits. Pretty weak holdings everywhere. And another walk. This is an uncanny amount of walks, but really, I mean, the hands you're seeing make sense.
Yeah, in the day and age where people have such wide limping strategies, it's really surprising to see so many. But as you say, Jeff, it's just the way the cards are getting dealt. We had a lot of action early on.
Yeah.
A lot of action.
I'll walk you again.
Yeah, it's fine. I take it. I will good cash now for me.
Okay, here's a couple of hands, although ace 5 not so attractive.
Again, with Mateus so short, Sam just got to fold this, I think. Let the chip leader do his thing.
He has other intentions. He's looks like gonna 3-bet it to maybe 400. It's got 3 there, but it's not enough. 4 would be. Boom.
There you go. That's what it is. It does go for it. Yeah, with you, I like the sizing. 3-bet.
I think Ivan's gonna allow this.
You got to let him do it once, right?
King 10 though, it's a decent 4-bet jam spot. But there hasn't really been any playing back. I think it's gonna work. Yeah. Nice. That's a big swing for Sam. Takes a little bit of a chance there and does pick up. Also sets a little bit of the tone.
Precedence there, right? And it breaks the momentum of Ivan.
Yep.
Sam's going out from the cutoff. He finds ace 9. And it will be he and Ivan to contest this one. And that's what's going to happen. Ivan finds a king. Ace, Jack, 10, Sam, top pair. And Jeff almost effectively top pair, top kicker, right? We know Ivan doesn't have ace, queen, ace, king.
Yep. Ace 10, ace jack either, it's almost for sure, so pretty safe. He does have a key card, the king, but gives it up, no spade.
And we see Jeff, it looks like these guys getting up from the table, I think. It's time for the first break of the day. It certainly is. Well, our final 4 do go on this break. It's only a 15-minute break. Quick reminder of the situation. Ivan out in front, 38 bigs. Sam with 27, Matthias at 20, and Mateus, well, just 5. But blinds will be going up. When we get back, Jeff, things are going to get a little bit worse for Mateus. He tries to hold on here. Please don't go too far. Myself and Jeff will be back in 15 minutes for this final 4 here at the 25k high roller in Casino Sochi.
don't change until you change. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if you look, I'm not familiar with this player. Artur seemed, from what we saw, played really well, and obviously it's a very strong final table, so it's going to be fun to watch. I think that's what's so unique about poker. It's just, again, always different, right? It's like sports. Even you get matched up, teams play, they play again later in the season. It's just, it's always different situation. You know, who's got more chips, what position are you in? It's just really, really fun. We see two premium hands here with Matthias committing himself.
Yeah, obviously a bit of an odd dynamic in the chip stacks at the table at the start of the panel with 4 players pretty short. Obviously now in the money, so expect the play to be a little more liberal, but you see Arthur raising it up. Ace Queen suited Matthias. Not loving life with 9s +2 on a 9-handed table at the start of a final, but deciding it's just a little too strong not to go with. And for 14 big blinds, Jeff, it's hard to see Arthur having a chance to get away from this. I don't think he's loving it, but
yeah, he realizes that it's probably not ace-jack, but likely a pair, and you know, he just doesn't want to see ace-king there, really.
Yeah, this one. I mean, he just doesn't want to be all in the flip at this stage, does he? Neither.
Yeah.
It's just bad for these two players and great for the rest of the short stacks to see this happen.
Yeah, Artur does have him covered, but he realizes that this is the majority of his chips, and there's our ace-queen. Let's see.
Yeah, there we
Let's
go.
test it out. It is suited, though. It adds a little bit. So hard.
It's going to need some help. Deuce 4 running spades will do the trick.
Ty's thinking of a card. He knows there's some extra. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, pair in the board. Here we go. We're getting ready to pay it out. The prepay, Jeff.
The prepay?
It's like the reverse of putting the coat on in the bag, right?
Oh.
Prepay didn't work this time.
The big double there for Matthias. Back almost to 1 million chips. Pretty fast start, just how he drew it up.
Yeah, and up to
various stack sizes, but I think you know, he's generally probably not used to playing a lot of short 10 blind, 15 blind poker. I mean, he knows what to do. It's just it's not his
it's not his wheelhouse, is it?
Yeah.
He wants to be in there betting like hundreds of thousands of dollars in deep stack cash games.
It's interesting here. It looks like he raised king queen suited to 70.
Yeah,
off a pretty short stack.
It's
and if you're Webster here,
again, it's like bottom of where you want to be at, right?
Yeah, you're kind of thinking, what is Phil? Is Phil shoving? You would think he might shove a hand like this, right? Like a hand, like he's going to be min raising a lot of king, his top premiums, but it does show if a player of Phil's caliber has some raises,
some
not
raises.
just shoves, even with good hands. And this is what he didn't want to see.
Yeah, and it's 10 blinds. I just don't see Jeff with king queen suited how you can fold for 10 blinds, but who knows? Maybe he decides with the ICM in play. But something tells me Phil's probably someone who's I'm going to go out and say he's probably a little bit less knowledgeable about ICM than some of the newer pros, but also probably someone who cares a little bit less about it as well.
Yeah.
Phil loves to win. He's trying everything, isn't he?
He doesn't have his Russia hat on today, which I'm worried about. That's that's working
got him
well.
here.
I don't know what that one is. Maybe that's. He's doing some math, thinking about it. I mean, again, he's just going to have jacks, 10s, 9s, ace 10, ace jack like he has. doesn't want to see ace queen,
Phil
ace
says
king. But
whatever. We'll take that.
yeah, it's a
40% chance to knock out a player, and well, he had a pretty decent stack himself.
Whatever, Sam.
Whatever, you had a good feeling.
Well, that is a horrendous flop for Phil. Reduced to just 4 outs. He can be killed by any heart.
jack is good card.
Hello.
Good card for Phil.
Back in the game,
Very good card.
Another 6 outs popping out. Ace, king, queen, or 9 that isn't a heart will send Webster to the rail. And that's exactly
my goodness.
what it is.
Good feeling.
Whoa.
I had good feeling.
It feels like a pretty bad beat once you've seen that flop.
Yeah. Wow.
Phil Ivey, ladies and gentlemen.
Matthias there now. A little different. He's got some chips. King, jack, taking a look around. One of those hands, again, sort of in this position. You know, he's going to want to open, but he knows that it's a little dicey.
Right, and Ivan's still in the hand, but at least he's in the small blind. All right. Timothy, 13.5 in the same hand. You think, Jeff, perhaps just the open's a little bit too early and the cutoff's a little too early for the rejam there?
Yeah, it's close. I mean, king, queen, king, jack suited. I don't even know if he would shove king, jack suited. It's an awkward open. He knows though his stack, like Matthias doesn't want to call it off either. It's a lot of his chips, so yeah. It's close.
Ivan is going to call. Play as many hands as he can with that big stack from the small blind queen 10 off. Paul in the big.
Yeah, he is suited. He's short enough where, you know, he's getting such a good price that to get back into. The problem is that, as we see, he's dominated in this spot. So it's tricky, right? These are very difficult hands to play because your offense just dominated.
This is a bit of a flop.
Yeah.
You've got Ivan.
No, this is
open ender and overcard. Paul's flop top pair. Matthias' flop top pair with a better kick. This could all go in.
Yeah, Paul's got to just rip it here.
And this is House of Paul's ripping at Matthias. So we assume going to rip it as well. And then, well, you got to try and make Ivan fold an open ender and an overcard.
Stop the clock first. Oh, you have to stop the clock.
Stop the clock. Yeah, before you count.
Give it another 20 seconds.
Yeah, Paul's got to like that. I mean, he's so short, gets in, flops top pair, but he actually he was running diamonds. He's got 3. He's got some stuff happening. Ivan's got a big chunk of this board. No flush draw out there, so queen 10, the best draw possible. Blocks actually the nuts, but I mean, this is Matthias said. I mean, there's only one move here, right? What's he gonna do?
I mean, I feel like you just got to commit, haven't you? You don't want Ivan to overcall with like a pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, or this particular exact hand. But I mean, whoa.
Okay, he doesn't like to call. He's gonna have some hands that he doesn't want to shove with, right? 9s, 8s. If he's open with a 9. And now Ivan, I guess it just makes sense just to call, right? Either makes his hand or he makes his hand, he makes the nuts.
Yeah,
I think the jamming doesn't achieve a whole lot, does it, making Matthias fold?
Wait.
He does fold.
He folded? Wait, he called. Or did... No, Matthias called. Okay, he's folded. Wow.
I'm surprised he folded that one.
Yeah,
Jeff.
me too.
I mean, it's just a nut draw. I guess there's not a lot of... Oh, let's talk about it in a second. As Paul misses the turn, just needs a 3 or an 8 for the chop. Deuce on the end.
Ivan's dialed in today. Saved some chips and.
It's an interesting one. I know there's not a lot back to win.
It's gonna be a cakewalk. So he wants to not just give it away. Saw that with the queen 10 that he. Whoa. Well, look at this. Speaking of this, this is gonna be a big pot.
Mateus in the cutoff, finding 10s, opening it up. Ivan 3-bets the button.
There's just no way out of a flip here.
Mateus is loving life.
Yeah.
He's sick when he's ace king.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, it's Ivan. He can't have a hand.
Yeah.
play 2040. Raise 65.
Yeah. It's 80k.
All in.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Well,
40K.
I can tell you who everyone is rooting for several reasons.
Yeah.
Teos, definitely known as one of the best tournament players in the
Marin
world.
names, I didn't
Also
know
pay
what
jumps.
Yeah.
Also just chip disparity, right?
Is there
It's
enough
Did you put 40 in or?
evens things up a bit versus.
I put 30 in each. It's 40.
All right, well, the blind's going up mid-hand. Let's see a little mistake there.
That's right. Almost.
Well, 10, 5, 3, all but steals it. Backdoor spades and a couple of running straight chances for Ivan. Not to be. 10's full, easy.
660.
That's what it is, Jeff. If you're one of the
Life
best
of
in the world, you
Mateos.
just you flop sets
I was
in these
watching
spots.
his all-in, you know, his demeanor, and just seeing maybe pick up on.
Yeah, but maybe feel better. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah.
Nice friend like that until he sees the ace-4 offsuit later on.
Right. And now you got queens, Phil. Yeah, see, this is a hand I would expect. These are the hands to raise off this kind of stack. Queens, kings, ace, king. To be fair, though, so here's how I would approach that. I actually was just going over some of these spots, and it makes sense because you do want to have some raise folds. So if you're only min-raising queens, kings, aces, ace, king suited, not that, you know, in a vacuum, not like everyone's going to know that, though, anyway, but you'd want to maybe have like a king 8 suited, you know, an ace, ace 4, ace 4, or some hands where you might want to raise fold, plug those in, but then the hands like king 10 suited, king jack suited, your pairs you want to shove. That's just like your smaller pairs. But you can't just have min raises with aces and kings, or else then everyone's gonna be like, oh, that's the guy that just always has it.
Matthias, king 10 suited in the big. Is he thinking about doing something here? I mean, call seems for sure the right play. Play, but he's
seen Phil's min raise.
He is.
And look at Phil's gonna get a bite on this one. There you go.
Feels like not folding this time, pal.
We'll have some time to train.
I'm a little bit interested about that, I guess.
What did you have, sevens? Did you really? You did, right?
Not just then. Oh, no.
No, before that.
Same.
What's the difference? I want to see it. So sick.
You're not going to see shit.
What is wrong with you? I'm going to see it.
I told you enough. I could tell you shit.
10, 6, deuce, Matthias. Some extra outs. Phil, though, looking pretty good for the double up here.
Something's really wrong. I'm going to see it.
There is something wrong with me, obviously.
Oh,
there it is.
Left.
2 outs, 1 card to come. Otherwise, Phil Ivey's off to play short deck. Welcome back once again to the Millions Super High Roller Series here in Sochi. If you are just joining us, this is the 25k final table. We are down to our final 4 players as we look to crown our second champion of the week, our first No Limit Hold'em Championship. There are the 4. It is Mateus on the shortest stack, just 5 bigs. Ibinger with 20. Sam, 27. But Ivan Liao out in front where he's been for most of this final. Flying the Malay flag. Who's it going to be, Jeff? It's tough one to pick, right? I mean, Mateus is in the trouble, but
yeah,
the other 3 is still pretty, they've all got a good chance. 145,000 locked up. But all eyes on the first prize, 435. And again, if you are just joining us, that CSU is basically a US dollar. It's a Casino Sochi unit. So please don't let that confuse you too much.
Yeah, close to call. I think Mateus, obviously, when you're down to 5 blinds, you're kind of just at the mercy of the cards at that point. So take one of the other 3. Sam, a good friend, got a lot of respect for him, but you know that coming in late reg, wasn't even planning on playing, finds himself here at a chance for a big score. Tournament poker, you don't really ever lose it. I guess the game changes, things shift. There's population tendencies, but really, you know, when you know how to, there's something about finishing off tournaments. Once you kind of have that knack, it doesn't really elude you. Sam definitely playing less tournaments live, or less tournaments than he used to, but one of
He's
the
still going to pop in and
UK's.
play the occasional one here and there, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there's a 25K going on? I'll go on, I'll flick it in.
These are amazing too. They're really the way they do it one day, and then you're basically at a final table, and even then the final table, it goes, you know, you're talking about 3-4 hours. Maybe it can be done on a second day. It's not that intensive of.
Yeah, obviously this tournament got quite short stacked towards the end of day two because the bubble went on for so long.
All right, Mateo's going to make his move. Finds the ace queen.
There we go.
You know what?
Can he do it?
Can ace queen do it? Jack 4.
We're going to find out, right? This is just under 5 blinds. You got suited jack.
These are actually interesting spots. It's
Yeah, I know he doesn't want to lose these chips, obviously, because then he becomes pretty even in chips, right? But at the same time, cool, chance to knock someone out.
Jack 4 suited.
Suited?
Suited.
Yeah, I mean, it's that. I think Jack 4. He would fold Jack 4 off, probably.
Yeah.
He's
folding Jack 4 off.
Very small difference, but it matters. Ace Queen. I'm still nervous about it. I always just don't believe in it. I just really.
You don't have much faith in this hand, do you?
I wrote a poem about this hand.
Yeah?
Yeah. It really touched me, this hand, in my life. I promise you. It's on my website. Oh, that's
one way to do it, right?
that'll do it.
What's the poem say about that one?
I'm gonna have to amend it.
Doesn't it doesn't come ace queen in the poem?
No. Actually, it's a positive, energetic poem, basically saying ace queen on our team. That's the name of it. So it's like, you know,
ace queen on our team.
Yeah, trying to bring it in to shift that. But anyway, there it is. Good one. Good double for ace queen.
Yeah, and equalizes those two in terms of chips.
Which
makes things a little harder for Sam, right? Because Ivan can now put that little bit more pressure on him.
Game of inches, right? Jack 4 off folds. Jack 4 suited calls. Still live. Ends up doubling him.
Mateus now certainly back in with a chance in this one.
I actually had a similar situation that was my #1 tilt of my poker career. Was a 4-handed, matter of fact. 3 people cashed. It was an Alpha 8 South Africa. My Jungle Man, myself, and Mercier all sitting like pretty healthy. The local. Oh, well, pause. That's aces.
Yeah, it's
Gotta
a
give
little exciting.
Aces
Gotta give
on
the
the
aces a
button.
little bit of respect here.
Yes. Sam with the.
Yeah, min raise on the button.
And this is
down,
a
it's kinda
great
cool.
spot for Sam. And again,
Yeah.
Adrian, King 8, just a little too good to fold. Could be in the lead even. And
Well, he just doubled up, and
Yep.
unless he hits a king or 8, he's going to be out just as quickly.
it's a great spot for Sam. I mean, with aces, and it's as likely your opponent hits this board when defends. King 10, 6, just going to be somewhere in there. And he actually has top pair.
Right, and just a decision for Adrian whether he check jams or just check calls and let Sam have another potential bluff on the turn. But with that many draws out there, you think he just goes for the jam. There we go, yeah.
Snap call.
You never want to be snapped. It's never nice to be snapped in this game. 5 outs, a couple of cards to come.
Yeah.
Backdoor straight on the 7-9 as well. Neither with a club. Oh, there we go. Now that 9 and out.
9.
It's never easy, Jeff.
No, it's not. This. Oh.
It's safe.
And that will be
Mateus out in 4th.
down the 3rd. Nice time to get aces on the button. Trick it. Adrian throwing things on his way out.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought he was quite a gentleman when
Really
he loses the table,
even
but
keel.
it turns out he's launching microphones and all sorts.
Still a nice score.
Yeah.
Day off now for the rest of the day.
Again, yeah, he's one of those who came in, I think, pretty short at the start of this funnel. Yeah, like 25 blinds. Okay, he was middle of the pack. 4th place. Not too shabby. Jeff. 100k morning was guaranteed when he woke up this morning. Sam, look, he's got the massage when you get down to the 4. Now he's getting a waitress when you get down to 3, you know.
Yeah, it's all working today.
Some alcohol now?
Sorry? No, I'm dying to have a beer actually, but I need some food. I haven't eaten. Could I have a banana, please? Banana and fish, rice and vegetables.
Oh no, it's only big. All good. Only
I
big
like
one.
he kind of bluffed it there, right? Just a banana and fish, rice and vegetables.
Okay.
Most people, I think, maybe lead with the fish, rice and the
Right,
vegetables.
and a banana on the side.
Yeah. Like,
but
he's having a banana with a side of fish.
yeah, I was mentioning Jack 4. It was it was Jack 4 suited. It was about exactly the same. It was like a 4-blind shove. 3 people get paid. I was second in chips. Kind of thought about it. I knew, the guy was blinding out. He was a local South Africa guy. It ended up being a sit and go. It was sort of the end of the Alpha 8's run. There was 10 handed. It was 10 people we played. I ended up calling. He has ace queen. It was close. The turn, I had a sweat. Doubles up, right? Okay, no big deal. Guy's up to 8, 9 blinds. I had 17 blinds. Jungleman had 20. Jason had 12. And then sure enough, 2 hands later, I decided to make a little bit of an ambitious play with ace 8 on Jungleman's open with 8s. I shove when I was in second. Mercier was in the big blind, would have shoved ace 9 with his 11 blinds. Next thing you know, I'm out, and it was just it's just the most tilt. But the moral of that situation is that Jack 4 suited, right? It's a little different spot, but it's 4 blind. There's a cutoff where it's you don't need to really take the risk. You want to knock someone out or not, but I would be curious on that spot how it's close.
Right. Yeah.
It's not necessarily a call.
I think a little different. Obviously, on the bubble, generally the bubble's quite big, right, in terms of blinds. This would be a fraction of the money left in, as opposed to as big as a pure bubble call. But yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's just.
It's certainly close. I mean, the fact he had to think 15 seconds of making the call tells you it's close.
Yeah.
Someone like Matthias knows. He knows the clear ones, and he just got to work out which ones the close ones.
Yeah. But it just goes to show you it can make a big difference, right? It's not even then you get a guy, you kind of get him spurred on a run.
Right.
Now he's got 9, 10 blinds.
Well, this is the thing there. He lost there, and he put Matthias in basically the same chip stack as himself. So it's definitely something you have to be aware of.
Yeah.
Sam, Jack 10 suit in the small, just fires in some of those blue chips.
Very good.
Puts Matthias to the test. And what's his 12 blinds? You're the shortest. You got a suited king in the big. I don't think you can do anything here, right? I think he has to just cycle this one.
Yeah.
Again, it's close, right? But we can see Sam's obviously going to jam with a lot weaker than king 4.
Yeah, I think he's going to call. He doesn't like it. It's, again, just these spots.
Same spot, right? You just kind of...
Don't love
it.
It's almost like one of those where he knows the book says call, but I'd rather, he's I see, Ivan's here maybe a little less experienced versus other guys playing. Maybe I could find a better spot, maneuver, call it off. But again, this is similar to weak ace, right? You just know ace a little different because it's just all the more likely you're ahead. But still, it's when he has exactly this hand, Jack 10, 8, 9 suited.
Right, you're flipping.
Queen 10. Or sometimes he has 5s though, and then you're
there we go. He does make the call. Sam doesn't like seeing the same suit, but it is near enough a flip. The pot about the size of Sam's remaining chips as well, so Matthias does hold here.
Yeah, big swing. To be fair, Matthias has had a pretty good run today. He's won his flip right away for his shortest stack, could have been out, and does hit the king.
Wow, king in the window, but a jack pops out behind it. It's never easy. He needs to fade 5.
3 to
2
1.
to come.
3 to 1 lead. Oh.
Extra ounce.
Some good card for Sam, yeah.
They just keep popping out, don't they? These balls never get killed off.
Gets outs but loses a card, so his percentage is actually still got 20%. Oh, hello. Runs
there it is
down.
on the river. Broadway.
Sam just gets it done. Big pot, and he's going to be heads up with Ivan Liao.
Yeah. Quick as that. I mean, short stacks have not been faring too well in these all-ins. Tess Ibing out in third, a shade over 200k.
Little 8x ROI.
Yeah, and he gets a little day off for the rest of the day. Come back tomorrow, pay that 50k.
Come on, I'm not bothered. I thought you did. I thought you were standing up. Yeah, yeah.
Guys, I paused the clock. We just have to move you
Yeah.
to seats.
This is why they always do this shit. Yeah. All right. I'll be back.
We've got to make it look good, Sam. I can tell you these guys are going on a very short break, but it is no more than, I believe, 7 minutes until play gets back underway. And when we do come back, what a prospect we have. Sam now out in front, Jeff. Just a shade ahead of Ivan Liao. We're playing 40 bigs effective for event number 2 here.
5-4 lead. Got the chip lead, but fairly deep stacked, considering. We've seen a lot of short stacks, and definitely anyone's game.
Yeah, so it is 7 minutes until play gets back underway. So please don't go too far as we look to crown this second champion here at Casino Sochi.
Life don't change until you change. Ooh, something. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself. hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself. Life don't change until you change. Ooh, something. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself.
Welcome back to Casino Sochi here in Russia. This is, of course, a Millions Super High Roller Series, and we are down to 2 in our second event, the 25k No Limit Hold'em. That is how things have transpired so far. Matthias Eibinger, the last of the part, picking up 200k, leaving just Ivan Liao and Sam Trickett to battle it out for the title.
No answer, right?
Sam with a small lead. Ace 3-4, our first flop. Sam limping in from the button. He has a gut shot draw. Ivan, they're going nowhere with backdoor clubs and some backdoor straight draw. And an ace repeating. If Sam checks his back, it's hard to see Ivan not winning this pot with a river bluff. Oh, well, he doesn't need to bluff anymore. He's taken the lead. A 6 on the end. Checks it once more. Gives Sam a chance to bluff at it.
6. It's good.
Ivan on the button. He's going to elect to come in for a raise. 8-4 suited. Different strategy, just Sam. And Sam finds a queen. No ante you heard him mention in heads up here, so decides to just let it go. Far less in the pot to battle for. In case you're wondering, obviously this final has taken has been pretty quick, a bit like the one yesterday, so I can tell you that when this finishes, we will switch things up and bring you some bonus coverage of the 50k short deck that is underway. Sam limping in once more, this time far more playable, 6-7. Hearts, even though King Jack of Diamonds, he is going to raise it up with such a strong hand. Pretty small though.
250.
Just over 3x. I'd like to see him go larger. Sam's in position, he's going to peel a lot of hands, and it's tough to play hands out of position, even as strong as King Jack. Alright, it's going to be tough to win this one. Sam flops a gut shot straight draw along with a flush draw.
90.
And Ivan's gone very small. 90 into 500k. Not quite sure about this. Guess he figures Sam just has so many hands that just give up on this board. Happy to just try and knock out that random equity that might be out there. Sam, against this sizing, decides just to call. Ivan now checks the turn. Sam happy to check back. See a river, and well, it's run out pretty bad for him. Pair up. Just 7 high.
King high.
Sam will feel sick about letting him win that pot with king high.
Hey. Oh, banana was lovely.
Ivan kicks this one off on the button. King 4 of diamonds.
Cool.
This time he decides to opt for a limp. Sam a little think with the 9-5 off, but does decide to check it. We see Queen 8-7, couple of diamonds, another potential action board. Ivan with the king high flush draw. Sam with a gut shot finds a pair of 9s on the turn. Does take the lead. And on a draw heavy board, does decide to check it.
25.
Kind of surprised. Thought he might fire out there. Ivan has some 7x and 8x perhaps to check back with flop. And there are a lot of draws to be worried about. But he does go into check call mode. Perhaps an overall strategy adjustment against Ivan. He's going to play his hands more trappy than value bets. Checks the river once more. And is Ivan going to stab? Is he going to take the bait? He doesn't. Sam tables his 9, takes down another one.
Dead even now in chips. That's a pretty unlucky run out there with the best hand and best draw.
Yep.
Sam hits the innocuous 9 and scoops the pot.
There it is, Jeff. There it is.
Trophies are hard to get.
That one looks pretty nice, doesn't it?
It is. It's got a nice little vibe to it there. It's not a not a cheap trophy. Look at that. Even it looks like placed and described. They're going to etch in the name, whoever gets it done.
Looks like, Jeff, a little bit to me like the Football World Cup. You know, it's like a mini version of that.
Mm-hmm. So heads up is always interesting because you just don't know who is really played that much. And generally, the answer is not much. People aren't doing. You know, it's not like doubt Sam's playing much heads up ever. Ivan as well. I have no idea, but I would just imagine, you know, it's just one of the forms of poker you don't really get to practice much. So
Sam elected to raise up Jack 4 offsuit this time. Ivan defends the dominating Jack 9 of diamonds in the big blind. And well, they see a pretty bad board here.
Sam's going to bet.
Deuce.
Got a c-bet. I mean, Ivan actually has a pretty good hand to stick around or even check raise potentially.
All right, overs, backdoor flush draw.
And this is a spot where I think you kind of see, you know, he doesn't give much consideration to calling. I think that's one where you can say that maybe he's just not as comfortable playing heads up, but you know, it's a big deal. Even just calling there, it's like Sam's going to have an awkward turn decision. He's dominated, and there's a lot of great turn cards for Ivan. One thing Ivan is not afraid. He is ready to go for it, make some bluffs, and realizes Sam's an experienced player. May want to kick up the variance a bit, try to put him in some tough spots. I like to mystery hand sometimes to see what's going on at home. Get to play along, think what do they got.
They've both been mixing it up with some button raises and some button limps. So it's hard to get beat on these guys.
About 700K with Sam would go sizing if he's going to raise. He just calls. See a flop. Mystery hands here. 450 in the middle. Players relatively even. Stacked.
Ace 9-6. Certainly one that favors the raiser.
Yeah.
Jeff, obviously Sam are going to 3-bet a lot of those strong aces.
See Ivan with the small about quarter bet there. And Sam is going to hang around for at least a turn.
Yeah, fairly broken board, isn't it? I mean, rainbow, there's some connectivity around the 9-6, but...
So Ivan bets small, gets called. See if he's going to size up here and take a shot. Again, we don't know what he has. Might just have the ace or best hand, but go a little bigger.
Right, you certainly expect a larger size bet on the turn. And looks like he's gone half pot.
Yep, put pressure on 6s, 9s, and draws 7, 8, 8,
right,
10,
there's a lot of
those.
Yeah, the 5-7s, those dirty gut shots that get to call for such a small price on the flop. Now have to fold the turn.
It's fun to play mystery, but I'd love to. Then it's nice to see, though. I wonder, what did Ivan have there?
We've got a long list of hands we've got to ask about, Jeff.
I know.
I'm kind of beginning to forget some of them.
Matthias is the one, the 6X.
I think it's 6. That was the fun one.
He claimed value, I believe, or said something about value, but. Sam's relinquished his massage, just pure focus now.
It's had the massage, it's had the banana.
Got the food ordered. Oh, he did get
the banana's been demolished.
He had it?
It's quite the sight.
That's an advanced play to get the snack and then like the food. Did he eat the food too, or he left the meal?
Boy, I don't think if he's had the food yet or not.
So that's been nice, a holdover.
And it's Sam Trickett, you know, he doesn't have a banana like you and I would eat a banana. He had it in a bowl, sliced up, and he ate it with a fork. You know, it's pretty advanced play.
Wow.
That's what happens in the 25Ks, you know. You don't have to eat a banana like a mere peasant.
Savage, yeah. Just
all right, nice from Ivan here. Taking it upstairs. Sam opening to 250. Opens has got an ace.
Nice sizing, nice hand selection. I like this a lot. And Sam, that's a tricky. That's one that's sort of annoying because 10-6 suited, not a great hand, but it's like you want to see a flop. You're in position. You got to hoping that him just call. But Ivan, nice hand there.
So early trades mean Ivan Liao is now the chip leader. Pretty much swapped stacks from the start of this heads-up battle, but still very even, Jeff. We know it's pretty much a flip at this stage. Who's going to win this one? Ibinger, Mateus, Adams, and Marta Rosen. guys who finished 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Both of these guys guaranteed 290k, but first prize is that whopping $435,000.
Yeah, big payouts now. Playing for several buy-ins. That's the way to look at pay jumps. See the buy-ins. Of course, depends what the amount of the tournament is, but it's at the end of the day, it comes down to the buy-ins you're winning, the units, and there's a nice separation between first and second here.
Ivan this time limping in. Sam checks the dominated hand, 7-3. Jack by 3, all spades. Ivan has the live spade draw. Sam with bottom pair, both happy to check this one. Get to a turn where they both pick up a gut shot draw.
Ivan could have bet there with the spade, king high. Wow, very surprised with this turn for Ivan to fold. You know, I'll say this, out of Ivan being, he has an aggressive image. He definitely makes plays. He's shown that he's post-flop, he's willing to make big folds or folds that maybe, you know, are close. He does show that he errs on caution in certain spots, which is actually a little tricky. You know, it's a little bit, maybe wouldn't think that, right? Based on how his style is aggressive and shows some range, some gears. Does that surprise you, that king 7? Maybe take a stab on the flop? Or
Yeah, that surprised me more than the fold on the turn. I think the fold on the turn is at that point he's got like the 7 high flush draw, king high, gut shot, but none of that's screaming out as a good hand to me. But yeah, certainly thought he may stab the flop. Sam raising up button, king 8. Ivan with an ace in the big. This one a little bit more playable than the ace 5 off that we saw in a 3-bet moment ago, so decides just to call with it. Queen 8 deuce. Sam takes the lead. Even has a juicy little king of diamonds there.
Yeah, problem with calling the ace 9, and I agree, it does, you know, dominate some other aces, some middling aces or whatnot. It's just hard to connect the ace 9. It's just a lot of times you're gonna just completely whiff, and can't blame him for sticking on here. Could definitely have the best hand. If you're Sam, this is not a great card. Get called. Right. You're thinking, sort of connects with some of the maybe gut shots, jack 10s, jack 9s.
Yeah, the 9-10 and 9-10, and the jack 10. Both make a pair.
I think Sam's going to be happy to go to showdown here, although he gets a check again. Thinking maybe he's got the better 8 or deuce. He could get some value out of some hands.
8 with an overcard is probably a hand he still has to value bet, but I don't know, maybe not. I mean, does Ivan?
Yeah, I would like a check there, but
I mean, yeah, Ivan still has quite a lot of 10s.
Yep.
With the diamond rolling off on the river. I think if the river was the 4 of spades, for example, then probably squeeze a little bit out there.
I'm not sure if ace 9 I might put ace 9. I would maybe put that into the 3-bet pre. It's close though. I like the call. I think it has merit both ways on that one.
I think cool. I like the 3-bet with the ace 5 off. It just plays it poorly. But the ace 9, we need to have some strong aces. I mean, it's not super strong
I think
ace,
I
nice
go either way there for sure. Yeah. I mean, for that reason, right? Because he is gonna have ace 7, ace 6. You're gonna actually beat some of the ace hands he's
right,
opening. Keep him in versus the ace 5. You might get those ace 6, ace 7, ace 8s to fold.
Right.
So.
And also, it's much easier to play if you flop a pair of 9s and a pair of 5s right down the streets.
Yes.
A little walk for Sam. All right. Some garbage. It's been delivered. 8-3 off for Sam. He's going to limp it in. Ivan, not much interest in this one with Jack 4.
pretty much dead even.
And
Sam
broken board for both of them, right? There's nothing to get excited about here.
I would expect Sam to maybe take a stab on that board just one time. He's got a diamond. He's got the 8. Something just, if he's going to limp a hand like that.
Right.
It just that surprised me a bit. And Ivan is the benefactor of that situation. Decides he'll take a stab on the turn when it's checked. Not that we all heads up. It's sort of in game. Just it's not always. It depends on the opponent, depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I just think if you're going to limp that hand.
Right, and it's interesting, obviously, we heard them talking when I think it was four-handed, and Sam said to Ivan, I think this is the first time we play together, right? And Ivan was like, yeah, it's the first time. So obviously they would know of each other, and maybe even know each other, but you're feeling someone out, you're playing them heads up, you've not come across them before. There's all sorts going on here. Look at this. The same hands, 9-6 and 9-6 suited.
Sam's wheels spinning, thinking this is a decent hand at 3-bet because, he's thinking if he wants to call or 3-bet, definitely. It's nice to have a suited, sort of connected hand.
Must you have 3 million? Sorry. Should have counted before. Just kind of.
Yeah, it's one of those hands that it's okay, but it doesn't play that well pre, so it's nice to have some suited hands when you 3-bet pre. That's what it's going through his mind. But is, of course, happy to also see a flop for 240k.
These are fun when they're same hand, essentially. He is suited, but he's out of position. Generally, this is going to favor the guy who's got position is going to capitalize on this a lot.
Jack 10 deuce, both missed this one.
And again, still kind of a spot. If you're going to open the button, this kind of hand, maybe just take a stab.
Yeah, my guess is he's going to go for a delayed c-bet, right? He's going to make Sam sort of show his hand a little bit. That's what he's done here. Checking for the second time. Oh, Ivan, look at this, checking a third time. All right. Both make a 9. Sam going for a little bit of value, gets snapped. Chop it up, boys.
Chop, sir.
Do we know what time the late reg is for the 50k short deck?
I do not know
if,
that.
I think Ivan's going to
Ivan
find a way in there.
Yeah,
he's checking what's going on.
Get me in. Right now he's going to try and win that trophy.
Yeah.
He re-raised you because it was my favourite hand.
Your combination?
Huh?
It's your combination.
Yeah.
If you bet the turn, I'll give up.
I just wanted to play it. I wanted to see the flop.
Really pretty hand, heads up on the button, 10-9 suited. Sam will raise and win. There's the food coming.
Yeah, the rest of it. The fish, the rice, and the veg. Jeff.
Food again. Got to mention how good it is here. Haven't had one thing don't like.
250.
A couple of good solid hands and heads up play. Queen 7 off called the computer hand. That is in a heads up match the dead even. So if you get dealt Queen 7 offsuit, you can basically determine that's in the middle. If anything better, Queen 8 sort of ahead of most likely your opponent's hands. And Sam, they ace-8 off.
Just rips the whole lot
in there.
No messing around. They're surprising. They're pretty deep. I'm surprised he just rips that one in, Jeff. It's
momentum, just sort of just switch it up a bit. Likely the best hand. What do you think Ivan calls with there? King Queen calls, King Queen just says go for it, or
King Queen suited, I think he's gonna
Yeah.
call. I'm not sure if King Queen fits in the call. Maybe. So like Ace 10 plus, I guess Ace Jack plus maybe.
Yeah, Ace 10 would be a hard spot.
Sam on the button. Queen 5. That Queen of Spades looks a little juicy when you raise it up, Jeff. You see Jack 10 3.
Yeah, like the bet here.
Yeah, and gone a little small for this kind of texture. Jack 10 with a flush draw is a richer board, but then playing heads up, you know, players are in here with wider ranges, so perhaps happier to keep all his bet sizes small on this kind of board.
See Ivan pause for a second there.
He's
that hand deserved more of a flop.
Yeah, the 8-6 suited. How can you not get anything out of that one? Supposed to pop at least the gut shot, surely.
Heads up, such an art form. You know, it's establish a lead, get a little separation, then you can kind of lean on your opponent, put a little more pressure on, know that if you get it all in and flip, it's not over. If you cover, especially healthily cover, and these guys have been jockeying for position here. Sam has a slight separation, and Ivan, the ace-queen.
Yeah, he's whittling down, but we saw Sam a minute ago just 3-bet jam at ace 8 off. And he's got ace 4 off, and Ivan, he's getting that a little bit shorter.
Yeah, Sam plays these small aces pretty aggressively. And he sees he's got separation now, 4.2, 2.7. Could he make a 3-bet?
He's thinking about it again, isn't it? I don't like it again with this. These hands are so disastrous when it goes
goodness.
wrong, and he has
Stepped
gone for
into
it.
And he made a misstep here, and Ivan is going to love what he sees. Sam gets it in ace 4. Ivan snap calls 71%. You can see there are some chops. The ace 4 though, it's a little more powerful than like the ace 6. You got the wheel possibilities there, but it's this is
Look at this pot, it's 6 million chips. I mean, if Sam is obviously the covering stack, but only by a little.
Ace queen. Oh
wow!
Oh, he's got the spade though. It's
wow. He's
ace
got
queen.
The 4 high flush
I'm telling
draw.
you, man. James,
Ivan,
mark my words. I'm telling you, ace queen never seems safe ever.
Well, it's looking
the
pretty
river,
good now.
Mr. Ivan.
Siama.
Uh-oh. He's announcing. He's letting what's know. He doesn't want to join short deck yet. Good spot.
1 card away from taking a big chip lead. Heads up against Sam Trickett.
Sam is thinking. Oh, he does it with the 4 spades.
He played good.
Oh man.
To win.
Yeah.
Sam,
humble
in victory.
Whoops.
Ivan.
He says whoops. I think he knows he made a little misstep there, but that's poker, Jeff. You know, you can get lucky. Ivan Liao, second place finisher, picks up 290k and walks straight over to that 50k short deck. Sam's face kind of says it all. Did it dirty, but he did do it, Jeff, and that's all that matters. He gets his hand on that beautiful millions trophy.
Wow. Sam Trickett, late reg. Last one in, last one out.
Right.
Good style to have. And
easy game. You know, the ace 4 off gets there.
Man.
That's how it finished. Ivan was out in 3rd. Adrian Mateos 4th. Timothy Kim 5th. Artur 6th. Of course, we had Ivy and Paul Pur on this final as well.
Look at that representation.
And Webster, of course, as well. He busted out early on the final.
Webster played really well, too. This was nice country representation. All different countries in that final 6.
But that's not it, Jeff, for the day. I can tell you in about 15 minutes, we're going to bring you coverage of that 50k short deck. So we've got to switch minds, Jeff, because we will be back in, as I say, about 15 minutes for day 1 of the 50k short deck, event number 3 here at the Millions Super High Roller Series.
really fun. We see two premium hands here with Matthias committing himself.
Yeah, obviously a bit of an odd dynamic in the chip stacks at the table at the start of the panel with 4 players pretty short. Obviously now in the money, so expect a play to be a little more liberal, but you see Arthur raising it up. Ace Queen suited Matthias. Not loving life with 9s +2 on a 9-handed table at the start of a final, but deciding it's just a little too strong not to go with. And for 14 big blinds, Jeff, it's hard to see Arthur having a chance to get away from this. I don't think he's loving it, but
Yeah, he realizes that it's probably not ace-jack, but likely a pair, and you know, he just doesn't want to see ace-king there, really.
yeah, this one. I mean, he just doesn't want to be all in the flip at this stage, does he? Neither.
Yeah.
It's just bad for these 2 players and great for the rest of the short stacks to see this happen.
Yeah, Artur does have him covered, but he realizes that this is the majority of his chips, and there's our ace-queen. Let's see.
Yeah, there we
Let's
go.
test it out. It is suited, though. It adds a little bit. So hard.
It's going to need some help. Deuce 4 running spades will do the trick.
Ty's thinking of a card. He knows there's some extra. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, pair in the board. Here we go. We're getting ready to pay it out. The prepay, Jeff.
The prepay?
It's like the reverse of putting the coat on in the bag, right?
Oh.
Prepay didn't work this time.
And, big double there for Matthias. Back almost to 1 million chips. Pretty fast start, just how he drew it up.
Yeah, and up to
various stack sizes, but I think you know, he's generally probably not used to playing a lot of short 10 blind, 15 blind poker. I mean, he knows what to do. It's just it's not his
it's not his wheelhouse, is it?
Yeah.
He wants to be in there betting like hundreds of thousands of dollars in deep stack cash games.
It's interesting here. It looks like he raised king queen suited to 70 off a pretty short stack. And if you're Webster here,
again, it's like bottom of where you want to be at, right?
Yeah, you're kind of thinking, what is Phil? Is Phil shoving? You would think he might shove a hand like this, right? Like a hand, like he's going to be min raising a lot of king, his top premiums. But it does show if a player Phil's caliber has some raises, not just shoves, even with good hands. And this is what he didn't want to see.
Yeah, and it's 10 blinds. I just don't see Jeff with king queen suited how you can fold for 10 blinds, but who knows? Maybe he decides with the ICM in play. But something tells me Phil's probably someone who's not. I'm going to go out and say he's probably a little bit less knowledgeable about ICM than some of the newer pros, but also probably someone who cares a little bit less about it as well.
Yeah.
Phil loves to win. He's trying everything, isn't he?
He doesn't have his Russia hat on today, which I'm worried about. That's that's working well.
Here.
I don't know what that one is. Maybe that's. He's doing some math, thinking about it. I mean, again, he's just going to have jacks, 10s, 9s, ace 10, ace jack like he has. Doesn't want to see ace queen,
Phil
ace king.
Says whatever. We'll take that.
Yeah, it's a
40% chance to knock out a player, and well, had a pretty decent stack himself.
Whatever, Sam.
Whatever, you had a good feeling.
Well, that is a horrendous flop for Phil. Reduced to just 4 outs. He can be killed by any heart.
Jack is good card.
Hello.
Good card for Phil.
Back in the game.
Very good card.
Another 6 outs popping out. Ace, king, queen on 9 that isn't a heart will send Webster to the rail. And that's exactly what it is.
Good feeling.
Whoa.
Yeah, good feeling.
It feels like a pretty bad beat once you've seen that flop.
Yeah. Wow.
Fell over, ladies and gentlemen.
Matthias there now. A little different. He's got some chips. King, jack, taking a look around. One of those hands, again, sort of in this position. You know, he's going to want to open, but he knows that it's a little dicey.
Right, and Ivan's still in the hand, but at least he's in the small blind. All right. Timothy, 13.5 in the same hand. You think, Jeff, perhaps just the open's a little bit too early and the cutoff's a little too early for the rejam there?
Yeah, it's close. I mean, king, queen, king, jack suited. I don't even know if he would shove king, jack suited. It's an awkward open. He knows, though, his stack, like Matthias doesn't want to call it off either. It's a lot of his chips, so. Yeah. It's close.
Ivan is going to call and play as many hands as he can with that big stack from the small blind queen 10 off. Paul in the big.
Yeah, he is suited. He's short enough where, he's getting such a good price that to get back into. The problem is that, as we see, he's dominated in this spot. So it's tricky, right? These are very difficult hands to play because your offense just dominated.
This is a bit of a flop.
Yeah.
We've got Ivan.
No, this is
open-ender and overcard. Paul's flop top pair. Matthias has flop top pair with a better kick. This could all go in.
Yeah, Paul's got to just rip it here.
And this is so Paul's ripping it. Matthias, we assume going to rip it as well. And then, you got to try and make Ivan fold an open-ender and an overcard.
Stop the clock first. Oh, you have to stop the clock.
Stop the clock. Yeah, before you count.
Give it another 20 seconds.
Yeah, Paul's got to like that. I mean, he's so short, gets in, flops top pair, but he actually he's running diamonds. He's got three. He's got some stuff happening. Ivan's got a big chunk of this board. No flush draw out there, so queen 10, the best draw possible. Blocks actually the nuts, but I mean, this is Matthias. I mean, there's only one move here, right? What's he gonna do?
I mean, I feel like you just got to commit, haven't you? You don't want Ivan to overcall with like a pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, or this particular exact hand. But I mean, whoa.
Okay, he doesn't like to call. He's gonna have some hands that he doesn't want to shove with, right? 9s, 8s. If he's open with a 9. And now Ivan, I guess it just makes sense just to call, right? Either makes his hand or he makes his hand, he makes the nuts.
Yeah,
I think the jamming doesn't achieve a whole lot, does it, making Matthias fold?
Wait,
he does fold.
He folded? Wait, he called. Or did... No, Matthias called. Okay, he folded. Wow.
I'm surprised he folded that one,
Yeah,
Jeff.
me too.
I mean, it's just a nut draw. I guess there's not a lot of... we'll talk about it in a second as Paul misses the turn. Just needs a 3 or an 8 for the chop. Deuce on the end.
Ivan's dialed in today. Saved some chips. And
it's an interesting one. I know there's not a lot back to win.
It's going to be a cakewalk, so he wants to not just give it away. Saw that with the queen 10 that he... Whoa, well,
Here
look
we
at this.
go.
Speaking of this, this is going to be a big pot.
Mateus in the cutoff, finding 10s, opening it up. Ivan 3-bets the button.
There's just no way out of a flip here.
Mateus is loving life.
Yeah.
He's sick when he sees ace king.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, it's Ivan. He can't have a hand.
Yeah.
Play 2040. Raise 65.
Yeah. It's 80k.
All in.
No, doesn't matter. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Well,
40K.
I can tell you who everyone is rooting for several
40K
reasons.
Yeah.
Mateus, definitely known as one of the best tournament
Is there
players in the world. Also pay jumps.
Yeah.
Also just chip disparity, right?
Is there
It's
Did you put 40 in all?
evens things up a bit versus...
I put 30 in each. It's 40.
All right, well, the blind's going up mid-hand. Let's see a little mistake there.
That's right. Almost.
Well, 10, 5, 3, all but seals it. Backdoor spades in a couple of running straight chances for Ivan. Not to be. 10's full, easy.
660.
That's what it is, Jeff. If you're one of the best in the
Mateus.
world, you just you flop
I
sets
was
in these
watching
spots.
his all-in, his demeanor, and just seeing maybe pick up on.
Yeah, but I'm going to feel better. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah.
Nice friend like that until he sees the ace-4 offsuit later on.
Right. And now you got queens, Phil. Yeah, see, this is a hand I would expect. These are the hands to raise off this kind of stack. Queens, kings, ace, king. To be fair, though, so here's how I would approach that. I actually was just going over some of these spots, and it makes sense because you do want to have some raise folds. So if you're only min raising queens, kings, aces, ace, king suited, not that, you know, in a vacuum, not like everyone's going to know that though anyway, but you'd want to maybe have like a king 8 suited, you know, an ace, ace 4, ace 4, or some hands where you might want to raise fold, plug those in, but then the hands like king 10 suited, king jack suited, your pairs you want to shove. That's just like your smaller pairs. But you can't just have min raises with aces and kings, or else then everyone's going to be like, oh, that's the guy that just always has it.
Matthias, king 10 suited in the big. Is he thinking about doing something here?
Yeah,
I mean,
seriously.
call seems the...
Call seems for sure the right play.
Play, but he's
seen Phil's min raise.
He is.
And look at Phil's going to get a bite on this one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Phil's like, not folding this time, pal.
We'll have some time to train.
I'm a little bit interested about that, I guess.
What did you have, sevens? Did you really? You did, right?
Not just then. Oh, no.
No, before that.
Ah, I'll tell you.
What's the difference? I'm going to see it in a second. So sick.
I'm going to see shit.
What is wrong with you? I'm going to see it.
I told you enough. I could tell you shit.
10, 6, deuce, Matthias. Some extra outs. Phil, though, looking pretty good for the double up here.
Something's wrong with you.
Something's really wrong with you. You see it?
There is something wrong with me, obviously.
Oh,
there it is.
Left.
2 outs, 1 card to come. Otherwise, Phil Ivey's off to play short deck.
Unlucky, mate.
There it is, Matthias.
Oh, kind of poker in the old days, like just, you know, as a character, he's talking, he's having fun, he's doing it all.
Yeah,
you can even loosen it up. Some of these guys like Adrian, Mateos, and these guys who, you know, you're not used to probably seeing chatting.
Yeah, hope I can do one.
Oh, Sam is going to call. Here's an ace. Welcome back. The 25k No Limit Hold'em event is in the book. Sam Trickett is the champion. And well, Jeff, there's no rest for us. Straight into event number 3, the 50k short deck. So switching things up, getting our mind back on this game. As you see Sergei Lebedev leading the way, 724k. Big start from him. Well, back on the feature table, we have John Sim. We have He Zhang, who won, of course, the 25k short deck.
Yep.
Straight back in the mix.
Yeah, a couple. Yeah, and there's John Sin as well, and Webster. A lot of guys getting some.
And let's not forget to mention Jason Kuhn there as well. This is a table we got going on here.
Yep, Kuhn also regarded as one of the better short stack players.
So it looks like antes of 4k with 8k on the button.
Put the cards in the box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is this my box or is this my box?
And Lebedov, I remember him from Triton playing some of the short deck events. I think it's game of choice, believe, but. Yeah, Webster just get chips, getting it done.
So yeah.
Should be it.
I owe 8, right? Yeah. Okay. Check.
So apologies, no graphics for this first hand, but we see Ace, King, Queen, and as usual in short deck, a multi-way pot. And Jeff, once again, our favorite hand, Jack 10, it'll be in there.
Yep,
Floppy Broadway.
Pretty good spot.
Jason check the flop, but now looks interested facing Webster's bet. Does indeed check call.
Webster double checking his cards there as a jack. Makes the board a little less, you know, now I just need the 110 to make the straight. Jason gonna lead out at this.
Webster's not going anywhere yet, Jeff. Hanging around. River is a brick.
Yeah, Jason weighing his options here. Does he want to keep betting?
He does. 75k. There's plenty of ways you can have a 10. Right, Jeff, you can check call ace 10, king 10, queen 10, all on the flop.
Yeah, and if you're Webster, if you had a set somehow or two pair, definitely a tough decision. Thinking what bluffs would Jason have here? Goes all in.
Here we go. And well, Jason was bluffing. He had Jack 8 of clubs, so flopped the flush draw, decided to try and bluff the gut shot he didn't have. Unfortunately for him, Webster was in there with 10-9 of clubs.
Yep, went for all of it. And again, flush is so hard to make, especially when two players have the clubs in their hand. So a bit of unlucky run out. Yeah, if you're taking a bluffs to have, I guess that's a good one to have the Jack X and could have the 10X and. So Webster had a gut shot, and Jason had a Jack, right?
Yeah, so Webster, they both flopped a gut shot and a flush draw on the flop, but Jason was ahead with the Jack high, ended up falling behind when the Jack rolled off, and that was Webster's gut shot that completed.
Yep.
Wei Zhang, King Jack.
Gonna move it in for 341 here. And he, our champion of the 25K, the King Queen.
Yeah, he just steamrolled that final, didn't he? Just won a series of all-ins.
Wow, interesting. I guess these are the spots where I'm just not as comfortable, right? Like what's, you know, in
Jason as well calling it off Queen 10 of clubs, which is one of the hands that plays so well multi-way. Not going to play quite as well in this one, but this is what happens, Jeff. In these short decks, we're still in the rebuy period.
what is a starting stack? 250 maybe, or it can't be 100.
No, it'll be I think 125 perhaps. I'm not sure actually.
I'd be surprised if it's not like 250 or 300.
Let's have a look, see if we can figure this out.
Yeah, Jason likes this spot.
Well, he's not liking it so much anymore, but
Yeah,
he
he
likes
does.
it on the end. He gave a thumbs up early doors and collects it all.
Just how he drew it up. Queen 10.
Gabe was here, he'd be going, short deck, short deck.
61.
The other two left it with not a lot.
Like, that's a spot where obviously he's gambling Queen 10 suited, although it's a pretty good hand in this game, but I don't know, right? Like, I just don't know third in. What's like the, how gambly is that? How standard is that? It's a rebuy period. Big pot for Jason. Gonna have a big stack now. Impressive, you know, again, range, we saw he, at the final table, just pip people in a lot of the all-in spots. Seems very comfortable on what's going on, where he's at.
Jeff, I'm just looking at the, I was trying to find the structure for this event. I was looking at the schedule over on Party Poker Live. Obviously, I think this may actually be an additional 25k short deck event. So we thought it was going 25, 25, 50, 50. This is actually, there are two 25k short decks. So I think this is the second of those. And then we move into the rotation of 50ks.
Interesting.
So apologies, me and Jeff aren't quite up to speed on this one. Again, it wasn't one we were expecting to cover today.
Oh, so this is 25k.
I believe this is also a 25k.
Maybe Jason doesn't put it in the Queen 10 suited for the 50, you know?
And it looks like they start with 300,000 in chips.
Okay, that makes more sense too. Maybe it's 100k and you get lammers. Is that possible, or I don't know if they do it this way.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
That you can put in. Oh, you see, it looks like the blue. You see those blue ones there. See the blue things behind? Maybe
that's right. I think you're right.
Get
so
100
they got them in
time.
3 tranches of 100k, maybe.
That makes sense. And you can add it any time.
Cool, man. Nothing much.
Yeah, so like triple chance style things.
Wait, Jason says he has 250. Didn't he win like 800 on that hand? Or 900k? Webster only says it has 477. Looks like he's got more than that there. How much are the yellows?
You? Where you going?
The yellows
going to Canada.
I think are the 1Ks.
Oh, okay.
Nice. I'm going to stop in Vegas and then up to Whistler. Malaysia is not really getting hit by the coronavirus very hard yet, right?
Yeah, not yet. Thank God.
Yeah.
Jason and John both flipping trips. Yeah, I'm wondering if the chip stacks, the numbers on the left there, Jeff, maybe including these little tokens. It's all very confusing.
Yeah, try to get some clarification on that. It's because Sergey had like 700 something when we came out. I don't think we've seen him play a pot either. I just not really clear on that. Try to understand.
Yeah, I think it's best if we just eyeball these stacks for now whilst we work this out. But well, neither player likes to see that ace.
Well, great card for John. I mean, he goes from really in bad shape to in his head like, wow, how could that possibly fall? Jason trying to think, what's my opponent betting?
Very tight.
Yeah, Jason's just happy to check it back. I don't hate it, Jeff. He's John got past the flop on ace 9-9. He's either got an ace for a 9, or he's probably gonna fold, right?
Yep.
呢條幾號走我未知。
未知。睇個行程係16號啊，因為到16號買啊。
Up moved。直頭翻買。
當水走。你仲遲嚟啊？我仲去杜拜先。
杜拜做3日啊，冇嘢做。
Yeah, it's been interesting, Jeff. Obviously, watching these short deck events during the buy-in period, a lot of action usually. We saw Jason obviously third in, calling up Queen 10 of clubs. And here we go. He moves it in. King, Jack of hearts. John, sin. King, Queen behind.
And Jason finds ace king. And he is going to be behind here. You can see the percentages though, still 60-40, 57.
King A8, pretty safe for Jason. Just the one hard out there. That card not so safe for him.
Come on, James. Don't. Let's not call safeties.
He with a double.
It did look safe.
It did. I mean, come on. That's.
Yeah, with 2 diamonds even. He would have. And the hearts don't come. We know, so it's.
Yeah, no one ever makes flushes. You told me this.
Yeah. Jason's played enough short deck.
Yeah.
This is a swingy game.
Yeah.
So you had ace jack this hand?
No, I said king jack is a good hand for him.
One of the few flops I actually felt like I was going to win the hand. The old king 8-8 with my backdoor.
There you go. Even Jason thought it was a safe flop, Jeff.
I'm a bit confused by that queen 10 hand. Like he won and looked like he tripled up or something. And
Yeah.
It's like then his stack was all of a sudden.
Again, it's hard, I guess, with these with the rebuy chips.
Yeah.
Because we see John's got what, about 250 there.
Is that 250? Those oranges are how much?
The oranges are the 25s.
Oh, so
the
that's,
grays
yeah.
are 5s, and the.
Okay.
So yeah, 250 plus the two blues would make him 450. So that's about right.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, there we go. But did Jason not win a 900K pot or 800?
No, so he's obviously he had those 2 chips behind, hence the graphics all being
so
a little bit off.
So that's okay.
Yeah,
so he tripled on that stack.
Tripled on the first tranche of chips.
All right,
so
I got there.
it's going to be a little bit confusing for us for the first couple of hours to get through it. But as I say, those oranges, if you're watching at home, are 25Ks. The greys are the 5Ks, and the yellow are the 1Ks. So you can kind of see everyone's stacks. The guys here, SHR, do a great job of bringing this coverage, and the shots are always pretty clear, so you can kind of eyeball the stacks as we do as well.
Yeah.
I
would love to have a little better understanding of how to approach flush draws in this game. Like, it just seems the times they get, it just doesn't seem like it ever happens. So it's just like how much does suited really matter? At some point, I guess you just like ace queen, ace king.
Right.
These hands are just like
the opposite
doesn't
combos
really
and the
matter.
suit combos are much closer to each
Yeah,
other.
it's just kind of like.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So.
But it's nice when you make one because you just win the hand, right?
So he has a straight draw, the 9. It's got the low.
Yeah.
And calls. No one's got a club. And John is going to improve to a full house. Is there any merit to checking here? Try to let your opponent maybe take a stab on some kind of 9-10. I mean, club draws, I guess people aren't really bluffing. Like, miss flushes probably as much. It's just like, it's not really so much a thing. But.
I guess very small. 10K into just under 60.
Ace high. Could be thinking it's good. Jack 10, 9, 10.
All right.
He is the champ of the first short deck event here, so he's in the zone. Definitely confidence high. Just makes the right decision.
Thinking about calling or raising? Thinking about calling or raising?
Calling.
Yeah. So I guess you can add in, I would imagine that's the case, considering people are busting, right? Like, that there's as many people out, you can use the 2 at any time, and then once the read's over, or registration's over, that just goes into your stack.
Right, that in any sort of format like this I've seen before, that would be the play, right?
Yeah.
Count this. 103.
You can usually take all the chips at once. I remember when this first started turning up and being a popular thing in Hold'em, well, over 10 years ago now, they used to have the second chance events and stuff like that. You always had the option to take all your chips when you want.
No, 103.
Yeah, it's interesting. Almost seems like almost all these players have those behind. Maybe not Webster, but the other players we see.
103.
Jason's all in for 100k. Webster calls with ace queen.
Oh, ace
You
queen
jacks.
again.
No.
Wishful thinking. But king,
Yeah.
queen, gonna be
No
behind.
limit. You feel so dead in this spot, but in this game, I'm like, okay, I can do it.
Yeah.
I can do it.
So
I can get out
to
of
his
this.
point, ace queen, we know it's actually in this
Let's
game
see.
it's even probably harder to win with the ace queen.
Let's see.
Oh.
Yeah, you know it, Jeff. I think
Yeah.
you.
See, now I feel behind. It's like this is the most wicked game.
Ace
Now I have a
or
good
jack.
right here.
All that will do it, and there it is.
King in the window, never good.
Never good. The king in the window is great. The 10 is like, all right, I lose.
Webster.
Oh.
It says eliminated.
It says eliminate again. The graphics. See, he does have those 2 blue chips behind.
Maybe the strat. Oh, so he's
6.
going with the 1.
So,
So I
he
would think.
throws one in there. I'm assuming this. There we go. The dealer's got racket chips there, so he gets 4 more orange. He's back in with a 100k stack, and this is it. Your equity in these kind of games, when they're so gambly, is so advantageous being a short stack, isn't it, Jeff? Because you can pick up dead money.
Yep.
And so that's why they. I mean, this game just plays better short as it's a multi-way gambling.
Sort of
kind
Omaha
game.
as well. Omaha,
Yeah.
you're incentivized as like as a short stack, and
Exactly
cash
that.
games are in.
You can leverage and you can make other
Yeah.
people can't play because they're scared of each other, and you just get to
Yeah.
smash in there. And in games where equities run close.
It's fun. I like watching the stage of this game
Yeah,
of short deck because it's like it's fun to watch final tables. But if you're going to try to pick up the game, it's different. There's ICM considerations. It's a different game at the start.
Right. It
and-
plays so tight on
and-
finals, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But when we're here, you get to see a lot more action. So 3 limps in for the extra. Jason, well, 6 is on the button.
Yeah, nice hand to check back. Try to hit a 6. Could win a big pot. No real point. Not trying to shove here. And 6s versus 2 overs feels just very vulnerable.
Queen, queen, jack. Nobody there yet. Webster, John with straight draw. Sergey with second pair.
John actually has probably the best. Well, equity-wise, Sergey is in the lead. It's kind of hard for him to win. Webster just going to go ahead and lead on out with that open-ended.
Yeah, strong. The worst draw available on this board.
Yeah, so Lebedov going to get out of the way. I mean, John actually, other than a queen, I mean, this is the worst hand for Webster to see for sure. He's got the
Right.
best straight draw, blocking his stuff, and he's
Yeah, and out in front with king high, right?
Yeah.
It's just
he's going to actually take a pretty big lead. He will split some of the time.
Wow.
And, hello, Webster.
wow, wow, wow. Webster turning the straight draw on top pair to go with his straight draw.
And great card for Webster. Does block king 10 though, so I just in terms of what he puts his opponent on, he's very aware. He could have queen X, could have queen 10, queen king, queen. He could have flopped it, queen jack. It's multi-way pot. Loves the card, but doesn't want to just blow up the pot here. Oh
Wow.
hard way.
Checks back. Makes kings full.
What a run out if you're Sin. I mean, you're hoping your opponent somehow has a queen, but
Right, the spot from Webster, right, he doesn't expect John to check back a queen. I would have thought on the turn, so doesn't have that many kings, given that the most likely king is king 10 and Webster holds a 10 himself. Does check it on over to John. And again, kind of a weird spot for John, because Webster doesn't have many strong hands here, does he? Expecting to barrel again with a queen. Doesn't really have many straights. One of the spots, Jeff, where when your opponent can't really have anything, you just bet big and hope they do, or do you just bet really small because they're not supposed to have anything and let them maybe try and bluff you or hero call with.
This is where in poker hand reading ability really comes into play, and of course spots like this, and it's like, you know, how you perceive it, but just in general, when you kind of are able to put your opponent on a specific hand and then put the bet size that you think is the best for that situation, and the difference between getting 20K in a spot or getting pot, you know, where you're making that distinction is important to try to what's most likely, how are they going to, you know, respond to it. And here he goes for what, just over half.
Just over half, yeah, which is interesting sizing. I would have thought either small or big. And again, you and I are both learning on the job here when it comes to short deck.
Yeah, if you think about what hands is he beating, does he ever have some jacks? Jack X that he's stuck on with on the flop, and then he's now bluffing like an ace jack or have jack 10. But yeah, it's not many hands.
And as you say, it's hard to have spade draw combos because there aren't that many spades in the deck.
Yeah.
I feel like that went back really quick.
That went what? Bad?
I think he's saying use a time chip to decide how much about the river. Alright, Jeff, I'm going to run off and get some food shortly, but I'll stick in for one more hand, see if we can get some blood on the felt before I leave.
Okay.
I'm enjoying watching this rebuy stage. Very different to what we watched yesterday.
Yeah, it's fun. It is fun. This is a high level.
Alright, here we go. Sergey Kings limping that first seat. And this is something we said
I saw
yesterday.
Stevie do some little different where he was on the button and it was last act, but...
Right, but the first position limp is something you want to do a lot. So
right.
it's important to be balanced in these
yes.
spots. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, especially in this part where there's people are playing wild, right?
Right.
People are willing to get it in with king, queen, and jack 10, all these different hands. 10-7 suited, 10-9.
Unfortunately for him, there was no severe action behind. So we do go three-way. Queen 8-7, couple of spades. Webster with the open ender.
Big board for Webster. Look at that advantage.
Yeah.
He's got 47% with 10 high, and again, so different that it's almost basically flips with the value of straight draws or flush draws and hold them in short deck because the 2, 3, 4, 5s are removed.
Right. You've still got the 8, the 4 6s, the 4 jacks to hit, but we've taken out 16 napkins, right?
Yes. And vice versa on the flush, where now there's less spades. 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's there's 9 spades available, or nine of your flush card. If you have 2, means there's 7. There could be other one dead.
Oh, heads up to the turn, which is a 10. So Webster now makes a pair. Now pretty close to a flip.
80K in the middle. Webster with all kinds of options. If you're from Webster's perspective, maybe Sergey has like king, queen, queen, jack, ace, queen, knowing that he's capable of limping kings. Other hands does go for 76K bet.
Puts some real pressure on here, doesn't he? Sergey just had a queen, very hard to continue. You see, even with kings, he's only 50-50 against the draw.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna play, play kings like this, and
there we go.
You gotta realize you're gonna be putting some tough spots. Not gonna be a lot of great boards in short deck for kings. And nice hand from Webster.
Yeah. All right, Jeff, I'm gonna leave you to it for a little bit. I'm gonna grab some food, and I'll be back soon, guys.
Sounds good. We'll keep the action rolling here. Still in the Lammer period. Okay, let's keep it going here. We see he, our champion event 1 of the 25K short deck. Limson with the ace-10 suited. Jason Kuhn. 2 9s on an 80K stack. Is it good enough to rip, take his chances, or does he want to just still play post-flop at this junction? Looks like he will go for a post-flop. Webster with the ace-7 suited. Remember the wheel is, so a straight draw in this, if it comes 6, 8, 9, he would have a straight in this game. And we are going to see a flop. So ace-10 suited leads out, realizing it's hard for anyone to have king-6. You know, king-6 is ace-6, ace-king, unlikely. So ace-10, pretty confident, going to have the best hand here. I want to charge queen-jack, jack-10, king-X's, and Webster does have got some potential back doors to diamonds, which again, so hard to make flushes, but an 8 or a 9, decent card for him, a 7, probably give him the lead. And he is ahead of a few hands. There you go, there's an 8. So now a 9 or a 7 would give him the win. See, it's still 23%. They will split if a 6 or an 8 comes out. And you start talking about value that you're going to get. King X still charge the gut shots, but not a lot of, you know, ace 9, ace 7. Those are the aces you beat right now. And he does go for it, bets again. Webster hand does improve, so he will stick in here. And look at that, just how he drew it up. The old 9 running straight. Man, Webster playing well, running well. And he, champion of our first event, can't really love this card. I mean, if any, again, the aces, he's not beating ace jack or ace queen. He literally beats, now he does not beat ace 7 or ace 9. So if Webster stuck on with an ace, gotta think, he is beating like king queen, king jack, king 10. Would he call in the turn with those hands? Probably not. And Webster with a miraculously clean run out, just as good as it gets, really. Thinking, how can I get paid? What am I getting paid by? You know, with a set 2 pair, am I gonna get called here? Probably, because you know I could have ace 9, ace 8, and sizing probably go decent again. It's going like 130-ish. Or 112, so close to pot, a little less. And, you know, we did see Webster go for it in a spot, some bluffs. I want to say, was it the final table where he bluffed Stevie with king queen in an interesting spot? We're actually almost the same board, if I'm not mistaken. Almost the same board where Stevie rivered ace 9. I believe Webster had king queen and stuck in there and then bluffed the river with just a king. Almost the exact same hand, if I'm not mistaken. Nice hand. Jason making a comment there, almost thinks he's up to no good, but
5-10. Yeah.
I have a purple, please.
There's Makita re-entering, it looks like. Seth Davies in the field.
Slightly bigger, I think.
Seth Davies, one of the elite players in the world, no question.
For a little while. Nice. I'm gonna stop in Vegas and then.
Oh no, it wasn't Webster. Sorry, it was.
Malaysia is not really getting hit by
this was the king queen bluff hand.
Very hard yet, right?
Yeah, not yet.
There's Ivan Liao. Could taste the 50K or the 25K event number 2 heads up versus Sam Trickett. Got it in a great spot. Ace queen suited to ace 4 off. Couldn't win. Wai Kin Yong son of Richard Young, great player, had that unbelievable performance in Triton, getting first and second in the 200K main events, back-to-back, short deck in the no limit. And there's Phil Ivey, no introduction. And Aaron Van Blarcom with an impressive score right away. He's been on the tour, scored a chop three-way in the Millions Bahamas in November with Adrian Mateos and Big Hooney. And really showing some game and versatility in different games. Short deck, no limit, battling here at the high roller circuit. So a lot of great players. And look at this, Jack 10 suited. Is it a favorite versus Ace Queen? Actually, it's close. I know against Ace King, it's like even money. But look at that board. Everyone got a little something. He likes the flop, and there's the Jack coming right in. And he knows.
That's a run out.
Oh my goodness.
That's a run out.
Quadzilla.
This has been a hilarious table. The worst hand has won every single all-in. Every one.
Jason Kuhn making a reference to.
Oh, no, that's not true. Ace Queen stacked my King Queen. I almost won. But other than that, every hand's been a suck out. Actually, it doesn't count as a suck out, though. Does it? Small favorite.
Jack 10 was the best hand.
Yeah, I think it's just small favorite. 3.
Oh, Jack 10 is?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Suited.
Or not
Against Ace King, it definitely is, but I think it is against Ace Queen off as well. Against Ace King off, it definitely is.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Cool. It's about that time.
That's a big ass hand that just called you. The only way you're a true favorite in this game.
And Sergey, who has been playing really snug and solid, gets in with jacks and does get the bad news that he's up against kings and action pack.
You know, it's going to be interesting on the turn. It always, oh, not as interesting as I was thinking.
And jacks full of nines. So he gets unlucky there versus Lebedov. Russian talented player gets a
Jack 10 of diamonds this hand.
Friendly roll.
Double up to a little over 1 starting stack.
That's a good plan.
Jack 10 of diamonds. Right here.
You'll have like 3x starting stack.
Oh,
no, 2x.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I want 9, 10. 9, 10 to good.
I'll take 9, 10 of hearts, but all the other suits I'm folding. Just hearts. I shove.
Show the 9, 10 of clubs.
Right in the muck. Let people know I mean business.
How much do you play about? I see.
Almost 3.
All in.
I did not scare him.
Wasn't enough.
Was not
Put the
enough.
fear into him.
Is it my turn?
All right, jacks again. Reverse, and this time king queen. And John, third in, can't want to put in nines. I mean, it's just like almost just can't win. Like he's even against like king, ace jack and king queen, or ace king and king queen. It's just you have to basically hit a 9.
What should we win now? Listen, I'm.
It's the way of the gods. I hate to say it. It's going to be 2 kings on the flop, I think. Yeah.
Close. I don't know how you do it.
King queen, just absolute hammerlock on the hand. I mean,
You just got to.
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Lucky Jack table.
Short deck.
Wow. He's got the spades covered.
Such a joke. I've played so many hands of this game, and it's still such a joke to me to see these runouts.
I thought that was a lock.
Yeah, that's kind of almost as close as you can get.
Wow. Spicy. If this is your first time seeing Shortdeck, again, the 2, 3, 4, 5s removed is a big deal. 52 card deck down to 36. Just a lot more action, a lot more big hands, a lot more collisions. Definitely more gambly of a game.
2, 6.
Still a lot of skill, especially cash game versus tournament. There's some nuances, but it's I mean, the jacks are just going around right now. Queen Jack suited, also very pretty hand. Jack 10 suited is equivalent of aces, essentially. Literally, if you have aces versus Jack 10 suited, you're almost flipping. Just give you an idea of some of the equities. And Jason with the ace queen off happens to have a pretty good spot here. Queen is gone. Jacks are gone, but I think he's got to go for it here. Webster with the queen 10 off, players behind. It's not want to put more chips. Sergey may just isolate here. Yep.
Attaboy.
So we see one queen mucked, a jack mucked, and then, this queen jack suited, pretty good gamble hand to have. Jack 10 suited, queen jack suited, similar. A lot of equity.
Everybody trying to trap you.
Third in.
I think I trapped him.
You know my hand, right?
I trapped you. Yeah, I know.
My hand.
Ace, jack of clubs.
No, jacks.
Oh, you're dead.
What else?
You're dead, bro. Oh, yeah, you have jacks every hand. Oh, yes, I call. I think people would have some problems with me folding.
So.
It's ready.
I want to be more confident. I want to believe I'm going to win this, but
ace queen, I'm telling you,
it's
this
not
hand
there,
is
man.
Coin flip.
Okay. I still don't believe I'm going to win.
He's got a 7 for outs. Doesn't get it.
Could I have some chips, please?
Ah, jacks are good.
Jack's a good hand, yeah. Ace queen's a good hand, too.
Jason Kuhn losing some flip type situations here. Gets a lammer for that. Blue chips gets 100. Everyone gets 300 to start. You can put them in at any time or do 100 at a time. So he's down to his last lammer. I believe the reg is still open, I think. Not sure. Take a look at the chips. 673 for Webster. Sergey Lebedov been playing jacks. A lot of hands here. Still, those two have a nice stacks. Jason the shortest, couple middling stacks, and yeah, still action-packed. Early on in these short decks, a lot of all-ins. As it gets close to the money, ICM becomes more important. The equities run close, so generally you don't want to be all-in if you're a middling stack, or if you can avoid tangoing, as you see what happens with the equities, but. So again, Sergey limps Jack 9 suited. It's got some good playability, but also the fact we see him limp kings, so he's just going to be balanced and on the gun spot, as I think most players are. You start raising with your ace king and kings and aces. It's a little bit easy to play against. So having that balance, get to play some more hands. Webster sees the limp under the gun. Also a big stack. Sergey, does he want to just take a flop? Does he want to try to thin the field? This is the ones where I'm not really sure how they approach the spot, but he is going to go ahead and pump it up. I guess kind of realizing like he's going to get to see where Sergey's at here when he makes it 60. I like this. These are the spots though in short deck, just kind of really not sure on and how people approach it. If you're Sergey, they're tied for the big stack, so he gets to sort of eliminate that. Jason is on a 100K stack, so it's pretty easy to get it in versus him. John has the Jack 10. You know, again, suited Jack 10 versus Jack 10 off. It's just a powerful hand, and he is going to release that. And Jason, nothing he can do. So nice play from Webster. Really good recognition of the situation. I don't know if he gets played back at by Sergey, he'll release it. Put that one in the bank, the memory bank of a spot where you may want to squeeze the ace-queen offsuit on the button. Big stack, limp. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Plenty more events. This is another 25K short deck. See that we are going to be doing a mixture of no limit and short deck. 250K high roller bowl. Be the last event here, super high roller bowl. 23 of 38 left at the moment. John with 2-8's going to limp in, and just in time, Jason has the aces. Similar to no limit hold'em, the clear best hands. And trying to think, what does he want to do? Does he want to shove? Can he raise? He's got to put someone in. He is going to raise to 60, so essentially the same as an all-in, but maybe trying to look a little bit funny, like, you know. And John.
What a bad beat.
Still fold equity.
What a bad beat. I don't want fold equity.
If you shove, he call, but you know, when you just
Price
raise.
them out.
Yeah.
Leave that 30K back. He knew what was up. When I leave 1K back, I have ace queen. When I leave 30 back, aces.
Secrets out. This is, from my understanding too, this is some of the best short deck players in the world here. Webster, Jason Kuhn. We saw he win the 25K, looked super comfortable in every spot. John Sin, I know, plays as well. You know, it's a tough table here. Lebedoff, I remember in the Triton events this summer in July, was regarded as one of the top players in the game as well. So.
Left all of it back this time.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean?
No aces.
Webster with an ace-8 off, gonna just come in. Oh, there's a hand. Jack 10 suited and kings. Two major hands here, and Sergey gonna certainly raise, I would imagine. It's just too pretty. Might even, yeah. Now the thing that I guess deceivingly Jack 10 suited gets more credit, but really the flushes don't really come. So it's like, how much in this game? So really, is Jack 10 off and Jack 10 suited? How big of a difference is it? That I'm not sure. And
can't fold now.
He's gonna call, and he's gonna see the bad news that that's not the hand you want to be against. But
Very scary. My hand was gonna win this time.
Definitely scary.
Queen 9 of clubs.
That blocks some of the Sergey's straight. It's good for John.
Much.
And oh my goodness. Oh, Jack 10 just gets it done.
好輸喎，聽隻。
係，我哋唔可以唔分嘅。
哦，聽隻都係唔包你。I'm moving. Good luck.
夠時間食嘢咩？陣間都唔夠食嘢。
我都有食。
Is it mine?
Yes. 有食到冇？尋日冇。
冇食到。
Gonna fold. Yes, fold.
See, eights, ace 10 suited, all in. Eight's gonna fold. Nice hand from Wei Sheng. Been battling, playing well this week. Got a little unfortunate in some of the confrontations we saw in the No Limit event. 25K yesterday.
Gotta spin it.
Webster, some jacks under the gun. Theme seems to be limping in this spot for full range from all these players. Good to understand that.
Check.
Big favorite, jacks to jack 6, about as big as it can get. Bad board for jacks, but still in the lead. So difference is he VPIP, right? Voluntarily put money in the pot, Webster did, where Jason doesn't, so he's going to have all the random hands. And although it's not a good flop for jacks, still both players open-ended. Still Webster with the 2 jacks, though. So he's got a pair in his hand. Jason just jack high. Webster thinking what he wants to do here. He gets to have ace jack, jack 9. Can rule out jack 10 for Jason. Jason would have raised that. Jack 9 he might have bet. Queen X would be a hand he could have that he's losing to. Jason is going to call, maybe some intentions to take the pot if it's checked to, and they're both going to end up making their hand here. So this will be a split pot, no other way around it. Just a matter of how does it go in? Is it a bet, shove, call? Is it a check, bet? What does he do? He's got 2 jacks, so yeah, he's got I mean, maybe his opponent somehow has 2 pair. Just puts them all in. Split pot.
I'll take half the pot with jack 6 against jacks.
Yeah.
I'll take half the pot. Eight, 9 suited, very nice hand as well in short deck. All the suited, 8, 9 suited, 9, 10 suited, 10 jack suited being the holy grail of hands. Jason Kuhn, the ace-6 off. Going for one here. A little surprising. This is a pretty weak holding, but going to take it up. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there's on the flop. The ace, that makes sense. I was going to say missed it for a second. and that makes way more sense. So Jason, a little momentum with a nice river chop into a win. Webster, Queen Jack, Sergey, Ace 9. You can see again difference between equities in Hold'em and this game, a short deck, where this is like 50-50, whereas in Hold'em, Ace 9 would have a decent lead, you know, little bit of a lead. Here it's a still 23-38 remain. And we will see a call. So dry flop, king, king, 6. No flush draw available. And Sergey bet and win. Makes sense. He, your champ from event 1 of Short Deck. Jason with the weak ace, doesn't want any part of it, and Sergey wakes up with ace king. Happily gonna call. I am Jeff Gross in the booth here. Shout out to Twitch chat, just saying hello there as well, and James Dempsey. You guys know, done so much commentary for Party Poker over the years as well. It's really, we're having fun doing this. High level stuff, big buy-ins, what else do you want? And ace, king, king, queen. So again, as Jason Kuhn alluded to, in short deck even, you feel good in Hold'em, pretty good spot. And this, it's even less good because the 2, 3, 4s, 5s removed, straights are more prevalent. And you're just, you know, it's like here. So now this is 7 outs. And ace king will hold. Sergey Lebedov, 1.2 million. Got a lot of jacks, a lot of back and forth, a lot of all-ins. Finds himself in a commanding position here. I would like to play some short deck events. I think I would start with maybe a 10K, 25, a little bit out of for a learning curve. It's a bit aggressive, but these guys are very versed. Most of these guys, not their first rodeo. They played this several times. Jack, queen, 10 flop. Webster really showing his versatility and understanding of this game. Jason with the 6-7, kind of forced in there. He is on the dealer button, so it's limped through. Shout out to Pappy Van Winkle in the chat. Jeff the Ref, good to see you, man. How are you doing on this fantastic Sunday? Good luck to anyone who's playing online. Some big action today. I know Party Poker's got the Party Million. Some of the other big events going on in 8, Ace 9, King Jack. Everyone got a little something. Webster picks up a flush draw. He's open-ended. And Wei Shang with the straight now. Jason Kuhn just looking to get out as fast as possible. Absolutely nothing going on there. King Jack also has a little bit of something happening. Webster to flush, the rare unicorn flush option. But with the king drawing to the best straight, has a blocker to the nuts, although he's under the gun, so he could limp some ace kings. That's what we're seeing. Players are limping their full range, so would he limp ace king? Would he have checked it on the flop? Bet 21. It's getting a great price. Cannot imagine a fold here. Seems like a good option. Is he actually check raising? Also very strong play. The other side of that. Oh, okay, so he's just bet committing. He's betting to say, you know what, if you have the 9, okay, we'll run it down. Got outs to chop, outs to win, plus a flush draw, and you're going to put the 9 in a tough spot. Look at this. I mean, look at this. Absolutely magnificent execution. I don't know if I like the bet fold with the 9. I think if you're going to bet it, you got to stick in there, but at the same time, you know, got to realize that you could just be dead. Well, not dead. I guess king, he would make a straight. So, yeah, interesting spot. Webster, well played. Any short stack expert out there in the chat can let us know. You guys can tweet at us. Anything, any knowledge, any insights into this game. Wei Shang with this stack, 100K, pretty straightforward. Grip it and rip it. And the hijack. And gonna get some bad news from Webster. That is.
Oh shit.
That's dirty. Although, still some straights, 2 kings easier to make. It's not like this in Hold'em. In Hold'em, I believe it's like 7 or 8%. I'm actually not sure in this game.
We're giving you 2 those hands.
10 Jack Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah,
big
so
improvement.
now he's got 24% all of a sudden.
Boom.
Oh. And
seat open. We got three people over here,
He
right?
has chips. He has chips.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Let me see that.
Jason, premature, calling for the exit of his Wei Shang there. Wei Shang
How
got
sick
the
is that? You just
blue
get
limp.
snap called by ace 10 and he has aces. I mean, you're supposed to cooler him there all day. Sick.
Probably we need to shop. Ah, no. No. Late trust.
Still playing 4?
Still 5-10.
There's ace 10. Jason with the pretty hand, queen jack suited. He's not going anywhere. Webster 8-9 suited against 200K stacks.
122.
Tempting, but it's not. Doesn't really need to
All
call
right.
it off there. And look at this.
I got a decent 3-way hand.
Wow. So good.
Send it, baby.
So good.
Jason likes seeing this. The ace king and ace 10 sharing the ace, queen jack suited. you know, he does have a path for a triple here. For sure. I like that Queen Jack suited in this one. Look at that. I mean,
I think it's 6. No interesting.
Yeah. Here we go.
What the fuck?
Here we go.
Never safe.
Hey,
6.
Here we go. Go.
Okay.
100.
Yes, not much.
22.
Yeah. 122.
Jason finds himself back over a starting stack, really, when you get register for 300. And Wei Shang going to put his last lammer in there. What a flop. Just the butters. Lebedev found himself in a pretty good spot, but the Queen Jack suited, powerful hand in this game. Just felt like it was a lock, and that flop certainly was. This is live on a slight delay. 23 at 38. No one has been removed for a while. Webster with a nice hand in the hijack, thinking about either limping or raising, and he's going to go ahead and pump it up. Not great timing. It's only one with more chips at the table is Sergey, who wakes up with the goods. 2 aces. They're red, they're big, and they match. Just calls. Could be a function of some of these shorter stacks looking to induce a shove from this Wei Shang in this exact spot. He doesn't get it, which this is a pretty good hand to shove. Maybe meant to shove. A little bit unlucky for Lebedev. And he is going to have the best hand, but both players really connect with this board. Well, I'm sorry, Webster. It's more than the connect. It's a truck stick. Just absolute monster top 2. Wei Shang bricks. Does have a gut shot and 2 overs. Yeah, so it's not, you get lammers. Those blue chips are worth 100K, so you can put in all at a time or one at a time. So if you bust, you still, for their 25K buy-in, you get 300 total K chips, which is 3 100K chips. And Lebedev cutting out a raise. He played his King's Koi before. Wei Shang going to put it in, so we're going to get to see at least 5 with him being all in. But Webster now thinking, what am I getting raised with here? I block jacks and 9s. I have top 2. I lose to 6s. I lose to jacks and 9s. I mean, would Lebedev play Queen 10 suited, Queen 10 like this with the best draw? Interesting hand. And Sergeyev gets raised back. I mean, just can't. Webster's definitely, I don't see any reason of folding. How Sergey plays, though, would he do this with queens, kings, aces? Would he play it like this? Would he flat and then go crazy here? I think Webster is going to end up ripping it in. I don't think he can just call. The event is a rebuy event, so if you lose your 300K, whether it's 100K at a time, and lammers or the full 3, you can rebuy up to, I believe, level 10. And we are, we might be there already, so there it is, all in. And Sergey's got to get let go. Oh, wow. Maybe he thinks he's got Queen 10. I just, this is
10.
Drop.
King Queen wins, but who wins the side pot?
Why haven't you shoved pre? Wow, King Queen. Come on.
Then we don't have to play the big pot.
Come on,
He was
boy.
supposed to. I think he meant to
Why
shove
haven't
pre.
you shoved
All
pre?
in for all of it.
Yes, Jack.
Oh, shit.
So Webster
I'll
needs to
take
fade
6 on the
a
turn.
6, an ace, a 10 for the side pot.
6 is good.
6 is that's a brick. Oh, actually, so an 8. An 8 makes him a straight as well. Look at those outs. Sergey's got a lot of outs.
Oh,
yes, 6.
Wow.
All right.
Sorry, mate.
6
Such a sick hand.
All right, we lose the player, and now we got three-handed. One dude's got about 6 million chips over here. Everybody else got nothing.
No, he covers. Yeah.
Wow. Really unlucky for Webster. Sergey gets bailed out.
Hả? Đi chứ mà ngon mà唔使輸咁多咯。
Short deck, so dirty.
Webster thinking about what could have been. Man, what a collision.
Back to scratch.
So with that pot, Lebedov gonna have about a 7x starting stack. Like the execution, it would have been interesting to see if Wei Shang had shoved, what would have happened. I guess Webster would have called, and
Do you have
then
any
Lebedov
lemons
would have
behind?
opened it up.
Sorry?
You have rebuy chips behind?
2 of them.
Oh,
But it is second bullet.
That's still pretty decent.
So second bullet, meaning he's got his full second bullet behind, but with the
4
200K
times average
landers.
almost.
Learned a little bit from the guy.
Uh-huh.
How he do it on final table. That's all you need.
He was just all in every hand at the final table?
They played like 2 or 3 hours, 6 max. Then Stevie busted, and he won in 15-20 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, referencing he. that
Welcome.
One.
Look at all these chips. So many chips.
See, try to fill some seats here. Webster handled that beat very well. I mean, it's just it's a good spot. Top 2 versus
Fourth
overpair.
bullet? Yeah.
Got a sweaty turn and then the 6.
I'm on 3 and
happy birthday.
Okay, so we got some cards back going here.
Much do you play about 100?
Starting.
Then fold.
Yeah, whatever.
Webster pushing it in. So we see a 7-8 suited versus King Jack. Webster trying to get back.
my pocket 6s are going to make quads this hand.
Maybe next hand.
Maybe this hand, 6s. 6-6. No thing for 6s yet.
Pretty dry for 7-8.
Quads
Does
would
have
be
a gut
difficult.
shot.
Yes.
And that's a full house. Webster is
All right.
going to be.
Oh.
Yeah, just
To the
start
limp, do we
first
just
hand.
check down?
So unlucky for Webster. He is eliminated, and I think we are out of the rebuy period, as a matter of fact. Looks like it says eliminated. I don't know
Хороший столик.
if it's still available or not.
Сколько задержка в трансляции, не знаешь?
Меньше часа.
Меньше часа?
Ну, по-моему, больше получаса. Четвертая
19 человек мы втроем будем сыграть?
4-я пуля у тебя? Не, второй мы не будем играть.
Кого нам ведут?
Раздачка тут была.
А?
Это порейзил 40 в стек 100 на баттон. Я кол тузы 40.
Запихнул.
Этот не запихал король, дама сьют. Просто кол сыграл 40 из 100.
Так.
Вышел флоп, валет 9-6. Это поставил полпота, 60 ровно под all-in этого. Я рейз 250. Этот кол и там all-in.
С чем?
Валет 9 по рейзу.
All right, well, we're gonna
Наказал?
welcome back, James.
Riviera.
You've missed
Вышло
quite
семерка.
a
Yes.
bit of
I see a lot of
action.
chips there.
So, moral of the story is all the worst hands were winning. There was a lot of all-ins back and forth and dramatic runouts, but just now Webster, who was in playing great, making some nice bluffs, just getting everything working. Him and Sergey were the two big stacks. It was an open of Jack-9 suited. Sergey flatted aces, and the button, Wei Sheng, meant to go all in with this king-queen of diamonds, but just called, and then the flop came Jack-9 6. So Webster flopped top 2.
Wow.
He led out.
Oh, carry?
Aces raised to 250. The king-queen put it in as well with the 2 overs and the gut shot, and then Webster went all in, and Sergey kind of sighed and went all in.
Yeah,
and
it's like he slow played the kings before, didn't he? And
yeah, and then, yeah, it's exactly. So a little different this time. He went with it, and the turn was an 8, or gave him a straight draw sweat, and then the river 6, banged
the dirty
counterfeit.
wheel.
And huge pot. So he actually has 2 lammers behind. Sergey is on a rebuy, but he has his 2 lammers behind on the rebuy. So he took the 100 to, like, whatever that is, a ton.
Yeah, 15, 16,
1.78, somewhere in that. And then he's still got 200K behind, and big hand there. So Webster, is registration still open? I don't know.
Yes,
It's
registration. I believe they've got 10 levels today. So obviously I was just out grabbing a little bite. They are on level 9, I believe, now we're watching here. So yeah, they've got another, I think we're 40-minute levels today. So they've got another level after this one to buy in. So there's going to be some more fast action, you'd imagine, Jeff, obviously the way this game plays. And El Jefe back in the mix.
Yep, Jefe featured table specialist, no stranger here. He's back in. And Mikhail gonna call the 10,000. Jason with a good hand too, but dominated. And Ty out of Houston. Saw him, he was on the ride over here. I think he likes his short deck. And he's in the mix.
Well, a bit of a flop. Queen Jack 10. Bottom 2 for Mikhail. Jason kind of in pretty bad shape because he's got pair and a straight draw, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tie with the top pair and straight draw.
Yeah, everyone's got something. I like Queen 9 suited equity-wise. It's got a lot of potential. Everyone's got something.
It's just all these spots are so scary, aren't they, when you're playing short
Jason
deck.
actually was 0%. And guess we'll get out of the way, right? Or what?
Yeah, Jason folded. I think Mikhail betting 30K into 40. Kind of like it, the sizings in this game are so much more like Omaha, aren't they? You don't mess around with the small bets, you just bet big.
Wow.
Ty says pair on a draw is enough, let's go. And it's kind of a tough spot for Mikhail, right? I mean, you've got bottom 2.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let's it go.
I'm a bit surprised with that jam just because he limped in. He could have, like, people limp their whole range, so he gets to have ace king. He doesn't have a king in his hand. Like a king with a pair, I could see that more, but it just that's an aggressive maneuver. So could be a bit of a forecast what's to come. There's some chips flying as usual. Seems in this game, but
short deck's the rules. The chips fly.
In those spots when you could go either way, and you see guys just going for it, means likely some bigger pots can be played. And yep. All right, well, I'm going to grab a bite,
Yeah,
let you
we'll
take
tag
over.
in and out.
Yeah, for sure. It's exciting stuff. So we'll see you guys in a bit, and James take you through this short deck experience.
All right, thanks, Jeff. All All right, so Ty just ripping it in here with tens. Mikhail on the button finds the aces. Life is good. Jason making way. And just a little 70-30 you see here.
Not the most difficult decision.
King, queen,
Comes the
8.
sweat cards. Oh.
No sweat there, I'm afraid, Carrie. Just the 10 on the end will do it. Everything
That was
but.
supposed to be the turn.
160.
65.
Mikhail up to 350, tie down to 285. So time maybe got the better of the last hand. Mikhail gets it back with interest the next.
Fold.
Same.
Jason and Sergey not going to play from the first 2 seats. Ty decides to rip in his 10-9. Again, remember those blue laminas back. Worth 100K's carry in a pretty tough spot with 9s. Just
6-7 suited.
What?
How do you go with 6-7 suited?
not the same as a regular hold'em. Round 9's much weaker in this game. Dog in a flip and fewer small pairs to be jamming.
Oh,
Says it's gamble time. That's the good news. Up against 10-9.
How did we flip?
It's flip, yeah.
Well, it was a flip.
Oh, you picked up outs.
All right, so now I like your hand a lot more now than I did before the flop.
Okay, I like it better now.
Queen is working.
That is
Queen,
the end of that.
Chop it up. Short deck.
I didn't want
I think you cover me, right? I only have 80.
Yeah, he covered.
84.
Close.
Yeah, I have 84.
So you got that monster stack 1.9 million early on in this tournament. Again, 300k starting check, but given to you in 100k blocks. So that is a monstrous stack, given that most players are sitting down with 100k each time. Kerry also calls from the cutoff. Jason checks back his sixes, 998. No use to anyone here. Of course, Carry with that gut shot to the wheel. Checks through to Jason, decides to bet 15k with his sixes. Harry is going to call. Well, needs to miss a 6. We'll be in trouble. Now can also make a 10 for the highest straight. See there. A reasonable favourite now. Hard for Jason to fire again. Many hands he's ahead of now, but looks like he's going to do just that. Put some pressure on Carrie. Okay. Jason, one of the absolute best at this game. Ty ripping it in from under the gun. Ace Jack suited, very good hand. Carrie's going to jump in with him. 10-9 suited. Jason, Ace King suited, he's in. See a pretty fair fight around. Ty crushed, but
No. It'll be hard to make a float
still
now.
not that bad. Carrie and Jason chopping up most of the equity.
You're still doing all right. You're doing just fine.
Yeah.
Given what I snap call with.
I can make a float.
Let's open Ace King.
Maybe some diamonds.
Jack 6-6.
Maybe some diamonds.
Okay.
Well, King Queen 10, that's a pretty good flop for Ty. Broadway.
Jack of diamonds.
Chop it
I
up.
probably take that flop.
Carrie's gonna scoop.
2 pair for Carrie.
Carrie's gonna scoop our
I'll take a chop.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And that's exactly what he's done.
No cards left?
I'm 0 for 45 all in today.
Running 9s. Wow.
Can't beat Carrie.
Yeah, it's sick.
164.
164, more than Ty had. Jason paying out the full double.
64. I said. Like, levels 7 through 10 in this tournament are so fucking stupid. It's just, let's just all be all in every other hand and see who wins. The beginning is really good and the end is really good, but these middle stages are like such a joke.
See if you can spot the man who's not running too good today.
I wonder if there's a way to make that not be the case. I guess there isn't because
It's very hard, yeah.
Yeah, because you just be crazy deep at the end if there isn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus you got a lot of your entries now.
Yeah, I mean it's just.
Jason's going to rip it in with his ace-10 from the hijack. All folds until then. Sergey with kings in the cutoff. He's going to join in.
35, 240, a little under 50 antes, yes, that's correct.
Ty deciding whether he should call 3-way. Haven't seen his hand yet. As we keep seeing, a lot of the equities 3-way become very interesting.
This hand never win this table.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you had kings. There it is. There's the answer.
That's the key for you on this one. Good and bad. Good and bad, you're fine. It's really not that bad, is it?
King, Queen, 8.
I don't
Pretty
know,
good
man.
flop
It
for
feels
Sergey.
okay.
Jason with a gut shot.
All right. Hey,
Now
all
has
right.
spades.
All right.
What a card.
8 of spades.
That's an incredible card.
Yep. All right. Sweet. That was a lot of fun, guys.
Jason loses another one.
I'll be back.
And is off to rebuy.
Looks like he's been winning a few all-ins over there.
Yeah.
Been running pretty good. Jeez.
This game is a
Like
cruel
grinding
one.
small pots, guys, you know.
Just
Grinding small pots.
Yeah.
There we go. This our next feature table coming up after the next break. We have Paul Poor, John Sin, Danny Tang, amongst others. Might Paul all in once again.
Хорошая игра.
Незамысловатая.
Sergey in the hijack. Gonna make way
You found the one.
for tie to give
Yeah.
Mikhail a very rare walk.
Yeah, he's calling you for sure.
Ah.
Beautiful one.
Better than
Not
mine.
in a good save. We still have one more level, Reba, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, yeah.
I wish it was just closed. It should be closing out after 9.
I only have 80k. So. I had king queen suited that hand.
Sorry?
I had king queen suited that hand.
Which one?
When you had kings.
Ah, really? Very tight fault.
I was supposed to call. Until you call, I was supposed to call.
How much you playing? About 4?
Yeah, a little over.
Action again round the cutoff. This time it's Mikhail with ace 10. Carried behind the covering stack. Raised to 40k is called by Carey, who holds Queen 10 of hearts. And King Jack 6 flop. Let's give Carey the open ender. Mikhail thinking long and hard about this one. Eventually concludes 55,000 to be the best bet. Carey, of course, with that nut draw. More than happy to continue. 7 of clubs rolls off. Neither player, of course, with a club. Surely Mikhail will check now. Carry the decision whether to bluff or check back and try and make his hand on the end. does check back. Jack Perrin, good card for carry, really. You can certainly have some jacks here, make our less likely to have them. I expect this to go check and then a bet from carry. This hand is taking a while. Mikhail bet at time chip before betting the flop. Carry going to do the same on the river. No. He says the words give up, and he's going to be a bit sick to see that one.
Queen 10.
Yeah, Queen 10 was the only hand that made sense, and with the completion of that hand, we have reached the break. So these guys will go back to the floor, and the table with the likes of Pulpa, Danny Tang will rejoin here. Sergei Lebedev leaving with the monstrous chip lead on this table. When we come back, we're going to play 6K, 12K antes, and that will be our last level of buy-ins. So expect more fast and furious action here at Sochi Casino in this 25K short deck event.
Life don't change until you change. Ooh, something. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself.
And Jason finds ace king. And he is going to be behind here. You can see the percentages though, still 60, 40, 57.
King A8, pretty safe for Jason. Just the one hard out there. That card not so safe for him.
Come on, James. Don't let's not call safeties.
He with a double.
It did look safe.
It did. I mean, come on, that's
Yeah, with 2 diamonds even. He would have, and the hearts don't come, we know, so it's
yeah. Jason's all in for 100K. Webster calls with ace queen.
Oh, ace queen
jacks.
again.
No.
Wishful thinking. King
Yeah.
queen gonna be behind.
No limit. You feel so dead in this spot, but in this game, I'm like, okay, I can do it.
Good.
Yeah.
I can do it.
So
I can get out
to his
of it.
point, ace queen, we know it's actually in this
Let's
game
see.
it's even probably harder to win with the ace queen.
Let's see.
Oh,
Yeah, you know it, Jeff. I think
Yeah.
you.
See, now I feel behind. It's like this is the most wicked game.
Ace
Now we have a
or
good
jack.
Right here.
All that will do it, and there it is.
King in the window, never good.
Never good. The king in the window is great. The 10 is like, all right, I lose.
Webster
Oh.
says elimination.
In there, and games where equities run close.
It's fun. I like watching the stage of this game of
this
short deck because it's like it's fun to watch final tables. But if you're going to try to pick up the game, it's different. There's ICM considerations. It's a different game at the start.
Right. It plays so tight on finals, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But when we're here, you get to see a lot more action. So 3 limits in for the extra. Jason, well, 6 is on the button.
Yeah, nice hand to check back. Try to hit a 6. Could win a big pot. No real point. Not trying to shove here. And 6s versus 2 overs feels just very vulnerable.
Queen, queen, jack. Nobody there yet. Webster, John with straight draw. Sergey with second pair.
John actually has probably the best. Well, equity-wise, Sergey is in the lead. It's kind of hard for him to win. Now Webster just going to go ahead and lead on out with that open-ended.
Yeah, strong. The worst draw available on this board.
Yeah, so Lebedov going to get out of the way. I mean, John actually, other than a queen, I mean, this is the worst hand for Webster to see for sure. He's got the best straight draw, blocking his stuff, and he's
yeah, and out in front with king high, right?
Yeah. He's going to actually take a pretty big lead. He will split some of the time.
Wow.
And hello, Webster.
Wow, wow, wow. Webster turning the straight draw on top pair to go with his straight draw.
And great card for Webster. Does block king 10 though, so I just, in terms of what he puts his opponent on, he's very aware. He could have queen X, could have queen 10, queen king, queen. He could have flopped it, queen jack. It's multi-way pot. Loves the card, but doesn't want to just blow up the pot here. Oh
wow!
Hard way.
Back makes kings full.
What a run out if you're Sin. I mean, you're hoping your opponent somehow has a queen, but.
All right, the spot from Webster, right, he doesn't expect John to check back a queen. I would have thought on the turn, so doesn't have that many kings, given that the most likely king is king 10 and Webster holds a 10 himself. Does check it on over to John. And again, kind of a weird spot for John, because Webster doesn't have many strong hands here, does he? Expecting to barrel again with a queen. Doesn't really have many straights. One of the spots, Jeff, where when your opponent can't really have anything, you just bet big and hope they do, or do you just bet really small because they're not supposed to have anything and let them maybe try and bluff you or hero call with?
This is where in poker hand reading ability really comes into play, and of course spots like this, and it's like, how you perceive it, but just in general, when you kind of are able to put your opponent on a specific hand and then put the bet size that you think is the best for that situation, and the difference between getting 20K in a spot or getting pot, where you're making that distinction is important to try to what's most likely, how are they going to, respond to it, and here he goes for what, just over half.
Just over half, yeah, which is interesting sizing. I would have thought either small or big. And again, you and I are both learning on the job here when it comes to short deck.
Yeah, if you think about what hands is he beating, does he ever have some jacks? Jack X that he's stuck on with on the flop, and then he's now bluffing like an ace jack or have jack 10. But yeah, it's not many hands.
And as you say, it's hard to have spade draw combos because there aren't that many spades in the deck.
Yeah.
I feel like that went back really quick.
That went what? Bad on the button, and it was last act, but.
Right, but the first position limp is something you want to do a lot. So
right.
It's important to be balanced in these
yes.
spots. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, especially in this part where there's people are playing wild, right?
Right.
People are willing to get it in with king, queen, and jack 10, all these different hands. 10-7 suited, 10-9.
Unfortunately for him, there was no severe action behind. So we do go three-way. Queen 8-7, couple of spades. Webster with the open ender.
Big board for Webster. Look at that advantage.
Yeah.
He's got 47% with 10 high. And again, so different that it basically flips with the value of straight draws or flush draws and hold them in short deck. Because the 2, 3, 4, 5s are removed.
Right. And you've still got the 8, the 4 6s, the 4 jacks to hit, but we've taken out 16 napkins, right?
Yes. And vice versa on the flush, where now there's less spades. 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's there's 9 spades available, or 9 of your flush card. If you have 2, it means there's 7. There could be other one dead.
Oh. Welcome back to Casino Sochi. We are nearing the end of the buy-in period here in event number 3, the 25k short deck. And the action, well, it's been fast and furious. We've got one more level of mayhem. Danny Tang leading the line on this new table. Paul Poor, Seth Davis Johnson, and Nicholas Sirotokins join them. Nicholas with just 40k left. Playing 6k, 12k antes.
Another 10 players.
Yeah,
10 players maybe average 1.5 buy-in.
Yeah, might be 100 entries, you know? You just need one fish to get it, and then everyone goes anyway.
Leon. Sorry.
You know, yesterday the whole world knew I skipped the 25k. A lot of people messaged me.
They don't see you either.
Yeah, no,
The long deck?
Paul said you sleep on the stream.
No? Oh.
It's true.
I'm sorry.
Paul did say it.
I fixed it now. The aircon was shit before. The aircon better now.
Oh, in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine works too. I don't really know what I do.
My suite room, the temperature adjustment in the toilet one only. I don't know why.
Interesting, Nicholas completing with a short stack. But he does do that. Seth the same with Queen 6 suited. Danny Ace 7 of clubs, and now Paul King Queen of diamonds is going to do the same. John with a pretty braggy Ace 8 off. Reason to believe there aren't that many strong hands out here.
Check.
Ah, there's no whole card, huh?
Yeah, there is.
There is?
You got a box somewhere.
Oh.
Your chips are probably on the box.
No, I saw
But he does check,
Yeah,
and
obvious
we're going to go
start.
5-way to the first flop with our new cast on the feature table. King 9-7, couple of diamonds, huge flop for Paul. Top pair and diamonds, and of course Nicholas also finding a big flop with his set of 9s. All right, let's check it around to Paul, who surely going to bet this one. There's 50k, and again, very odd that Nicholas decided to check. Oh, he does have more than the graphics suggest. That would be why. I thought this pan was playing a little odd. So he has about 100k more than it suggests. Paul, of course, gonna call. Yeah, Nicholas is 128, not 28. Paul pairs up. Pardon me, hits a diamond, needs to avoid a pair up on the end. He does just that. And Nicholas, first hand at the feature. Back off to the buy-in desk if he wishes to continue.
How lie, right? How lie?
What's that?
Good luck is how.
How yin.
How yin. Fuck. All right.
Yin.
What's up?
Nobody actually says that.
No? What do you say? Alright.
Also, if people knows a little bit of even Chinese, good luck. Good luck.
Good luck, yeah.
They know that too.
A little Chinese spin on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what did you get for dinner, Wylon?
I will have a kitchen here.
Yeah, was it good?
Who cook?
Yeah, I'm.
Who cook? PA cook à?陣間飲啦。
Danny completes from under the gun ace-10. All right, John, the real hand, 2 queens in the hijack. Decides just to call. Really borderline decision, I think. Obviously, you have to be a little bit concerned when Danny limps. He's going to limp with quite a few hands, strong and mediocre. And as we know, in this form of Hold'em, those mediocre hands have pretty good equity against queens. Not now, they don't. Queen, Jack, 7, top set. So that's going to make the call with bottom pair, some backdoor straight draw chances, and of course backdoor spades. Danny with the gut shot to Broadway also calls them. Well, picks up some additional outs with the 9 rolling off.
Oops. Sorry.
John getting a little larger on the turn, 2/3 of the pot. Makes Seth fold, and Danny has a brief pause, but does also lay down his straight draw.
John, can I change? Yeah. Ooh, I'm just kidding. Thanks, bro.
就包袱啦。
Couple of limps, John with king queen of hearts. Wei Leong with ace queen of spades. Danny punishing them from the button, making it 60 to go with ace 9 offsuit. He calls Wei Leong. Ace queen of spades. Is he going to jam it in? Or is he going to just call? He does move it in, a little squeeze play. Over limping. And then jamming over, raising a call. Danny, I don't think he can do anything here with his ace 9 off. Has to worry about John behind. he does. Go for it. Ripping in his ace-9, really. A tough spot, but interesting spot for John. Rebuy's still on the go. King Queen suited does play well three-way, and see, even against ace Queen and ace 9. It's at 35%, but lets it go. Ace Jack 7.
King. King, okay.
Danny gonna struggle from here. Wei Leong with the double. John limps, Wei Leong also limping. Seth Kings in the hijack.
我嗰件有一陣風咁喎。嗯。嚇，陣風一陣。你睇面吉他又弱咗啦。一陣風。
Gonna pump it up to 55.
55.
Paul, and a fair few chips in front of him, not going to get involved. John 8-9 of spades, he's going to see a flop. Wei Leong now with the option to do the same thing, closing the action. Says Queen 10's too weak. John with a gut shot, straight draw on this one. Seth just rips it in. Huge bet. Seth and Danny both complete. Paul, Queen Jack of Diamonds in the cutoff. This is a very strong hand in this game. He completes. John will check his option with sevens, taking us full way to the flop. And well, ace 9-8 eventually rolls off. Action for sure. Seth with top two, Danny top and bottom. Paul with a gut shot straight draw and that queen high flush draw. And they both check it on over to the man with the draw. 30 the bet, of course. John with a gut shot to the wheel. Can't get involved.
Thank you.
Seth with decision. Check raise now, just call. Allow Paul to continue bluffing. If he were to just call, I'm sure you get a dream scenario of Danny coming back over the top of him. Does indeed come out with the check raise. Not that's going to worry Paul too much with that combo draw. But it's Danny, the one who will now be in an interesting position, holding top and bottom on a jewelry board. Glance to his left, does have to worry about Paul. Makes the call now. Paul trying to piece this together. It's very hard for Paul or Danny to have aces. Seth can, having opened it up with a limp. 6-7 unlikely. And Paul does decide just to continue with a little bit of caution with this big draw. Does have position, remember, in a three-way pot. Not a bad spot to be at all. King on the turn. Very good card for Seth to see. Seth a little concerned about Danny Cole calling, Paul raising and calling. I piece together what two hands he can beat. That's the best course of action. Seth knows if he gets this wrong, he's probably drawing dead. If he gets it right, probably only a small favourite.
All in.
Does move in, and it's a pretty grim spot for Danny with Paul behind. I think he puts Paul on a pretty strong draw. Not rejammed the flop. Has to therefore give, I think, Seth credit for having the made hand. Some of Seth's bluff, perhaps. Hands like Jack 10 of clubs. Picked up this extra equity and jammed. Certainly taking a long time. In my mind, the real decision comes behind Paul. Folds, and well, one sizing Paul didn't want to see was the all-in. That's scored 478 to win 800. Not getting the price with this draw.
What the fuck you have? Flush draw? No more flush draw.
That is what
個牌
Paul is worried about.
10隻咯呢個牌，兩副牌咯。
Danny had some of his outs.
兩啤啊？
Danny had a weaker flush draw.
3條啊！
揸住10隻街磚10隻梅花，會唔會用3個 time bank 之後你可以？
冇10隻梅花啦，有就你有7、9雞磚，90雞磚，因為我攞咗累積。
我贏呢啲牌啊，我唔擔心你嘅其實。
我想 all in three flop。我驚佢3條，你又播花。
Well, as the dust settles, Seth decides to limp in with queens. Danny with kings behind.
That was a crazy hand.
Also calls.
I could have gone all in on the flop.
I'd love to go back and watch.
Yeah. You guys have big draws?
I
Are you implying you didn't have a draw?
No, I had ace 9.
Really?
Yeah.
I made a 6 fold.
You have fold eights? Ace 8.
Lee Leong weighing up the bet size. Makes it 50k on top.
All in.
Seth limp jamming Danny again in a pretty sick spot, this time with kings.
All in.
Does move all in. Wei Leong gets out of the way of the trap he built himself. Danny in great shape to double
Wei Leong
up.
are you? Revenge.
King a 7-6. Ooh, hearts. Top set for Danny, but Seth with the flush draw.
One more out.
Picks up an additional.
Queen of clubs or queen of spades.
Ace of clubs.
Wow, big pot.
Seals the double for Danny.
Oh yes, 552.
Correct. 552. Yeah? Trap you! Revenge!
係啊，佢唔係你 jam 我通唔拖夠你。
咁就輸啦。
輸啦。
That was for the pot, I think.
現物冇得去啦，唔使諗啦。應該 flop 唔去嘅，因為。
240.
Action to Wei Leong. Jack 10 of clubs. Powerhouse in this game. Decides just to rip it in. Seth's short stack behind.
Send number one entry now, 57.
Ace, Jack, 9. Danny with the open ended.
The last one was
second
57,
pair.
right?
On 2 days ago?
Yes.
No, 40 something.
Was it that big? Yeah, I don't think it was that
40
big.
something.
40 and something,
40,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
First place was like 300 and 300 plus 320.
380.
320, is it?
It was 380, wasn't it?
380?
好似50幾喎。
我食嘅50唔到啊，肯定唔到50。
見又出咗。
哇！如果冇嗰個病，呢個 event 多人喎。
最多 Shortdeck 最少多10個人啦。
10 on the turn. John with
行
2
輸
pair now.
冇念到啊！
小張、小五，
全部你講
中國護照。
哦，
攞
攞過嚟啦。
可以啊。小五澳門護照都攞唔到，係喺杜拜嚟㗎嘛。上海戶啊。咁有美國幫幾個
Checks down.
Hexton 嗰班。
John pulls in a small one.
本來應該好多人啦呢個 event。
Elton 嗰班，佢喺度亮。
今年 Triton 咪其實都
KTV 唔會打俾佢啊？會啊？呢啲樣啊
？2萬5佢一定肯打啦。
哦，應該有成10個，成10個你乘2就20啦，2個半率，平均差唔多接近2個半率啦。
係啦，平均2個半。
Wei Leong limping +1. Danny from the cutoff also completes pull on the button. Happy to see a flop with King 6 of hearts and the flop Ace Ace 8. Nothing for anyone on this one. Wei Leong is going to stab.
One Triton 今年 cancel 晒。
依家個個都 already，個個去喎。
邊度
？Montenegro。
哦，Montenegro 啊！
我打完呢個有打算啦。咁如果係睇下全部 confirm 睇有幾多個先。但係你話唔埋啊，到時 lock down 都好喎。嗯。係嘛？你喺意大利唔覺得喺英國唔？
睇呢2個月點咯，睇呢一個睇下個月點咯。
係啊。
下個月就知道啦，應該。
蘇莎又快啊！哇，矮仔又快啊！
Whaley completing from under the gun. Sevens, Danny. Behind check with Queen 10. And Paul's going to look down at Ace King of clubs in the cutoff.
唔係冇辦法，咁爆咗嘛。爆咗之後等呢個。係爆咗之後等呢個。呢個 make sense。因為你唔想三槍咁開嘛。
你梗係第9個 level 有3
個 bullet 啦嘛。第9佢入咗，但係爆咗。
第9出咗。
係啦，第9 level 出咗。
之後上去食飯，之後落嚟就等你咯。
60。
Raises it up 60k to play.
咁一定第9出咗即刻入啦嘛。
佢哋未食飯。
Hey, can you tell them in your mic to get like a service, the drinks? Do they do that in the mic?
Floor.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll ask them. What's the floor guy's name?
I don't know.
Oh, on a yo, KO bad timing.
Oh, 出咗咯，Sunday。
KO 我出咗。
4粒啊，Sunday。
All in. 220.
Seth all in for 220 from under the gun, and you hear that announcement. This is the last hand of the level. Buy-ins close after this hand. Might change the action on this table. Danny decides to rejam. Ace King suited.
If I were to bust in this hand, do I get a re-enter? All right.
I didn't boot.
It's
okay.
He does get to re-enter. This is the last hand of the level.
Top. Everybody, we good? We good?
I think it's me.
King at Queen 9, never easy. Seth with a gut shot draw. And now has backdoor spades. But it does brick out. Seth departs the feature table, but as you heard him asking, clearly intending to rebuy here. Danny on a little tear. Took 2 goes, but he finished Seth off.
Go low. Oh, sure.
Ante's up to 8k, button 16.
Alexi 等到 level 10張坐落嚟，梗係 level 9唔識計數。
59 entries, it appears, at the moment. Maybe a couple more as people bust that last hand. Enter. Paul from under the gun, ripping an ace king.
Thanks, man. Okay. Game. Game.
Wow, everybody fire.
No,
Wei Leong limping in. 8-9 of spades. Paul checking his option with ace-7 on the button. King, queen, 10. Neither one hitting this.
Are you sick? You sick?
Maybe.
Remember, we're on TV.
Super healthy.
This is the box I use.
You don't want.
This is the one.
Yeah.
Above lah.
So you using the wrong box all the time?
Yeah.
No one say anything.
Just keep me only.
Oh, you just came. So when we buy in at the same time, this is one situation and one situation. Double up, bus, we buy.
Wei Leong limping kings in the first seat. Michael 8-9 of diamonds. +2 also going to complete. Danny ace king in the hijack. Makes it 85 to play. Back to Wei Leong, and time to spring the trap. Danny calls, and as you can see, not too much in this one. Ace King versus Kings. What is in there is a massive pot, 1.4 million chips.
Scary, scary, scary. Only this game.
Anybody guys?
Anybody, the best hand always get one.
Yeah, this one.
Ace in the window. Wei Leong, one out.
The chop is fair.
Few outs for the chop. Any queen?
45, 55, right?
Oh, there it is.
Short deck.
Okay.
Yeah, really, right? Short deck, if you're ahead, you always scared. If you're behind, you're not scared because anything can happen, right? Anything can happen.
That's why insurance good business. Cash game.
Yeah, ahead always scared. It's quite fair, actually. Top. 40 something, 40. Was there 3 diamonds there? No, right? At least we didn't lose, okay, bro. The flop, we're gonna GG already.
Kena bluff.
Kena bluff.
Michael throws away 8-9 suited. Off that shorter stack. Danny though with 9-7 suited. The next seat does complete. As it looks like we'll pull with ace-6.
Not sure, to be honest.
John the cut off Jack 8 off. also completes. Wei Leong on the button. Checks his option. King, Jack, Ace 6, 7 the flop. Big one for Paul with top and bottom pair. Danny with second pair and a gut shot to the wheel.
40. Okay. Okay, cannot beat me.
I flopped a straight like shit.
You flop straight lah? I die lah. Don't know who die lah. I still got 2 cards.
Still got outs ah.
Lost lah. How much you have? 60. 大概60啊。
Paul limps in from +2. John jams Ace 10.
What?
3 in orange.
Oh, 40 antis. I win like
1.3 million.
he matched with you, right?
Yeah. So sick. He would have had also if he won the King 10. Right? Just like that. Boom, boom. Double, 1.2 million.
Danny limping Ace 10. Paul completes Queen, Jack, Spades. +1. And John with another very strong hand. This time Ace King of clubs.
All in.
You heard now, you know. Everyone talking
Everyone folds, picks up another nice one.
I saw amazing.
All those antes in there now up to 450k. Danny Tang leading the way on the feature tape, 1.3 million in chips. Johnson nestled in the middle there between Paul Pur, Wang Leong-Chan, Michael Soiser and Webster Lim. Team Malaysia. This 25k Super High Roller event, part of the Super High Roller series here in Sochi. 2-day event. We have, I believe, a total of 61 entries in the end, in the event. meaning 9 players will get paid. Min cash, just over 45k. First prize, just over 450k. Paul calls under the gun. John does the same +1 with the aces. Looking for some action. He's going to find some. Wei Leong waking up with queens behind. He's going to raise things up.
Raise 85 plus.
Action round to John, who's surely going to put it in.
All in.
That's what he does do. Wei Leong swiftly calls and gets the bad news that it is aces he's up against.
Uh-oh.
Scared.
Yeah, he's scared, right? You know.
Ping.
That is the reaction of a man who has become an underdog in the hand. King, queen, or 8. There it is.
No, you shout queen. I have 1.
Good luck.
Unlucky.
John to the
Bro,
rail.
Queen 10 diamonds, bro.
Wei Leong to north of 1 million in chips.
I got Queen 10 diamonds, man. 10 flush for free roll you. See the fuck, you know you're gonna win already. Pre-flop already got.
Tôi lỗ qua lại đó.
Game, man. No justice on already.
No justice on the game.
I got 1 queen, you know. You
Don't
got
want
2 queens,
me,
still
okay.
win, come on straight. He's like, it doesn't matter what you have pre-flop. See the flop first.
Don't want to be ahead.
Huh?
Don't want to be ahead.
When you, yeah. More painful when you lose when you're ahead, I guess.
Yeah.
This is really a home game now. Now it's really a home game.
All these guys clearly play a lot of poker together. It's the reference, Sin Departed. Wei Leong, complete 7s. Webster, ace queen. Just a few antes left, decides to rip it in.
Nine 10 suited lah, my. Gamble.
兄弟，我鬥咗佢。
你咪自己上。
我爆咗你啦。攞保險。
Yeah, pound me lah, fucker. 9 10 suited.
I cannot call up ahead.
You lucky you got no 9 10 suited. Snap for your ass, man.
Snap call up, 9 10. I think it's like nuts.
It's not bad lah. You don't quite call it that.
Danny calls in the hijack.
You know what time did you?
Wei Leong with the garbage jack 6 offsuit on the button.
Oh, yeah. Whether you can rent it tonight or tomorrow morning.
He's going to have a little go.
But
using one of the weakest hands. It's one of his bluff raises on the button.
Close at 11, right?
Yeah.
It's going to work.
It's only 8 o'clock now. It's still for 3 hours.
我計撲一模啊！我計撲一模啊！我跟計啊！
話俾你聽，因為你計錯咗，我可以跟㗎嘛。你計少咗，我有得跟啫，所以唔可以話俾你聽。
爭遠啊！
不過通常佢都係多咗，仆街。
啊，多啊，多好過少嘛。
我頭先見到你 raise 啊85K，你都唔係計嘅。你 remember the hand before I raise 85K？
冇計嘅，我計嗰個 M 點啊，之後加一點，大概啊。
呢個 level 唔好計，下個 level 好計。
梗係啊，好正，好似 M 點咁嘅色計。
Jack 10, 7. Webster top 2 on the button. Paul and Wei Leong with the same straight draw.
Check. Check.
Both check on over to the man with top 2.
How much you have left? 210.
Well, 40k bet is met by an all-in from Paul. Not a lot Wei Leong can do about it in the middle. Webster top 2, only 220k behind. It's going to force the call.
Top 2.
Yeah, but not bad news. Pretty much a flip.
One spade.
One spade indeed.
閃 hand 啊！
識咩啦？我話咁多數做咪往會生。
哦
There it is.
我 B 咯添啊而家 ，and the spade。
There's the spades covered, so just a jack or non-spade 10.
哇
There it is.
好彩你冇嚟啊
The unnecessary flush.
邊 line 啊？
邊
度 space 啊？
哇 call 要 call， 打完。
冇啦，我唔知 call 唔 call 喎。
如果我4萬嘅蚊㗎，你梗係 call 啦，我可以唔可以㗎嘛？
你 call 我 call 啦，你 call 我 call 啊！
哎呀，應該唔可以，如果得打4萬蚊，梗係走唔甩。
啱啱話俾 call 咯。
你啦，
啦 call 啦，你 call 我 call 嘛。
玩完啦。
玩完蹲。
Who had the biggest spade? You got biggest spade or?
I got queen nuts, I got the nuts. Don't hit in nuts. Nuts. Ace come out.
同花蛇冇啦，咁多同花。
Ace king 喺出邊。
Ace king 喺我出啦。
四個 space 我唔撚咗。Yeah, reverse。我哋吞到啦。
我咪槍你哋肯打晒都有啲尷尬。
應該打唔晒。
打唔晒啦，兩個跟嘅，分分鐘我走先嘛，你打。係嘛？你梗係搏嘢搏咩啊？打出嚟。
你唔清我都吹嘅。你呢個
我如果我跟你更加要推啦。
Four-way to 10-10-8. Michael with queen 10 for trips, but it is Danny. 10-8, flopping the boat. And just check round to Michael. He's of course going to bet this one. 2 diamonds out there. Straight draws out there.
All in?
All in.
Oh, he decides to massively overbet. Music to Danny's ears with 10-8. Ask for a count, of course, is going to be calling. Just trying to sell the weakness to those behind. Once more, Paul and Wei Leong with the same hand.
I have a
Both
10.
fold.
I flopped the boat.
I have outs.
Does have outs, although we've just seen 2 of those folded.
Picture. No, king chop. It's
outs.
Okay, still got outs.
I take chop. I don't take loose. Is that okay?
Yeah. Chop is fair.
Yeah, this one no good.
Yeah, not good.
Oh, GG.
GG, cooler bro.
It's the end of Soiza. Danny up above 1.5.
game 其實邊度有技術嘅？就係睇 AA 打女女 full house 打出嚟，都唔知啲技術喺邊度。
Down to just 20. 2 tables of 7, 1 of 6. Just a brief pause as we some more players to our feature table.
2、3成。
哎呀！Final night 有錢啊！啊！
This is, of course, event number 3 here of the Super High Roller Series in Sochi. This tournament finishes tomorrow. When the 50Ks begin, 50K Nunham Holden, starting tomorrow afternoon. Just like that, 19 remain from the 61 who begun. It's definitely a game not devoid of action. Short deck. Again, just breaking one of the outer tables. Players busting out such a fast rate. Expect that to slow down as we approach the final, of course. There'll be 9 paid in this from the 19 that remain. Just over 45K for the min cash. Climbing all the way up to that first prize of over $450,000. All right, here we go. The table repopulates. So, of course, playing 6-handed in short deck. So, as Paul points out, 1 more bust out. Then we go down to 3 tables.
How much? 200 plus.
We continue short-handed here on our feature table.
冇諗到咁複雜啦，肥仔一套嗰度。
We go 4-way on our first hand, 7-8-9 the flop. A little bit of something for everyone, as always seems to be the case in short deck. Checks through 7 pairs up. Wei Zhang's 9-10, looking pretty good now. And he's going to bet small, 25k the bet.
睇你打嘅咩？
係嘅喎，七。
呢個睇你打嘅咩？咁吹知嘅？
Danny does make the call on the button. Little does he know, his straight draw is just to a chop. 8 also pairing on this board. Expect Shang to check this, and Danny's just going to check it back. 9 takes down the pot.
90有奔得嘛，靚過你少少嘛，知唔到啫。
And not only does Zhang get that pot, but he also gets somebody else to commentate the action on him, because I'm happy to say Jeff has returned from his dinner.
What did I miss? What's going on?
Oh, action beyond action, Jeff. I can't even begin with to
too many hands.
There's so many hands. There's so much action in this game.
What
are they thinking?
Is this? Is that? Do I hear you saying that you prefer short deck commentating to No Limit? Is it?
I mean, it's hard to catch your breath.
咁嗰啲高官冇嘥晒，留啲係留啲。Sorry, brother.
And these guys, Jeff, it's like we're in a home game.
Yep. Danny Tang with the big stack here. He's really risen through the ranks very quickly.
Yeah.
Took his head and mob like a year or two ago, and now.
Yeah, it's crazy. His rise and rise. He kind of culminated in a number of good results, but playing that £1 million event in London last summer really was a. I spoke to him about it. It was kind of a real sort of beyond a dream come true.
Yeah.
You know, he was in himself so shocked about how far he'd come in such a short space of time.
There's the boss man, Paul, getting Danny with the limp, and he's kind of setting up a.
Yeah, he's got him.
Yeah, he's got the result he wanted. Actually, I just had Danny on my podcast just the other day. Yeah, really interesting how he kind of just sprung up through the ranks, and I forgot to even talk about that. That was I mean, at the £1 million buy-in, that's a pretty big deal. But I think he did. He got fairly deep maybe, but didn't cash. I can't remember, but still,
That's
just
right,
to get in there, it's
just to
pretty
play
big
a $1
honor.
million buy-in
Definitely.
event is pretty ludicrous, as you say. I mean,
Yeah.
so you'll be familiar with the story then, more in depth, having done that podcast with him.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy, interesting guy.
Jeff, where can someone find that podcast?
Yeah,
Just give it a little plug. Come
Yeah,
on.
Jeff Gross podcast, YouTube, all the outlets as well for Apple, Spotify, iTunes. So, got 49 now. Gonna
Wow.
keep it moving. Been a year
Nice.
now, enjoying it. It's fun.
I mean,
I think it's fun in poker to talk to people, because a lot of times you catch a poker news or an update, or you get a quick interview with someone, but you don't generally really get to sort of hear their story, how they got into it, sort of hard times, good times. Interesting little side bits, how they even started, how their family reacts to poker. It's interesting to sort of get
And
a
I imagine
background.
someone like Danny would be a very interesting one for those who want to get involved in those. I think that'd be a good place to start, because he does have an interesting story.
For sure. So,
As we say, risen up from grinder to super high roller.
yeah. Yep. It's interesting in short deck how so the dealer button's really the best position, but also you're going to see with the weakest hands a lot of times they're sort of forced in a way. A lot of times with limping, and then on the button they'll have a pretty weak hand.
Look at this, 2 queen sixes, both turning trips. Danny's jack's got to feel pretty good here with a gut shot. Have a little stab at it. Some draws out there that he can get cool.
Yep.
Don't be too worried about a queen here when everyone's checked through on the flop, but Paul does raise it up, but now this is a weird spot for Wei. Alright, you got the worst queen. A bet and a raise in front of you. But everyone check the flop.
Yeah, this is. I feel like he's been put in some very difficult situations. This is not what you like. Exactly. I mean, it could be. The thing is, if someone has a straight, you still have some outs potentially, but it could just be.
Right, you could be toast.
Yeah, it could be dead to queen 9 or queen jack.
Do those hands check though on the flop? This is the thing, right?
Right. Yeah, it's
tricky.
Tricky spot.
I've seen it a lot in this game. Obviously, it's part of the game pre-flop, very trappy game. But also that spills over, it seems to me, on the flop. People play a little trappier than they do in regular hold'em.
Yeah.
Again, you're going to play a lot of flops multi-way, so you have to play a bit trappier. And not surprised to see him fold. Paul shows the 6.
Queen or spade.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah.
Shows Paul very comfortable in this game, limping queen 6 suited in the cutoff, which is pretty wide.
我個黑色嘅嘛 spade 係嘛？啊，你唔係 spade 㗎嘛？咁咪就係對唔到啦，你個牌。兩條女喺度等住佢，你真係幸福。咁多女等嘅，兩條女喺度等。
Danny Tang, the king jack off. So really, any ace is sort of a wheel. Like ace 9 is like having ace 5 suited, I guess, in hold'em because it 6, 7, 8.
Yeah,
you'd flop a straight, or it's
any
ace can make a straight with the 2 in your hand. Yeah, so that's a difference.
Paul betting out, having flops top pair on ace king 7, but it's Wei Leong behind him with the superior kicker.
Wow. Big card here. Both players improving significantly. And if you're Paul, you bet and get called. What's going through your mind is, although Wei Long is, it may actually, it's going to work in his favor because generally that dealer button is the weaker hand. So he could have an ace 6, he could have an ace 8. He could also have king X and stick on.
Right, and we expect him to raise up with the strongest of aces as well, right?
So, so he's actually
weighted really
sort of at his top of his range.
Nope. I'll stop.
Recognize the blue shirt of Nikita, it looks like.
I play tomorrow with interest.
Okay.
Bad card in that respect for Paul. Right,
yeah.
Ahead. Tony beating ace 8 now.
I got run over like a freight train.
It's kind of a tricky one. Yeah, his hand's good enough to value, but it's sort of, that takes away one of the options.
Right, what hand?
Give it away, but
what hand can be up against now? He's fired twice.
I felt like
ace
you were
seems.
So I wanted you to fold your hand.
Yeah, he does check it.
You know what I mean? It works out. So
And 300K in the middle. Wei Long covers Paul. 300 out there. It's a precarious situation. Does he think Paul would bet ace queen or ace king on this river? Probably.
Right.
Like you beat ace 10, you beat ace 9, you beat ace 8. He bet twice. King queen. Would king queen bet again? Would king queen bet the flop and then fire again into the ace? I don't know. So it's kind of.
Yeah.
It's one of those spots where you're almost certainly got the best hand. You've got a value bet, but there aren't a lot of hands that can call you.
Right.
Nice sizing though. 90K keeps it small. It's a 300.
And he's got Paul scratching his head.
I mean, he doesn't have many bluffs, does he? So betting small seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you very much.
He's trying to piece together what bluffs there could be. Not many.
Does have a jack of spade.
Calls. Yeah. Guess the bad news.
Yep.
Can't believe he snapped Phil off with that.
So Jeff, who was your favorite in your podcast? If you can choose favorites, of course. I know there must have been some that you're happy to do.
I mean, the two that got the most attention were Luke Schwartz. Recently had him, which, you know, he's always a character, and Jungleman live had him in person.
1.2 million.
But I mean, Bill Perkins, super interesting person to talk with always. So Bill was fun. But I mean, there's a lot. Like, there's literally I can't say they're all unique. But those are some of the more well-known characters.
I think that's it, isn't it? The ones that are going to be more interesting are the people that already have these like explosive characters, like you say, Jungle and Luke.
Hellmuth
people who've had some
good,
controversy in their careers, albeit not always negatively.
I guess we'd have to go with our boss, right? Rob Young. Rob, two with Rob I've had, so it's always interesting to hear his perspective. Is there any suggestions? Anyone's you'd like to see coming up? Maybe we can form a list.
I'll have to have a little think, but I mean, there's so many interesting people in the poker world.
Yeah. It's not just poker. That's why I made a new channel, because I wanted to like broaden a bit. It's mostly poker, but not only poker. Podcasting has become very popular. I start noticing that even in poker, there's like Olivia Biscay started a podcast recently. Some other people, Jamie Staples now has one, and it's interesting. It is fun to hear it, listen to people.
Yeah, certainly getting it a little crowded in that respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's nice to hear in depth, like you say. You get snapshots so often as someone wins this tournament, someone wins this. You hear it all. You hear little things. Oh, this person uses this for poker. That's interesting. But you never hear any more about it.
Right.
All the interviews done at poker events are very much a couple of minutes, worked up on
talking about a poker hand or maybe like one little tidbit. But
it's nice to get in depth with some of the guys that you see regularly competing.
Makita would be a good one.
This guy.
Yeah, maybe I'll try to grab him live here.
What's his history?
He's got a healthy stack. Makita, like we were saying, also he's in that group. Kind of seems to be respected as one of the best.
Play hand by hand, Bubba? Shortdeck? No.
I mean, yeah, it should be, but yeah, why not?
Sure. No, I mean the first one.
No, it's just 700 and then the 6p.
Oh, so it was one table.
Yeah, one table. It was one table.
But now 2 tables.
It should be hand to hand then. Should be hand to hand.
Ace 7-8 flop.
Last one was 6p now, so 7.
Seems to be the problem to me and Jeff in this game. You limp in with a hand like Ace King. You're looking to limp jam. Now you flop one pair in a game where one pair's not as strong as we're used to.
Right.
3-way pot.
So Danny actually, has a gut shot.
Yeah.
Paul's got a little piece. Backdoor flush. I don't even feel like talking about it in this game. It just doesn't seem that relevant, but it's possible. Paul gonna go ahead and take a little stab here. You know what I think I have not seen yet this trip so far. Maybe I missed it just now. Was a set. I feel like no one's really flopped sets.
Yeah, I'm with you. Obviously, it's supposed to happen more often, right? Seen some bizarrely, we've seen some all-in scenarios where it's come down, but yeah, not many flop sets in usual play. I did see one earlier actually, Jeff. I'm gonna say when you were out at dinner, and I got it wrong. Some of the guys on Twitch caught out my deliberate mistake. I haven't known up to it till now, but Paul was all in with King, Queen, and Diamonds against Nicholas's set of 9s on like King 9-7, a couple of diamonds, and he hit the flush on the turn, and I was like, oh, Nicholas looking for the pair up here to survive. Obviously, of course, I fell into the trap of forgetting that. Of course, the flush beats a full house.
Exactly. No, it's
so it's like I was like, oh, hang on, no, he's actually dead. Like the flushes have been made.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Quads, right?
Yeah, quads is the only out. Yeah.
Yeah.
45.
Interesting, going for value on
Yeah. Any 9 is straight, right?
the. Yeah.
Kind of a block bet.
Yeah. I guess what nines does Nikita have? 9-10.
Jack 10. I beat Jack 10.
Why you fold if you beat Jack 10?
Cho mình Jack 10.
Jack 10 is actually very likely. I mean, there's so many combos for Jack 10. I'm playing the same way. Maybe tells.
I won't call. I will rest. But no blocker.
10-6?
10-6 a blocker. 10 is a blocker.
But it's a bad blocker. Is that on me now? It is. Yeah.
Nikita, Jack 10.
All in.
+1 calls. Aaron also completes. Paul rips it in, ace king.
And speaking of Jack 10, there it is. Short deck, especially it's a new game. It's a little tricky, right? I think people maybe it could be one of those games you have some success early and think you really got it figured out, but it's a pretty high variance game.
Super high variance. And we saw during the rebuy period, I guess you saw some of it, I saw some of it. You know, Jason Kuhn saying he's just losing every all in. It's just the way it goes. Even if someone as good as Jason and with the history he's had can get visibly frustrated at the table. Just goes to show how high the variance is in this game. Kids a little stock take in the first seat with Queen Jack.
Be interesting to know under the gun, like Makita, what hands he's limping. I guess again, it's also why it's so fun because it does matter what stage of the tournament, what are the other stack sizes, but by default, like say early on, what is his limping range under the gun? You kind of start to piece together. You see some of the players you kind of feel maybe stronger in this game. What are they doing? You try to pick up bits of it, but again, it does matter on what stage, what stack sizes, and all the above.
Jack 9-7, couple of clubs, Makita with top pair.
Good flop for Makita. But one of those boards kind of tricky multi-way where you're at. You could have kicker issues. 10-8 is there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. That's
it's a pretty scary card, right?
Yeah. Paul, there's ace queen. Seems even more worthless in this game.
It's just
doesn't ever
Jack,
do
you're not
much.
gonna let it go,
I'm
are
not.
ya?
I can't.
It just never wins.
It's like fascinating to me. It just really is. It's like I've been playing poker so long, but like it just becomes more apparent the more I see. And look at now, he's got a bad blocker, as Paul likes to say. He's got a queen in there. He's gonna fire. But so does Makita's got the queen with it. Could have the best hand. What sizing? Paul went about a little over half pot. About 50 into 90,000. I think Makita's hand's too strong to fold, I would guess, but he also can improve. And Paul's not going to love to see that call.
Pairs the 7. What a card that I guess should impact this hand too much. Makita's not going to have many houses having limped him from under the gun.
Sure.
Paul, I guess, can.
Paul thinking, do I want to go for a bet here, or am I giving up? He's got one of the worst hands he could have, ace high.
Right.
I guess ace six would be a straight. Would he bet the turn? So is that, yeah, I guess he could have. Would he bet ace six on the turn? I mean,
Yeah, I think on check two's likely.
whoa, goes for a big bet.
I like it. It's gone pot.
King, queen.
And
Wow, how close is Makita already? King, queen.
he's got him on a bluff right now.
Oh, no time banks, huh?
I have two. You want borrow?
Give me one.
Cannot. You play against me.
Oh, Makita, this is showing you how dialed in he is. He's literally putting him on a queen X when he has a queen in his hand is pretty special already. Oh man, he is.
Ah, that my time is gone.
No time
Oh
banks.
man. Paul, look at that. That is a face of a man who just bluffed. Does show a queen.
Queen.
So king is definitely king. So queen can still be queen 10.
Yes.
Yeah. I had a bad blocker.
If you are just tuning in, we are at Casino Sochi. We are playing the Super High Roller Series here, the Millions Super High Roller Series. This is event number 3, 25K short deck. Yet again,
You have
bonus
no time
coverage
there.
as we finished the 25K no limit hold'em final table earlier today. Sam Trickett taking that one down.
7, 8. It was all of them.
Is
Yeah, I was
this-
borrowing even
switched
just
on
to
over.
figure out what is happening.
Came to this short deck event. 17 remain from the 61 who bought in. 9 paid. We're working our way down towards that final 9. Pool completes. Wei Zhang
How much is it?
with the same hand offsuit rips it in. Makita
200.
wants a little look-see with the Jack 10 on the button.
I would like to understand the Jack 10 suited versus Jack 10 off, like why it's that big a deal considering the flushes don't seem to come like almost ever. So I just don't understand why. Like in Hold'em it adds what 2% or 2.5%.
A bit more, I think. Yeah, a chance of making a flush in.
Yeah,
Hold'em is
because you flop a flush for like
pretty good.
10-1 or something. I think it's like 3%, no? But,
looks like ace king. Too short.
Says it looks like ace king, but too short. Well, it looks like ace king, but it's actually same hand.
you can see Paul already saying chop where
If I go all in, you call?
it's in Hold'em, it's
You go all in?
that flush comes more often on these situations.
You call, I all in.
Here, likely a chop. Free roll.
During that.
I have ace 8.
Black
ace,
color.
or ace 6.
Okay. No.
Oh, almost.
One more.
One more draw.
Wow, 真係嚟紅心就揦嘢咯，你話？
哎呀，睇你個樣都冇煙跡啊，多啲錢都唔去。
有800㗎。
有咩？
有㗎。
傻咩800？
有㗎。
10積都有㗎。
有嘅，有可能嘅。
有㗎。
誒10積我 jam 咗㗎頭先都。
佢800當
嗰啲係早咗啦，你嗰 one two 啦，依家冇啦。而家接近。你嗰 one two 好多補力啊！
Pool completes. Only on the same. Makita in the cut-off queen 8 clubs. He decides to join in. Now Aaron with, well, the complete garbage, Jeff. Jack 6 offsuit. It's the 7 deuce this game, right?
Yeah, it's really ugly hand. No ace, no pair, no one has anything.
Makita's got some back doors.
So, I mean, cutoff in a way is almost like the button, right? Like the dealer, because that's like voluntarily putting in versus the the dealer's sort of like the big. I mean, it is a big blind in theory. It just has position, and Aaron actually comes into the lead here.
Yeah, that Jack 6 off has taken the lead. You see Wei Leong picking up a gut shot straight draw, but it is. Oh, he's thinking about doing something here with King High.
Check.
A little sides against it. Wei Long actually has a decent amount of equity there. Him and Aaron are flipping a coin here. And Aaron, this would be an ambitious bet, but
does check through and Jack on the end.
if you're gonna have Jack 6 and then hit a card, you know, there's literally no good cards for that hand other than a 6 or a Jack, and even then he can't feel amazing. He loses to Jack Queen, Jack King, any ace, 7-8. Probably would have heard from 7-8. And Paul gonna take a stab. I mean, no betting, and now all of a sudden betting. 100K. What do you think here, Aaron? It's not an easy spot. Like you beat literally a bluff. Like you can't even beat a Jack that's betting.
Right. All the way check with ace.
Okay, Aaron's a little suspicious about it.
5 seconds.
Wow.
Nice play, Paul.
In my hand tired, so I have to bet.
I want to remind you that James Dempsey and myself, we are live on PokerGo as well as Twitch. Shout out to everyone on Twitch. See if you have questions or comments, you can message in there. Take a eye on that, as well as let us know where you're watching from for the Twitch chat. Let us know where you're at. Hope you're enjoying some of the best
He looks around for the
short deck players in the world.
Yeah, I have to say, Jeff, every time I'm doing commentary, I've always got the Party Poker Twitch chat up in the corner of my laptop screen here. Can't obviously read everything because the chat moves quite quickly, but yeah, if you do have a question or a comment, do fire it to us, and we'll try and get to it. I usually use it just to see when I get things wrong, Jeff. You know?
Right.
You know, the guy, they let you know pretty quick.
Or chat pros.
When they go, oh, like, oh, he could draw to hit a full house to beat a flush, could he? I'm like,
yeah, keep you in check.
Yeah, they let me know when I make a mistake.
Yeah.
All joking aside, if do join in.
And let us know where you're from. We're here at the casino in Sochi, having a great time, great food, great weather, world-class event. My first time in Russia. I'm very impressed, and we'll definitely be coming back.
Yeah, and I have to say I got the chance to enjoy the delights of the ski areas today, and I was surprised just how good they were. To be honest, I came here a little skeptical, but it's a pretty cool area. I was lucky to go up earlier with Artur here from Casino Sochi, and Neil, of course, one of the VIP and casino managers for Party, and Nick, of course, who is the person who, let's face it, he's Rob's right-hand man. He's the one who gets things done. Rob goes, I want to do this. Nick's the one who's got to figure out how to make it happen.
I thought you were telling
But
me.
the few of us, we got the chance to go out there today. It was great fun here in Sochi. And I said to them, straight away, I'm like, well, hang on a second. I didn't realize it was going to be this good, this ski area. From a personal point of view, if I wanted to play a poker tournament, this is a place I'm going to come play. Because go up there in the morning, play the tournament in the afternoon. Pretty dreamy scenario. And often, Jeff, most poker tournaments you go to, I think like, oh, maybe not a lot of activities I'd get involved in. Occasional golf courses near some good tournaments. But other than that, it's pretty novel to be able to get on the slopes before playing some poker.
Yeah, it's very cool.
So the ski resorts in the Alps, there's not enough room to have poker tournaments as well.
It's true. Some of the, for sure, best short deck players in the world. A lot of these guys frequent the highest stakes cash games in the world, and you know, some unknown. I've heard some stories, whispers, and some of the pots, some $35, $40 million hands, U.S. dollars, and this is definitely a game. It's something that if you love poker, it's becoming more popular. It's good to know, good to understand, and it's sort of being spread more often. It's kind of a split on the Triton high stakes. We see a split here with the Party Poker and Sochi, the high roller. I mean, going pound for pound each event.
70?
Yeah, I mean, you and I were both in London during the Triton in August, and there was whispers moving around about the sort of pot sizes going off in the in the cash games, and it was pretty eye-watering, to be honest. Makita from +2 popping it up. Aaron, that's 9s in the hijack.
Yeah, it's a play. Again, not super familiar with all the nuances of this game, but I don't know. It seems like the pairs.
How much do I have?
I guess that's probably in the cut. I mean, 9s is an okay pair.
Right.
It's not. We're not like ecstatic about it. Oh,
600.
window.
Although,
hello.
what a wet board this is behind.
Oh, flop. Oh my goodness.
Makita with the open-ended straight flush draw. Aaron with the set. It is a flip.
I'll tell you what. When you see
I'm kind
that,
of surprised it's not even more in Makita's way, this one.
yeah, because the full house doesn't matter. I mean, he's still got the. I guess well, full house would be the straight.
Right.
I mean, man, a 9 in the door card. This is like if you could. This is literally the worst possible cards behind. I guess maybe 10 jack of spades, but.
At the same time, if you're Aaron, you got a set. If your opponent has a straight, it's pretty much a flip in this game as well. So just decides to bet it out. Can certainly get some action from some weaker hands.
And when he has the jack of spades here, he's probably thinking, what is my opponent flatting and now leading on this kind of board, you know? Does he have, what hands is he flatting?
Right,
Tens,
it's like ace-king suited,
queens.
ace-king of spades, and what you're worried about, right?
Yeah.
Really? I mean...
I mean, the ace of spades, like a hand like ace-queen off with the ace of spades.
Right.
Wow.
But they're pretty few and far between.
Yeah.
Makita does rip it in.
Wow.
And I don't know, Jeff, it just feels like bottom set. You just got to shrug and call it off. I mean, he's not doing this with a flush, right?
Make cover, yeah.
Yeah. Seems like a straight's a most likely value hand. And as I say, a set against a straight in this game is pretty close to a flip. So only 467k back as well. But yeah, Jeff, it's interesting you're saying, obviously, the P or pre. I'm with you because, you know, 9s is a very low pair in this game, and you flop a set, it's not necessarily gonna win as often as you would in regular Hold'em. You know, set's not as strong. And obviously this ball will be scary in regular Hold'em as well as short deck, but
yeah,
you know, even on some broken boards, set of 9s doesn't hold often too often with all the straight draws out there in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in that camp with you. It's one of those things. You're flatting 9s and you flop a set. I don't know. Like it's gonna be hard for me to fold, but you don't love it. Like, what is he really shoving here? Could be 10s or queens. It could be jack. You know, yeah, what jack queen. Yeah. Exactly this type of hand. Like you're really trying to find like good scenarios. Is he shoving?
I don't think he's got 10s. Does he raise 10s? I mean, just from watching these guys play, they all play pretty coy pre with those pairs.
Right.
I mean, he's just
king jack.
I mean, king jack you're flipping against. I don't think he shoves a flush.
Queens, you have queens.
Yeah, that's the one hand I think you'd be worried about here.
With a spade.
Yeah, all these kind of hands. Yeah, he does make the call, and Makita pulls the face. He knows. I think he's pretty sure he's up against. I think he's expecting to see 10s. Sees 9s, same thing. 11 outs, couple of cards.
Yeah, spade is ends it, right? Straight still could be action. Wow.
Quads.
Straight flush. Come on.
No,
don't do it.
Aaron was Aaron with the early celebrate, but in this game there's always something going on. Straight flush draw possible.
Would have been nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Almost fold. But I only have 400 left. I couldn't fold.
Yeah.
If I had 500, I think I'd fold.
A little insult to injury, but probably. I mean, you saw how close he was. He was really on the fence, so it's genuine statement.
Was that the last one of the table? Or whatever?
Yeah, that was the last one before the break. So these guys are going to break When we come back, Makita is short. He's going to have to work his magic to get out of this hole down there with you. Pupur, Wei Leong Chan, and now Aaron Van Blankrem and Danny Tang all very comfortable. In fact, those three, look at that, Jeff. Nearly the same chip stacks. So please don't go far. We'll be back in about 8 minutes for more of the exciting short deck action here at Casino Sochi.
Top players in the game as well. So
Left all of it back this time.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean?
No aces.
Webster with an ace-8 off, gonna just come in. Oh, there's a hand. Jack-10 suited and kings. Two major hands here, and Sergey gonna certainly raise, I would imagine. It's just too pretty. Might even, yeah. Now the thing that I guess deceivingly Jack-10 suited gets more credit, but really the flushes don't really come. So it's like, how much in this game? So really is Jack-10 off and Jack-10 suited? How big of a difference is it? That I'm not sure. And
can't fold now.
He's gonna call and he's gonna see the bad news. That's not the hand you want to be against. But
Very scary. My hand was gonna win this time.
Definitely scary.
Queen 9 of clubs.
That blocks some of the Sergey's straight. It's good for John.
Not too much.
And oh my goodness. Oh, Jack-10 just gets it done.
Đấy. Ngồi đi mọi gì phải nữa.
Check.
Big favorite, Jacks to Jack-6, about as big as it can get. Bad board for Jacks, but still in the lead. So difference is he VPIP, right? Voluntarily put money in the pot, Webster did, where Jason doesn't, so he's going to have all the random hands. And although it's not a good flop for Jacks, still both players open-ended. Still Webster with the 2 Jacks, though. So he's got a pair in his hand. Jason just Jack high. Webster thinking what he wants to do here. He gets to have ace-jack, Jack-9. Can rule out Jack-10 for Jason. Jason would have raised that. Jack-9 he might have bet. Queen X would be a hand he could have that he's losing to. Jason is going to call, maybe some intentions to take the pot if it's check to, and they're both going to end up making their hand here. So this will be a split pot, no other way around it. Just a matter of how does it go in? Is it a bet, shove, call? Is it a check, bet? What does he do? He's got 2 Jacks, so yeah, he's got to, I mean, maybe his opponent somehow has 2 pair. Just puts them all in. was. This is live on a slight delay. 23 at 38. No one has been removed for a while. Webster with a nice hand in the hijack, thinking about either limping or raising, and he's going to go ahead and pump it up. Not great timing. It's the only one with more chips at the table is Sergey, who wakes up with the goods. 2 aces. They're red, they're big, and they match. Just calls. Could be a function of some of these shorter stacks looking to induce a shove from this Wei Sheng in this exact spot. He doesn't get it, which this is a pretty good hand to shove. Maybe meant to shove. A little bit unlucky for Lebedov. And he is going to have the best hand, but both players really connect with this board. Well, I'm sorry, Webster. It's more than the connect. It's a truck stick. Just absolute monster top 2. Wei Sheng bricks. Does have a gut shot and 2 overs. Yeah, so it's not, you get lammers. Those blue chips are worth 100K, so you can put in all at a time or one at a time. So if you bust, you still, for their 25K buy-in, you get 300 total K chips, which is 3 100K chips. And Lebedov cutting out a raise. He played his King's Koi before. Wei Sheng going to put it in, so we're going to get to see at least 5 with him being all in. But Webster now thinking, what am I getting raised with here? I block jacks and 9s. I have top 2. I lose to 6s. I lose to jacks and 9s. I mean, would Lebedov play queen 10 suited, queen 10 like this with the best draw? Interesting hand. And Sergeyev gets raised back. I mean, just can't. Webster's definitely, I don't see any reason.
King queen wins, but
Is it good? Yes, good. Okay, good. No, not super good. I think bottom is here, right? I was bottom last time.
Yeah, no, I think.
I was bottom last time.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because I was.
Call the floor or whatever.
No, yeah. Because I was. Yeah, button is. I'm like.
Yeah, button is on you.
So misdeal.
Yeah.
Misdeal.
I remember that.
Misdeal.
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. We were briefly locked out of the commentary booth. We are back in. Action back underway with our new feature table. And it's Greenwood with a mountain of chips in front of him. And a menu. Everything going right for the Canadian. Dmitry completes with ace-king after Sergei completes with ace-queen. Allows he into the mix from the cutoff. And there is the man with 3.2 million in chips. King Jack 10, Sergei flops Broadway. beautiful thing about flopping straight, of course, you block none of the other strong hands. Does decide to bet out 65k. Tough spot for Dimitri now. Top pair. Top kicker, gut shot to brawl himself, but so guy betting into 4 players has to be careful. Expect just a call.
Cool.
Has a lot of equity, of course, against 2 pairs. With the ace queen being live against those hands. Brick on the turn. Not many of those in this game. So they're going a bit bigger this time, 175 into 220. And I'm guessing this will be the end of this. Dimitri with 860 back. Feels a little thin to be getting involved with.
Cool.
I'm wrong, I am, Jeff.
I would think call. He does block ace queen as well. He's got ace king, but yeah, it's a dicey scenario.
Right. Well, that is bad news for him, but this is going to worry Sergei a little bit. Remember, he bet this one 4-way on the flop. Bet the turn, been called twice. Dimitri, he's going to have some hands like king 10, king jack when he calls twice, right?
Yeah.
And we block ace king and king queen with ace queen, so one of the worst cards you can see on the river. And he does check it. Again, hands that Sergei to bet twice, certainly straights. Can have, yeah, okay. He can have some sets as well, which are going to check the river. Actually, Jeff, one of the hands that feels very much more like a kind of Omar hand when it comes to reading the board and reading the plays, like the top card pairs up. And Omar plays very similar.
Yep. Down to 16 and ace queen. Got it done. Ace queen.
Ace queen, fine. That's all it took.
Put one on the scorecard.
It still wasn't without concern, though, was it?
No.
The board still paired the top card.
Clean. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Like that's where you could turn your hand into a bluff there, but at the same time you have top trips, ace. You know, it's like, are you?
You beat like Jack 10. You beat
trying
maybe King Queen.
Trying to. It would work, right? I think, like you said, since it was 4-way, it'd be kind of hard to call it off there with the straight when that kind of aggression. Look at our champion from event 1 in this short deck is still in, hanging around.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit of help in this one. Down to just 225k, but he's going to rip it in.
Wow. There's our guy, Ivan Liao, runner-up with ace king, ace queen sorts it out with the best hand.
Well, let's see if it does, Jeff. This is your.
Wow. He has 2,242,000.
Yeah.
He's leading. This guy's a monster.
Greenwood though with 3.2 million. These guys got all the chips on this table. King jack jack. There we go. Ace or 10 needed for Liao.
Still the case.
Jeff, I'm starting to believe you.
Oh. You see it? I'm just telling you, it's hard.
Starting to believe you. All these years haven't gone wrong. Where were you 2 decades ago, huh?
Man, so it just doesn't get it done. I don't know why. It's bizarre, right? Just so bizarre. But it's a small sample here. But just I've been noticing over. This isn't just here. I've been talking about this for years now.
300, 200.
Remind me of the name of the poem again.
Ace queen on our team.
Ace queen on our team. All right.
It's out there. Ivan Liao back where he belongs at the feature with the chip lead.
So unlucky not to win earlier in the final, for those of you who weren't with us.
And what hand did he have?
Earlier. He had ace queen.
Versus ace 4.
Versus ace 4, yeah. He played Sam Trigger heads up for the title in that 25k and he got it all in pre-flop with ace queen against ace 4.
Ace queen suited even.
Yeah, against ace 4 offsuit.
Yes.
Flopped a queen. Somehow lost to a flush.
It's not easy with that hand. Not easy.
He limps Sam the same. So the guy ace-7 off on the button. All right, going for a bit of punishment from the button. Says these guys might be limping too much.
And
Saw at dinner the first night, Sergey mentioned he never played Shortdeck, but he's been studying. He openly said he's been studying for a few months the game and was excited to get here and try out some.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah, he's getting into it.
How poker's changed. Players are studying for months before playing. The old days, you just fire it up. Haven't played any Omaha, sit down. Haven't played any studs, sit down.
I don't feel it's a secret because he was saying it in front of Danny Tang and some other guys. There was a big table. It wasn't like, which I almost thought was kind of, whatever, it doesn't really matter, but just kind of like showing your hand a bit. Like,
yeah,
oh, like
you want them to think you're just punting it off, right?
Sergey did win an ace-queen hand. He has this hand at limp. And book says shove, I guess.
Yeah, I have 2 short stacks right here, limping off sub $500,000 and
How much you have? How much chips you have?
About 400 something.
very much a table of the haves and the have-nots.
50 maybe.
Greenwood and Liao with mountains of chips. The others all pretty short. Actually, Sergey's 1.9 million.
Okay. Sure.
Once more, we see some limps. Dimitri with 8s in the cutoff. We're going to take it 4-way. Ace, ace, queen. Ivan in the lead with that queen. Looks like he's going to throw out a few chips. 25k. Everyone will fold.
Ivan's having quite a series here. Building stacks. I mean,
yeah.
he didn't have much time to work either. He was in the heads up for a while, so he late
right,
regged this.
Very late reg.
Yeah, to be at 2 million. I would imagine those 3 lammers were right in. I don't think he was a one.
He wasn't like, I'll take 100k at a time. He was,
he
send them in.
The 3 on up. It has its advantage, right? Plus and minus. You're gonna, look at Lebedov. He was in for 1 on his second bullet and took it to 2 million, but.
Yeah, Liao's a variance guy. As in he wants high variance.
Yeah. So we see a queen 10 call. Queen 7 suited. And then Mr. Greenwood, one of the elite players in the world, got 3.2 million. Holy stack. That is a 10x stack. 15 left. How many cash? 9 again? It's right
9,
in.
So he's got average the last 6 with 15 left.
Diamond. Dimitri actually has a straight draw and the best flush draw present.
25.
Feels like a pretty good hand to bet with, Jeff.
Yeah. Sam has a diamond, but I guess.
All right, he's going to have a little look. I'm kind of surprised a little bit, Jeff.
Yeah. He's actually got.
Oh, dear.
he has literally the. Yeah, his hand is so, I mean, in trouble there because a diamond's no good. His opponent, a king, makes him a pair, but his opponent makes the straight and actually now the flush because the diamond came. So, I mean, he knows how hard flushes are. He's got to feel okay. And also, honestly, the fact that it's actually a ridiculous card, right? Because he might think his opponent would be betting with the nut blocker. That's a possibility. But then, like, when the nut blocker comes, you kind of think, well, maybe he's just betting like 2 pair or top pair or set. This should get called for those reasons. I mean, he's got ace, king, I mean, queen. He's got like the, I would imagine. See how a player like this thinks everything, every chip important. He's got a huge stack. He's got a pretty good hand to call with here, and he's still not just flicking in a 40 to win.
Right.
170. He's still just thinking it through. What does he have? What do I beat? And wow, is he gonna? Whoa. That's a surprising one to me.
Yeah, I guess just trying to make.
You're trying to make 10 or
the third nuts.
So ace, king, the queen. No, I mean, yeah. So he's trying to get a 9 or a 10 to fold of diamonds.
I mean, he's got the 9 diamonds.
I'm sorry. So 10. Actually, there's only. Yeah.
I mean, this has got to be value, I guess, but I don't get it.
Yeah, I guess it's value. Maybe 10, because now he's straight. He's thinking.
Dimitri clicks it back. Yeah, this is a weird one.
In the Greenwoods we trust, but I would imagine that's probably just a better call, and that I would have to bet.
I don't really get, as I say, the flop call, to be honest. King high and the 9 high diamond draw. That one seems a little out of line to me, but again, I'm no short deck guy.
He's the chip leader of this short deck.
Yeah, he's smashing away in a 25K, so.
Yeah. That's a bizarre one for me, but. I mean, listen, don't forget, there's a lot of the world's best in games, too. This isn't like a lot of these guys have been playing for years or anything. There's definitely, I'm sure, hands where they'll go back and look at in the bag or think, I'm like, yeah, that was, I don't know.
Right.
I was just complete. I just kind of spaced out, or I shouldn't have done that. Like, that happens, too. Sam Greenwood. Quite an impressive Hendon Mob and results as well. If you guys ever want to check that out, you can take a look at his resume. Certainly one of the world's elite.
So you're going to lead out on this king high board, having flop top pair. Ivan with a non-nut gut shot. Here we go. Here we go. Ivan being Ivan. Says, let's make it 130.
Wow. You know, honestly, he just takes it to such another level. He uses blockers in a sense of like setting up for like bluffs. Like he's basically like almost just repping like, yeah, like I'm repping Jack 10 or here. Like I have a Jack.
Whatever
like,
straight comes, he's gonna go.
I'm just gonna attack this entire board here. Like any of those cards that like hits that a queen, a 7. You know, like 6, 7. Actually,
here we go. He has the open-ender now, 10 or ace.
And again, he's on the dealer button, so he definitely could have 7, 10, right?
Right.
I mean, that's
and,
like.
And he can have 8s and 9s.
Yeah.
And
so I expect him to
King
smash
9,
this.
King 8, all these things that Sergei probably doesn't have.
I love this. Love this play. Absolutely love it. And if you're Sergey and you got 1 pair here, it's shrinks up kind of pretty much.
Right.
You know, on the turn. You know, and guess what? Got news for you. Ivan, I believe, is going to not slow down. So if he doesn't have it, you got to be. What card can you withstand on the river? A king? Are you feeling good with a king? Probably, right? But like an ace, okay. You still don't beat sets then. And you know, if you're behind, you know, there it is. I mean, that has got to be the bluff so far of the series. I mean, that's just a pure savage play. Absolutely crazy heart and aggression.
He's got a heart.
Very strong.
He's certainly got a heart. I really like that move from him. And as I say, I like it because Sergej doesn't have any of many of the sets or two-pair combos having limits under the gun. Ivan has, as you say, the weakest range. I like it's not necessarily the widest range in this game from the big one. You have like the weakest range. So when it does come, the low cards.
Yeah, no, he had a plan there for sure. I mean, it wasn't just any turn he was going to blast, but like he said, all right, queen, 10-9, whatever, any of that, it's just going upstairs.
Eight, 8, 8, the flop here. Dimitri with the 8.
Whoa.
Quads. Easy game. Unfortunately, nobody has anything from his point of view. But you know what Ivan's got? He's got an idea in mind. Bets 30. Backdoor, straight and flush draws.
Dimitri's made the super nuts a couple hands now in a row. And the Jacker 9 could cause some problems for Ivan, but at the same time, in a multi-way pot getting called, I don't think he's just like gonna go insane.
If I had a little quarter pot,
yeah. But
wow, he just can't help himself. He just
No.
fires again. I mean, we loved the bluff a minute ago. It's easy to say not loving it quite so much now when we can see he's up against quads. But this one does feel a little different, Jeff. 8, 8, 8 board. Someone calls. There are not many cards they're going to fold to on the turn.
also he limps.
155.
Wow, and he comes out with the raise.
55.
I like this raise actually because a player like Ivan, who could maybe maneuver himself into some leveling, could say, would he raise an 8? And if not, then maybe I can make it 450 here, or I could just call and set up a play in the river. So if he just calls, the alarm bells go off. Maybe he just shuts it down, or maybe he has one more like small shell in the river or something. But one 200K shell. But if here you could actually get Ivan to like blast it and put you all in.
Calling, we can sometimes win some more chips.
Yeah.
Raising here, we can sometimes get them all.
Yeah, he's also setting up essentially a pot size river shove if Ivan were to call here somehow, or I think Ivan's now thinking that's what he's thinking. Can I rep that? Can he credibly have an 8? And if he doesn't, maybe I could. And am I,
Yeah, I mean, Ivan can go into the tank a bit more. I think if he's got a hand like queens or has a king.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go, Jeff. You called it. Gives him a chance to go ballistic. And the Dimitri's like, hang on a second, do I have the 8? I just better double check my cards here. I'm pretty sure I've got quads.
What country is Dimitri from? What is that
Does
flag?
indeed have quads. That is a flag that I'm not too familiar with.
It must be somewhere near here. Like,
and Dimitri moves
I
all
don't know about that. I mean, I guess it's only a little more, so he figures he has a king at that point or
he's
whatever.
got a king, or he's somehow got aces, or seems unlikely from the cutoff, but
yeah. Yeah, I think, again, it's seeing the cards. It's always like, oh, well, whatever. But, I guess you could think it from a perspective of what do you think there? What if he calls, and then on the river, though, what does he do? Does he check, and will his opponent shove, though, or not? Would he shove even a king or an aces? So maybe you just, like, or do you call and then lead the river for small? He only had 250 left, right? Like, what? I'm just thinking if he calls, what happens on the river? Is he slipping it? Is he then shoving? Is he leading small? Maybe get into imagine at that point there's like $1 million in there and you bet like 60K.
Right.
Like, what's Ivan gonna do? He's gonna fold. I mean, at that point, like,
it's just a weird hand all around.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, I mean, he did limp under the gun with Queen 8 suited. Did we find the flag?
I'm working on it.
You're in the wheelhouse.
I'm working on it.
we're trying to feel that flag. Yeah, we're trying to knock down where that flag's from. Maybe on Twitch, you guys could help us out and see some of you in there. Also, let us know where you're from and join the stream. Where are you guys watching from today? James and I are at Casino Sochi in Russia in person, enjoying this action. It is a blast to watch. We are certainly taking some notes. And yeah, maybe we hop in the 50K short deck, James. I don't know. Might be a bit, might be ambitious.
Not me just yet, my man.
There's Sam. Sam with the nice bet. I'm sorry. Wait, Luke. Sam. No, that's Sam Greenwood.
Yep. Sam with
It's quite a
monstrous
tattoo.
size.
Look at that duck. Or is it a duck? It looks
Yeah,
like kind
it's
of.
a duck.
That's a pretty strong tattoo. Sleeve going on. I like it. He looks like a a badass, right? Looks real tough, but he's in there with he's hit some quads, the nuts, and getting paid. People playing back at him.
Okay, a little my detective work suggests it would be the flag of Dominica. Kind of surprising. Wouldn't have called that one.
Yeah, interesting.
Four-way to the flop here, Jeff, with some pretty weak holdings in there. Sergei with bottom 2. Sam middle pair. This is one of these weird hands, isn't it, where Sergei's hand looks so much stronger than the rest, but the equities are pretty even.
Yeah.
But you imagine a bet here, he just gets it done. Turns out 21% into 100%.
Sam limping under the gun is looks like his other intentions not going to go away quite yet.
Right, he's got those backdoor straight draws, which of course are huge in short deck. And you'll see he has the front door trick draw, which can get himself in trouble.
Wow, what a card. That was the action card. Sergey thinking about it, what to do. It's kind of interesting when you bet the flop and you have Sam has 9-10. The best draw is 9-10. Or I'm sorry, 10-jack, and you have a 10 in your hand though, so you kind of start thinking, what hands is he leading out with?
Right. We don't block diamonds, which is obviously nice.
Right, but again, and how many people are really playing flush draws, so leading them and playing so hard with them? I mean, I guess some.
Right, there's gonna be some combo draws though.
Yeah. Yeah, 10-jack of diamonds or something He limped under the, it was a hijack limp.
Yeah.
Or under the gun limp originally, and then a hijack limp behind.
Sam calls once again. Wow. 240,000 chip pot. Queen on the end. Jack 10 now has, of course, got there, but does block that.
So a boat beats a straight. Or, yeah, but a boat does not beat a flush. No flush comes. So a boat still feeling pretty good. Definitely a likely hand his opponent could have, right? 10-jack.
Yep.
Sam has a 10. He called flop, called turn. Small price. So I think it's going to go pretty big probably,
yeah,
right?
let's say he gets to go pretty big here.
Yeah, 225.
All those draws are missed. You got to. I mean, all the draws bar Jack 10 and miss. And you're going to have some of those. So it's credible you got some bluffs. We can go a little larger.
I think he's going to have to call. Yeah, he's got blocks 10-jack. And
yeah, Sam are kind of the best hand to call with there. Right, a 9 and a 10.
Yeah, he's got no other option. Flag is Dominica. Where is Dominica?
Dominica in the Caribbean.
That's the Dominican Republic. Is
separate place, buddy. Separate
place. But no, but there's a separate. So it's Dominica in the.
Fish soup with salmon and cod.
You have to check that out. For example, Ivan limps here, King Jack off. Is Makita limping that hand? Like I don't know that. Then you see like same thing in the
Ivan's opening ace deuce off at the final table is chip leader in certain spots where
Right.
some people might not. It's close, but you know, he's definitely got a wider range, I would imagine, than most in this game, and we've already seen
I'd like
some.
to say from here, this is like a pretty good spot. Few limits, got 9-10 diamonds, it's the shortest stack. Gets to just rip it in. Sam, the biggest stack, 2.8 million in chips, ace king. I mean, yes, he can be facing some traps from up front, but Jeff, how do you see him playing this one? I mean, is the shove big enough that he can just call, and people aren't going to be calling too wide behind, right?
You might incentivize though Ivan with like Jack 10 suited or something, where if you
jam, you can just make
you
it fold
might
that
just
hand.
take it down. I think he's going to give Ivan a little less respect on the limp than some, but maybe not by much. And I mean, they're deep. Ivan's got 1.7. I don't know if he can just rip it in into like maybe.
So that guy's pretty worrying.
He could call. He can make it like 600. I don't know. I guess probably call or rip is the play.
Yeah, I think he's gone for the corner. I think the jam's probably enough at 380 that no one's going to get out of line behind you.
Yeah, Ivan's not just going to punt it off with like king queen or do something like super crazy.
Right. So
and this is
want like the 6, 7s, and 8s guys though.
Yeah, this is I think this is one of those flops where you just feel like he's
It's an okay flop.
It's an okay flop. Even better turn for Sam. 8, 9, or 10 on the end. Not to be.
And
Greenwood with more. He, the champion from the first day in the 25k short deck, doesn't go back to back in the 25k. He's going to save it for the 50 or the 100.
Yeah, Cyril will see him again.
I assume so.
Yeah, I think I would like to be another table. It's not that I don't like you guys. You guys have too many chips close to the bubble.
All right, so 9 and 10. Seen that hand from a few limps, so plug that one into the. Also, it is short-handed though, right? This is not like 8 or 7-handed right now. We're talking different. So also worth paying attention to.
So I go top 2. Jakes it at Ivan.
35.
Scary looking board though. I expect he's just going to go into check call mode against the super aggressive Ivan. Ivan picking up a separate straight draw. Jack or 7 now gets him there. He's going to check back that kind of turn though. 6 on the end.
So he actually loses to Jack Queen and Queen King.
He doesn't really beat anything now, does he? He's going to be delighted to find he wins this pot at Showdown.
Yeah.
No.
12-24 the level, Jeff. Starting to bite.
Yeah.
As we say, with such huge disparity, right? We've got some real big stacks considering the field. Remember, starting stack in this 300k, so Sam with 11 starting stacks in his stack and your 61 runner field. I mean, all these guys are pretty deep.
So in the hijack, Sam's still just limping. With the chip lead.
It's got to be pretty short stack, right? I mean, all these guys over average.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of chips here. Lots of chips. There's Ivan showing another willingness to fire. Picks up uncontested pot. That's also being aware of, you know, advantage with the range potentially, or what you know, nines that he could have versus his opponent who comes in not a lot of nines, probably really just comes down to heart in those spots, like willingness to just take a stab. He has shown that, and also it works in his advantage because he does get paid then times too, right? He's aware of his image, and he capitalizes. He was a pretty big favorite to have a trophy already today,
Yeah,
too. He got in a great spot.
Very unlucky against Sam. He's going to have about a 5-1 chip lead if he'd held.
Yep.
Maybe not quite as big, 4-1, 5-1, something like that, but certainly would have been all but the winner had he won that part. King Jack 7 here means he gets to flop top pair. And backdoor draws, which again is so important in this game. So a guy with bottom pair backdoor spades himself.
Seems wide.
Yeah.
Like, because even the ace you can't feel good about. Queen 10's a good.
He's going to pick up straight draw all the time here, right? What a card that is for him. He does pick up a straight draw. Picks up the nut flush draw to go with it, and Ivan, the king high flush draw.
What straight draw does he have?
I'm completely losing my mind. He has no straight draw.
That's why I'm saying it seems like a speculative call because your only backdoor is the spades, which don't come, even when they come on the turn, that doesn't come. And, you know, so that would have actually been a pretty special run out if a spade had come. That would have been a literal. And at some point,
I'm making these deliberate mistakes for you to catch as well.
Yeah, I'm dialed into. I get it.
You're just dialed in.
Keep testing each other. I like it.
You're dialed in late at night. You're on it.
Yeah, and espresso and taking notes. This is fun. This game is. I'm starting to really get like this is a fun game. A lot of post flop play.
Yeah, especially with these guys so deep. Very interesting in a tournament, especially. Cash games, you kind of just, well, I got my equity, let's go. Tournaments have to play so differently.
This is a big hand for Ivan. He loves those. I mean, look, the suited, connected. 7-8, though, it's like having, I guess, the equivalent of like 4-5 suited or 5-6 suited, right? Drops down a pip because the straight's open-ended, right? You can't really.
Right.
You would need the 6. Yeah, so, I mean, I guess like 8-9 suited, sort of like the. To dip down to the 7-8 suited, it's kind of hard to hit a straight, but still can.
Ace 10-8, Sergei with the double gut shot. Sam with the gut shot he doesn't want to hit.
Yeah, it's a fun hand, Queen Jack, when this board it's kind of sneaky.
It's about the wettest board you can get in this game, right? Ace 10-8, couple of clubs.
Little
Every
bit.
hand's going to have something.
A little surprising here too, drawing to the 9 when that's like a possible betting hand that would be the Jack Queen's the best hand. You're actually drawing to a inferior draw that would potentially get you piped. Not that that's necessarily the hand they have, but just something to consider. Again, though, Sam's the kind of guy, type of player you expect to have ulterior motives, right? Like he's not just he's not playing just to hit the gut shot. And that run out, Sergei's C-bet, second bet is going to be enough to get it done. Ivan Lee.
Around the chat, of course, you did watch a 25k short deck the other day. This is a different 25k short deck, and it's, again, different events than the one we started today with, which is, of course, the 25k Hold'em final. A lot of action here in Sochi. It's hard to keep up. This is event number 3. Bonus coverage.
Yep, see Sam with that pretty Jack 10 suited. There you go, get to see a
big flop for him. Yeah.
Pretty good flop. Knows that Ivan is in there with a forced hand. It's like the big blind, basically. And he's just going to bet and pick it up. Double this tournament too will be fun. Fun to watch some of the big stacks and see how you have to really take into consider ICM and play, not put your stack at risk if possible. The equities being so close, that's, you know, you get ace king into ace queen, it's not really a great spot. Yeah, Dimitri seems to have a good understanding of what's going on here too. A lot of sharing going on this hand. Queens and tens, sevens. All three players basically look at the same hand.
Yeah,
like
it seems
shared.
to happen a
So
lot in this game, doesn't it, Jeff?
Jack's looking pretty good, but again, it's just hard to ever find a good flop, especially with the 2, 3, 4s, 5s gone. There's gonna be overcards almost always.
Yeah, but everyone missing this one. Seems unlikely, but again, a pretty bad card around the board. Suspect this checks through again. Nobody with a diamond. Dimitri blocks the straights. They're all saying just get on to the next one, right?
Yep, somehow jacks are good here.
Unbelievable in a four-way pot.
Could Ivan?
Jack.
Oh, stinks. Yeah.
Straight? Jack's wins.
Not bad.
Chickens. Me too.
I had a 10. I didn't really think it was good, but I also didn't think I could bluff with it.
Ivan steals a little one. Pains his man to fold any hand. Jack eight of spades.
Yep.
He's in. Dimitri. Also complete. Sam checks the absolute garbage. 7-8 off on the button. Not so garbage now. 7-7, 10. Canadian makes trips. Ivan with a gut shot draw. But again, Jeff, as you were saying earlier, you know, Sam just has all these 7Xs that those two guys should never really have.
125.
Ivan popping up on the button. Start to put some pressure on these guys as we near the money. 9 paid, remember, just 13 left. Dimitri, you're not going to play that hand from the first seat, that's for sure.
Nope. Sam, 2 8s. These are what I'm interested in. I guess it's a limp.
Call.
I mean, pretty much all pairs, I would imagine, up until at what point do you start? So what's your, I guess, like aces? I mean, at certain positions you start raising, or it depends. As I guess when it gets towards the bubble, too, you start kicking it up 60, 70.
But the hands we're like happier playing big pots with, I guess, in terms of the pairs, are just kings and aces, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and then ace king, you raise.
Yeah.
So now you're sort of, though, what's the balance? Is there any?
Look at this flop. 6, 8, 10. Set for Sam. Flush draw for Sergei. And this is kind of fun because Sam's limped the hijack, so he's not supposed to hit this ball too often.
And here is a little bit of venturing with the flush draw, 2 overs.
Yeah, backdoor straights galore. I'm really getting to grips, Jeff, noticing how big these backdoor straight draws are. They add a lot of equity to your hand in with so many cards removed. It's, you know, any card that doesn't pay the board gives them extra outs.
Yeah. Best straight draw being Jack 9. Also, Sergey having a blocker to that, so maybe feels a little more confident, like a Jack 9 suited that maybe Sam could limp. He's not going to get check raised on as much, but this
170?
This is one that he's going to hear about. And so now the flush situation. We haven't really seen someone try to bet off of a flush draw, this type of dynamic. And again, he knows that this is not a great draw to have. And the alternative, though, the other side of that, let's say he has Jack 9, right? And you do hit your spade. I think you're not. It's almost like you got to get paid if a flush comes. You just get paid. It's just like, really? And he is going to call.
Like I say, I mean, any turn card here, bar the pair up, it's just going to give him a host more outs.
Sorry.
Yeah, for sure. Queen's a great card. You know, 9. There's stuff that slows down.
7.
I mean, yeah.
Ace. I suppose anything that doesn't is a pair up.
Wow, there you go. This is a spicy one. So also Jack 9 does get home. So, you know, this is definitely like one of the bottom cards, I would say, for Sam in his mind, because the Jack 9's the best draw.
Right.
That now would be the nuts, and he bet and got called. 10s he would hear about, a raise, a re-raise. So, I mean, it's interesting, actually. And they're big stacked here. Does he want to slow it down, or does he keep the bet going?
140?
Interesting.
Right, it's kind of a small sizing. It's almost one of those bets where you're like, I've got a bet, but let's not make this pot too big. A little pot can try out of position.
Interesting.
Or Sergey go after him? That's the question. Sam limped the hijack.
Yeah,
He really have 7-9 and Jack 9, right? Himself, it's kind of looks like a set.
Wow. So, I mean, he has got a nuclear here. He's got any spade, 9, ace.
Wow.
And he's going to not.
And this is, you know, it's not a bad card for Sam necessarily, but I mean, Sergey's 9x is predominantly, as you were saying, is Jack 9, right? Does he call the turn with
10-9? And does he bet call? I guess he could bet call 10-9 because he would have a blocker to the nuts. He bets top pairs for some protection, so that's like a possible. And, man, if you're Sergey, you got 700K out there. You have a 1.7 million stack. You're not close to the bubble. You got Sam, who's a very talented player and who obviously likes his hand. This is a very
tricky spot. And Sam, look at that. He is dialed in. He is checking out what's happening. And Sergey is...
And as I keep saying, I just don't think Sam has many hands other than sets here. So I like this from Sergey. He's going to put him to the test, 550k. And yeah, I mean, you can have Jack 9, as you pointed out, Jeff. It's very possible here.
But on the turn, would he let
9-10
him?
Makes sense.
Would he let him with Jack? If he gets there and Jack 9 and he bets 140, is he just calling? Maybe. Or not. That's what I think Sam... That's the key to this puzzle. What does Sam believe that he does with Jack 9
but
on the turn?
He can have Queen 9. He can have 10-9. And there we go. Sam lets it go.
Great bluff. Great hand.
Lets out the sigh. I love it. This is great stuff. This is beautiful, seeing some deep... earlier we were sort of seeing the bingo fest of late stage rebuy period in one of these tournaments. Now we're seeing the high level wars that go on between these guys who are super high roller players. Look at those stacks, 1.2 million, the shortest on this table. Green with the chip lead. But yeah, this is what I mean. We're seeing some real deep stuff with interesting situations coming up. Real poker being played.
And yeah, this is intense. Bubble time, essentially. Taking a look at Dmitry Kuzmin, even though his flag suggests Dominica, I see his Hendon mob. It says Russian nationality and residence Moscow, but not sure on that. And maybe he's a cash game player. See, he cashed the main event in 2011, and really only played a few tournaments. But if it's the same player,
yeah, I imagine it is, and it will be a. Yeah, he must be a cash game player, given that resume.
Whoa, Mr. Liao with
Here
the
he goes.
nuts.
Just casually checks it on over. Unfortunately for him,
No
really
one
has
has
anything, right?
to bet. Literally, no one has even a taste. Jack would be a good card. That's
Queen's not bad. And
Yeah.
Ivan even picks up a flush draw to go with that. But two players now with top pair.
Gotta imagine he's, based on his rep, he's gonna start betting, right? He's got to. There's so much going on there.
Right.
He's actually got a. No, not a straight flush draw. But
Surprised he's only gone 45 into quite a big pot. This kind of texture, you feel like you want to bet big. It's straights, draw galore, two flush draws out there. My guess here with 8-9 of spades, you have the 9 blocks some of those straight draws. You have spades, blocks the flush draws, but maybe you can get away with betting a little smaller with that hand. Yes, it is. It's going to be two calls behind him with hands that are drawing dead. What a dreamy scenario, Jeff. You get him to put chips in, drawing dead.
Interesting for that price. Sam just doesn't even draw for the jack, I guess. Just figures. Because it's got to be a jack, non-diamond, or spade.
Right, to be warm and cozy.
Yeah, it's asking too much. And board does pair, multi-way pot. I'm going to slow down and...
I'm surprised that...
Yeah,
I think you can still bet here.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bet.
When your name's Ivan and
No one's
all those
gonna raise
draws are
them.
missed.
Yeah,
and
without
someone's
a
got a
bet.
queen, they're going to hero you. If you bet and get raised, you just swallow it.
Sergey may be thinking, I got the best queen. It's a pretty big dud, right? If no one
Yeah.
bet the flop.
There we go.
And
squeeze a little value.
This could actually end up getting Ivan just an extra 130 because...
Right. Dimitri might call, yeah.
Yeah, Dimitri might call, and Ivan's certainly calling, at least.
Right, because what tens does Sergey have? He's probably... He doesn't have like 10-7, 10-6. Could have queen 10. That's the one, but we blocked that. All those draws missed. It's a small bet. He may be worried about a hand like this. Ace queen, maybe even like a slow played kings or aces.
Dimitri thinking of raising? I mean, he can't fold, right? Can he?
I mean,
could he consider fold? And I don't see
think
how
Dimitri's
he
hand
could
just seems like cool. Like I said, the
Yeah.
only tens make sense. Queen 10. We have no diamond, no spade in our hand.
What?
Almost feel comfortable calling this for a larger bet, though, wouldn't you? Like this
Yeah.
feels like it could be a weak value bet, a thin value bet. Pardon me.
raise.
And now Ivan just somehow managed to get two guys to put chips and ruin dead again.
And I think he's just thinking, is how can I go thin here?
Yeah.
The sizing is so small. What boats do they have? Is it weak to just not raise? I mean, he is going to find a raise.
Here we go. I love this guy. 250.
Nice play. I mean, love to see it, right? It's like you could, if he just called, you wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, if he
but
just
it's
calls,
like
it's fine because it's really hard to get value here. But at the same time, if your name's Ivan, not as hard to get value, right? This is what makes him so tricky.
yeah, I think he can also safely figure out on the turn on that board, probably 2-pair. He might have heard about, especially for his sizing. Like he might have, I don't know.
Right,
like
Dimitri's the one who can have more of the house combos here, but then does he check the flop with those? I don't think so.
Right. Yeah, because on the turn it's only 8-9 still. So if you had a set somehow or something, you'd probably check the temperature.
Yeah, I think everyone just bets these flops.
Nice thought process. Like the sizing too from Ivan. It's reasonable. It's
And this is a real puke spot. I mean, he's got to think, though, on the flip of this, is that Sergei probably folded a misdraw, right? And what hand do you think Sergei bet folded the river with it? Just screams misdraws, which does, of course, therefore weigh Ivan more towards the made hands. Only a small amount, but in a game where we take out 16 cards, these things do add up. Wow, what a boss Ivan is. What a boss. Managed to get 2 goes to call drawing dead, and manages to get a check, a bet, a call, and a check raise in on the river.
yeah, not even neither one of them even had a 10. I mean, they had no trips. It was just 1 pair. They got max value.
And that's the sort of value that only Ivan can get in these spots, I think. He's thinking, what? Does Ivan check a strong hand on the river? Like, why would he not just bet it himself?
Yep.
Super smart play from him.
Yeah, it was actually a really good card for his hand. You know, there was a lot of scare cards, even though he was in a lock.
Right.
Ivan Liao, short deck clinic here with mountain of chips.
Just a poker clinic through today.
Yeah, showing
second in that Hold'em event.
Showing a versatile game.
He's got it all, this guy. Now completes ace queen. Ten, 10, 9. Dimitri flopping big this time, and Ivan, he just can't help himself. Comes out betting. Dimitri, no reason to do anything but call at this stage. Queen on the turn. Well, he's made a bit of value now, but happy to try and check it down now. Dimitri won't let him, I'm sure. The trips and a gut shot. And a 60k bet gets it done. Ivan not sticking around once he'd been called on that flop.
7,
What for? Good.
It's a good fold ace king with bluff. You know that I have ace king face out. Yeah? Soul rich.
You ask who? You ask.
Hmm?
Just have a look. You ask your
Yeah,
friend.
my brother.
Your brother.
I have my brother scouting.
Your brother got told you he's a good bro?
Hmm?
Your
He's a good brother, yeah.
Your brother got tell you he's a good bro?
I know, he doesn't know how to play Shortdeck.
Okay.
Hear Jason Kuhn in the background there. I guess is he still in there?
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Might
hear
see him in
him.
the mix. Because he had a torrid time during the rebuy period.
Yeah.
Or re-entry. I keep saying rebuy, but it feels like a rebuy tournament.
It was a very bad turn for me, I think. No? 6 was very bad for me.
The bad turn for you.
Yeah.
3-way to ace 10, 9. Sergei and Sam with gut shot draws. Ivan actually ahead with his 10, but can't be loving it. Sergei having limped in the first seat. Gonna take a stab at it.
So, here's Sam calling. He's obviously drawing to the nuts with a gut shot, but he also could just have the best hand. Jack Queen, there's a hand that he could be ahead of. Sergey did limp, though, under the gun. And
Ivan's not giving up yet.
He actually has got the best of it.
He's got the back doors as well. 8 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Here we go. Jack on the turn.
Hello.
Sam makes the nuts. Sergei drawing for a chop.
That's the card Sam had in mind. It's pretty.
That is indeed the card he had in mind. The non-diamond jack.
And interesting.
Hey, he's got a blocker. He blocks 2 pairs as well, right? So he thinks maybe he can put some pressure on here. Blocks ace jack. Blocks king queen.
Big bet, right? What was a pot? It was
he's bet pot.
Bet.
Or a little under pot.
Exactly pot, yeah.
At 175. Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's pot. Sam, I can't see him doing anything but calling here. Jeff, just invite more action.
Yeah, again, the flush draws, I don't think people play like this. Like, I don't think he's potting a flush draw, so, you know, is he in this straight?
I know, he's going to raise it up. 475. Yeah, it was worth a go. Sergei.
Check. Had a good one for to bet again.
No, what good?
King Jack.
You have an ace.
King Jack.
King Jack.
King Jack is good, right?
No good.
Good to bluff.
Bluff for what? Check.
Ivan's
You know
like
is it?
sad to get boxed out of the
My
bottom
idol.
end straight draw. He's drawing dead.
Yeah.
Same.
He wants to see what he's.
Beautiful hand.
Stupid. Bet.
I tried. No use in lying about the other hand. But,
I had King Jack too in the other one.
that's a bluff.
Bluff, sure bluff.
Against you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was King High.
Yeah. You got me. Of spades. Yeah. The bad one. 2 8s.
Yeah, King Jack of the spades.
King, queen, 6, couple of diamonds. Top pair, top kicker for Dimitri. It's definitely ahead at the moment. Ivan with gut shot and Sergei with a jack on display.
120.
Goes big, over pot.
You only 75 there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you're going to stick around.
Okay, so we know it's got to be, well, King Jack or Jack 10 would have to believe. No other options here.
Ace jack maybe, or does he not continue with that? Yeah, it was over pot size bet, of course. Yeah, it must be, kind of has to be King Jack or Jack 10, you're right.
Probably Jack 10 with the diamond or something. Or just Jack 10. I mean.
Well, it's a turn card for him that's improved his hand either way.
And this is scary. It's always scary, it seems, but it's
yeah.
He's king. And he's in a bit of a vulnerable spot with his stack and approaching the bubble. He's firing out
Again,
at
a
this.
sort of blocky bet, right? Bet 120 on the flop, just 110 on the turn.
such a big chip advantage here. You know, Sergey can really put pressure on him or continue and decide on the river to make a move or not. You know, Dimitri's the one at risk here. He does hit a jack. Is that what he gives it up?
Thank you.
It's been 13 forever.
That's how things are looking as we go up to 15k, 30k antes. Kuzmin the shortest, but 1.1 million. Still fairly comfortable in this one. It is Greenwood way out in front. 3 million chips. Must be the tournament chip leader, if not close to it. We don't know quite what's going on out in the outer tables. In fact, looking at this, the guys are getting up, Jeff, and I do gather that means that they're down to the final 12, 2 tables of 6. And unfortunately for those of you at home, that does mean it's the end of our coverage for today. We're going to leave these guys with 12 left. Yeah, they're going to play down to that final 9, but we have no idea of how long that will be. So it's tough to continue that coverage because it could squeak into tomorrow. So we will pick up the action again 1 hour earlier than today. We restart 2 p.m. Sochi time, so it's midday in Central Europe. The players earlier wanted to start earlier so they can get into the day's event. So we are going to restart that final 1 hour earlier, so please do join myself and Jeff back here at 2 p.m.